Futures trying to hold on to positive territory here. Just getting some Canadian GDP data coming across that was actually higher than expected for the most recent quarter and most recent month here. 0.1% to the upside versus basically flat reading. So a little bit of positivity to kick things off this morning, coming off of a bit of a negative showing on Monday. It was some of the big tech names, specifically Apple, if you remember, that led things to the downside heading into the close at the end of the day yesterday as Elon started picking on Apple and the App Store, saying that they were threatening to remove Twitter from the App Store. We'll talk about Tesla coming up here, but Tesla higher, it's worth mentioning, in the pre-market here as we get a little more information on this new revamped Model 3 that is set to hit the road coming up in the new year. It looks like it's more of a manufacturing cost-cutting measure, but we'll touch on that coming up. More positivity coming out of China as well, or some positivity coming out of China this morning as well, with COVID cases falling in China for the first time in a week. So all of the ADRs to the upside, including Bilibili, B-I-L-I, nicely higher here to start things off this morning after a better than expected report. It's Tuesday, November 29th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. And there we go. We are off the highs as we head towards the final hour here before the market gets open, but still positive for the S&P and the NASDAQ there. You can see the Dow has slipped into the red already. It was the Dow yesterday that led us to the upside over the past couple of days. In fact, that was higher. TSX futures here in Toronto pointing to a higher open. A lot of that coming from down here. 1.8 now for crude oil. When I sat down this morning, it was 2.5%. To the upside on top of that big rally that popped up late in the day yesterday after OPEC said they would consider some production cuts in the near future here. Bitcoin, 1.5%, 3% for Ethereum, trying to lead as far as crypto is concerned, back to the upside for the second day in a row. Arun is here once again for Sean. Great to have Arun in the building always. It is going to be an interesting day here, guys. We do get some more key economic data coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. There was some housing data, also some GDP data and consumer sentiment to come this week. We also get that PCE number coming up this tomorrow morning at this time, which is going to be the big one for the week. But a little quiet here to start things off so far.
Yeah, a little bit. We're slightly to the upside. Welcome, everybody. But there was a little bit of a pullback. I know there was, like Amazon announced like a little notes offering that caused that to spike down a little bit, and that's a small reversal that we had in there. But man, the gaps all over the place. Like you pull up charts of any of the Chinese ADRs, and it's like, just even like randomly, just pick like JD. It's not random, but 7% to the upside. It's just, you get one headline one way or the other, and every single day it's either 3% or 5%. It's never, you're never opening where you closed the day before. And after the open, really, like it was just all rally in the first 10-15 minutes for a lot of the Chinese ADRs on Monday, and then basically almost a nothing burger after that, then just to have it gap up. What I mean to say here is, you're getting almost all of the upward pressure movement on these stocks when there isn't a lot of volume trading. And that's going to be a bit of a theme because I think that sets up a lot of traps. Either way, we're going to be watching them pretty heavily today. It's JD. Bilibili actually had earnings, so it was a good catalyst there that I think can put that one into play for us. So my eyeball is going to be on them anyways. It's just, you got to note the fact that a lot of this buying is happening in liquidity vacuums, which does make it a bit precarious when it starts overextending. These start overextending themselves. We'll have some Tesla on the radar. That was super strong in yesterday's trade. And I don't want to ignore I'm going to have Airbnb up. I missed that trade yesterday. Definitely want to be on that. And then Roku is setting up pretty nicely after they got a downgrade. So yeah, crypto stocks are in place. So you might see some Silver 8 cross my screen. And I'll get this out of the way because you're probably going to see, almost at most points during the day, you'll probably see me in this APEN. It's being bought for like $10 cash. And it's really not going to move a heck of a lot. So this is what a chart looks like because it's gapping up. I don't know if I can zoom in far enough to be able to see. It's essentially trading in like a 3 to 4 cent range. I'm expecting at most maybe like a 5 to 10 cent range on the day. If it goes bigger than that, there's bigger opportunities in taking spread, which is all I'll be doing. But Arun is in the building. And I don't know, like I'm leaving it on the bear for now.
Yeah.
Because, overall, I felt like the sentiment was falling down after that push to the upside in yesterday's trade. So that's kind of where I want to leave things until something changes here.
Yeah, and the thing is, the 10 o'clock, as Brendan said, we're going to get some economic numbers coming out, but I think tomorrow is the big day in terms of absolute vol. If we're going to pick a day that's going to be the most active, I would imagine tomorrow being that day. Yeah, economic numbers in the morning, then 8:30 in the morning, then you got 10 a.m., then you got Fed, you got a speech from Jerome Powell, and then you also have the beige book at the same time. So if you're looking, and at the end of the day, you have the MSCI semi-annual index rebalance. So in terms of volatility, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Today's case, I'm still running through how this market's going to play the overnight to figure out how we want to go into it. We saw the opening buying happening. We were at that inflection point, 4,000, up 15 points, and then complete meltdown after that. We kind of just lost. To be fair, it wasn't really bad until about 12 o'clock when we got those two Fed speakers kind of crisscrossing each other in terms of what they were saying, and then the market decided that was the time for us to fall about 35 points. So for now, it seems like the market's stabilizing, at least within the 70 band. We'll see how this trades out into the open, but it is going to be an interesting one to trade. A rather delicate trade, meaning that there might not be as many clear opportunities as you would hope for, but at the same time, that's perfectly fine if that ends up being the case, because there's going to be something in the stocks that we can find that are going to be moving, and then we have tomorrow as well for volatility. Let's go to Brendan and find out what names that we can work with potentially.
Yeah, going to be a busy week, heading into another busy week next week, because that's the CPI and the Fed meeting that we'll get at Tuesday next week, and then Wednesday will be the busiest days. I wanted to mention this right off the bat. Shopify trying to gap to the upside here. If you remember yesterday, about this time, we got this big move to the upside on a report, or multiple reports anyways, from analysts suggesting that Black Friday sales were much better than expected. The company itself comes out then this morning and says, yes, in fact, that these numbers were decent. So another gap to the upside here. It's worth noting that 40 up there that we talked about yesterday ended up being the top, and then we do nothing but sell off all day. Here we are, though, kind of right back in the middle of the range here from yesterday, but trying to hold these pre-market levels for Shopify once again higher.
Yeah, up at that 2% right now. I mean, there's kernels of strength in the market. It's got a good trend on this bad boy, and I got no issue sort of joining into this party if it wants to hold. And I'm looking mostly at like a 38 in here, just watching where essentially we closed at 38 even. I'll go to the 15-minute chart. It's a little bit easier to see. Like you close there with a nice consolidation long. So usually I like dips into that kind of consolidation. When you get that big of a sell-off, usually where things settle down, I kind of like it. So I'm kind of looking for it to get down to 38. I think one important theme here this morning is, if you remember the trading yesterday, like right at that open, you just wanted to be patient, right? Let's say I look back and say everything that worked out, like the shorts that were good versus the ones that were bad. It's like the ones where you got in a little bit early or tried to get out in front of a level. Now just allow 930 to come to you. Allow the opening range to come to you. So I don't want to just sit on the bid in this stock at like 38 because that was a wide consolidation of about 50 cents. I wouldn't just sit on the bid of it. It's like allow it to come down. If I like the dip buy in there, maybe it bottoms at 37.60. And if you're long at 38.05, it's like, well, you just threw away some extra coinage there. But I'm going to favor the dip buy in there. I want to get this one in because shout out to the Playmaker. Already a couple of super chats. We know why you did 305, brother. So he's the 305. We'll be busy checking out of the police department. So I'm assuming is your last day there, Playmaker. Wish you all the best. Long member of the family, says have a great day. You have a fantastic one. And look, that's what everyone works for, that time of freedom when you get at the end. I know hopefully you'll still be tuning in and watching us as you move on to bigger and better things, Mr. Playmaker. So thank you very much for that. Been a big fan of the show and being a big part of our family here too, and can't thank him enough. Lots to be able to get to today. I'm not going to be sitting, like I said, I'm not going to be sitting on the bit of Shopify. There's a few stocks that I don't mind having orders out there, like Apple, Meta, Roku, but Shopify I'm going to wait until we actually see the open, and if we get that dip, I'm going to try and engage the long somewhere in that channel.
Yeah, I'm just looking at, well, this market's been kind of all over the place around these 40s. I mean, when I mean all over the place, it's like still 6 points in a range. It's unusual for this time of day for it to be swinging around this much. That's quite the range, right? I would say it for 8:30 in the morning. That's about 76 on the high, 68 on the low within 5 minutes. That's something to watch. It does look like it's going to have a negative tone to start, continuing yesterday's trend. So we'll see how that goes a little bit more, and then maybe we make a decision on the futures. For now, though, let's go back to Shopify. I look at the chart on Shopify on the bigger chart. Yeah, it's trending up, but I'm like, is this not a fade? I'm wondering. I'm just like, okay, 39 is where I would say if we broke above, we may take a shot at those 40s again, but we are stalling. So I'm going to box this thing in, say, if we get back underneath right here, 38.50, then I'd like to play a short going back down with the stop north of 39. Else, we can take the long. Just box it in. Whichever direction it goes, I would go with that direction for the time being, as long as the futures are going to cooperate as well. So if you can get the futures on your side in the direction of the trade, that makes more sense. If shop's going down while the futures are going down, short's probably a better idea.
Just noting the Canadian dollar, guys, 3-week low here after that GDP number that came out at 8:30 there. Annualized year over year, it was 2.9 versus 1.5 for our economy. So a beat, but not only a beat, a decent beat for GDP in this country. Here is that note. My computer's cooperating now, so here is that note on Shopify. So over Black Friday and Cyber Monday, $7.5 billion in sales were processed through Shopify merchants. So huge number, record, in fact, for Shopify. Let's talk about some of these Chinese ADRs. As I mentioned to start things off there's a number of minor stories within the overall group. I mean, the positive news was that COVID cases fell for the first time in China as of yesterday, for the first time in a week. In China as of yesterday. So in that as well, Alibaba is selling this minor stake in this Zomato, worth about $200 million in a block deal. So worth a note today for Alibaba. Bilibili with earnings, individual names within this group moving around this morning.
Yeah, and I think look, there's no chart that exemplifies the gapping around and backing over the place that these Chinese ADRs have been doing, except for Alibaba. Like, you pull it up, and I said this last week, and it's almost crazy because you're just never spending a couple of days in the same range. And oddly enough, like the day that I traded it the most is when it decided it wanted to hang out 2 days in a row, essentially off the same range, because that just gave a little bit more confidence to scalp those levels. Now, I don't know if this is 72 going back into the middle of the month there, and if I see that price again, that was a good level, but that would be in the midst of a gap down significantly. I just can't see us getting there today. That's 10% lower. What I'm looking at here, today's trade for Alibaba, because you have all of this nonsense just in and around and through, it's like, well, show me a point at which price acceptance from previous couple of sessions turns into some kind of support or resistance, and that'll be this 78.5 to 79 area. Just the last week, that's what the top end of the band was. So until it gets to that price, not really that interested in seeing how it basically reacts to that. I'm not chasing any gaps up here. This one is, if you just look at the chart on a 15, it's not really giving you anything solid. And look, I do like the longs because you've essentially bounced off the 50 period here after riding it to the downside. That's a pretty bullish recovery, and I will look for longs in just in terms of an overall bias. But I need to see that 78.5 hold up. I just like where JD is a little bit better. I know there's a little bit of a catalyst under Alibaba. I just like the fact that JD is giving me a much more clear line at this 54. Right, like, you're all over the place in a lot of these stocks, but JD, yeah, you're all over the place with an obvious top at 54 here, that if it gets through, there's room to the upside. If it fails it, there's room to the downside. Like, at least I know where I want to be at 930, which is southbound in front of 54, wrong if it breaks out, looking to reverse it into the long side of the trade. Just a little bit more clear when it comes to JD. And I found the same thing when I looked at NEO. This is the one that just stood out to me in terms of a more clear level that I can engage with and not have to worry too much about that 930. Oh my goodness, it's running. I'm chasing a move, or where do I get in? No, I'm making my decision off the 54 level, and that keeps it relatively simple for me with JD.com.
Yeah, you go into this area and you have a bunch of names you can choose, and everyone has their own preferences. Me, I automatically lean towards, I try to, for whatever reason, I just go away from BABA and I go into PDD and JD when I have to make a decision. And randomly we go into Billy as well. But PDD, I'm looking at this chart. Okay, we took out the top, we're sitting above this 77 high from yesterday, but it does look like we're going to struggle around 78. So let's see how this market handles, or PDD handles, a pullback into the 77 through 76 area. If it can actually stabilize, then I trust the gap up move, and then we can jump on along and see if we can actually extend it. If, however, we fail through there, double top, triple top, whatever you want to call this, topping action twice yesterday and then again in the pre-market, why not take a look at that as well? And then the easy break to the downside is going to be that 73 break through the bottom consolidation point on PDD. I just like easy trades. If we're going to play this area, play these types of stocks where they're extending and jumping around quite a bit in the pre-market, and then you got to deal with them after the market opens, find the easiest trades to make, and this is probably an easy one. Forget the 76. The 73 is going to be the easiest trade you can probably find on a chart like this. So I'm going to say 73 break is going to be the easy trade. 77 through 76, there's a lot that needs to be done for us to make a play there.
All right, it's worth a note, guys. Adobe was another one that was mentioned as far as Cyber Monday. This was after the close yesterday, so there was a little bit of an uptick on ADBE, I should say, on the NASDAQ here, but not doing much this morning. But apparently Cyber Monday sales better than expected for Adobe as well. Let me drag this over, and we'll talk a little bit about oil here as we head to 9 o'clock. But 1.7 now, as I mentioned, it was about 2.5 at the high there. There was another spike that took it up to 79.5, which happened to be that high from yesterday. We are coming off a little bit, but or 2 days ago, I should say. This was yesterday. OPEC comes out, says they're going to consider cutting production at their next meeting. So a big rip up after being quite negative to start the session once again. Trying to make it 2 days in a row here for oil. So some of the producers back in positive territory as well.
Yeah, let's get first things first. I still like XOM 115. It's not. I don't know if we get to that price today, but I'm sort of leading things off every single day. It's like you have yourself an alert, know the levels that you like on the daily. It's a monstrous one. If it gets there, I think I'm looking rejection of 115 because it's happened literally for a month now, and then just try to short it off that level. Eventually, at some point, if it's strong enough, it has a chance to be able to break. So that's always going to be out there, and I'll be there pretty much every single day looking for that trade. But yesterday I was looking at the 50 period on Occidental as it's managed to hold this. There's been breaks of this line several times, right? So if we're going to be trying to catch a bit of a bounce here in oil futures, then give me this bouncing off that 50 period. Look to see it channel that 50 period. Yesterday, the trades aren't showing up. I even had a long in the afternoon show, tried to grab this long in here. Ended up giving you a little bit of a push and then ended up stopping out. Thankfully, probably a good stop out, seeing as it went like $1 down further if you held on to it. But yeah, you're gapping right back above. And the 50 period's about in this middle, about 68.50. So this is where it makes that decision. You had a lot of resistance in the morning yesterday. You broke out from it. And if you can hold above that, I like Oxy. But you got to pay attention to oil futures. You make sure you have oil futures up as long as you're not cratering. I like the longs above that 68.50 on Occidental. If there's some kind of an outsized move, then I'd be looking at XOM for the short side of the trade. But that's another $4 from here. I'd probably have to sit it out altogether. If I don't get the dip buy in Oxy, there might not be a trade for me here. I don't know if I'm not looking for a 70 breakout when we're sitting at 69. That does set up there, and I like that 70 level, and it does set up right now. It just feels like we're going to get a dip buy first.
Yeah. Okay, talking about oil futures, when it comes to oil, I prefer to, instead of going after the stocks and the ETFs, I go directly to the oil contract. January futures contract here on CL, which is going to be the mini. Anyways, this is the trend you've got pretty much carrying. It kind of broke it today. But you see the strong move, right? From that consolidation breakout here at 74.50 late in the afternoon, or late in the morning, I mean. And then we just continued that a couple days ago, and then we continued that yesterday, and here we are kind of just going sideways a little bit. So now this is going to be an interesting point. We're sitting just underneath 80, consolidating sideways, and that has been the previous high on the 25th. So if we can consolidate and break out, that 80 long is going to be interesting. Not in the sense that it's going to be a breakout long automatically, because it could just take out stops and comes back. And that happens a lot, especially on oil contracts, because why? It looks like this. This is what the volume looks like on oil futures. So it's not going to be that hard to set off stops above a very easy round number. So I'd keep an eye on that 80 mark, see how we react to it, see if we break through and come right back down. At that point, stops are gone off. Maybe there's a failed break short there. If we stabilize above 80, potential long breakout. But for now, you see the trend, you see the consolidation, respect it. Clearly, strength to the upside, 1.89% at the moment. We could continue this. It's just going to be a matter of how do we want to play through 80. I'll keep an eye on this. So it's been interesting for the last few days, especially to the downside, now back to the upside. Keep an eye on this and see how this consolidation plays out.
Interesting note on, I was just mentioning with Prad in our chat here at work. Interesting note on AMCX, not AMC, the movie chain, the meme stock, but this one, AMCX, which is the cable network, cable TV network. Their CEO, Christina Spade, has stepped down. So there was, I guess, a few mentions of the possibility that AMC's CEO had stepped down, but it's not. It's AMCX. So worth a note. It's not. It's literally traded 500 shares so far in the pre-market. So clearly not a big deal right across the board for AMCX, not AMC. I want to mention just quickly before we get into some upgrades and downgrades here. Some of the chip makers were showing a little bit of relative strength late in the day yesterday after we started, for the most part, downside 2 days in a row. Had a bit of a bounce here, guys. There's no real significant news as far as AMD, NVIDIA, Intel, any of them really, but there was some strength compared to the Apples of the world late in the day yesterday.
There was, except with one notable except, well, there was some strength like late in the session, but look, the trend was to that downside. I know that some of these names were able to bounce there. I'm going to have AMD up, and I'll maybe get to Intel in a second, but look, the buying on this sucker was right at the open, and then it was just trend down the entire way. Came in thinking 72, 72, 72 AMD. We're gapping up anyways, so we'll probably have to wait a bit for that level. It just felt like even when things looked strong a few moments, you were just grinding down toward that support. So I'm going to still look for that support on AMD. If you look at the daily chart, it's making you have the gap up, breaking the 50 period, and then you're making this consolidation. We actually had Michael Loss on, and one of the things he was sort of talking about is look for these gap breakouts and then the consolidation after, and then they set up these breaks. But the other way as a day trader to play off of these would be when it makes the consolidation, just simply go long at the bottoms. You're favoring the long because it's breaking to the upside, right? So favoring the long in front of that 72. So I like that price, and that's what I'm going to wait for here this morning. I think if you did the same thing when it was at the bottom end of the channel, it would have worked out for you for the most part. And I see us in this channel. I want to take advantage of it. On the other side of the coin for me, as usual lately, has been Intel, which is, look, it's also above the 50 period as well. It's just, when it tried to break out here, it's been sliding back down, and since it got back beneath 30, it's just hard for me not to be short this thing again. I'm gonna stick to what has been working, and I feel like there's a point at which, like, there was one day that shorting Intel wasn't profitable recently, and that was literally the day of earnings. And I just feel like I'm going to go back to that well over and over again. It just continuously slid to the downside. You're now beneath this support here at 28, 85, 29. So I want to short in front of that level. And if it goes through 29, I'd sit it out. Just allow it to get higher. If it goes to 29.50, 75, just look patiently, wait for a curl. Because when the selling starts on this, it's relatively simple. But the only bid I'll be sitting on is going to be that, it's that 72 area on AMD. I like the bids down there.
I looked at those charts, and they all look the same. It's all this gap up into this weird area. I looked at AMD, looked at NVIDIA. They all have some sort of move like this, which is, to me, is kind of difficult to work with, right? I mean, if this is going to be our now support base through that bottom, we still haven't broken out to the upside. So if that's the upside breakout, we're in the middle of that, right? So if you want to play the range action in the middle, it makes sense. But it's going to be hard to, at least for me, at least the way that AMD and Micron, NVIDIA, they all look somewhat the same, is we're bouncing on, gapping back above that support base. And so until that support base is taken through, regardless of the name you choose, until they get through that bottom, that yesterday's low bottom, I would just be patient with this one. See if they want to continue the extension to the downside. At that point, you can actually look for a trade to extend to the downside. But until that happens, I would just stay away from all these names. I'm just flipping through different names, and you can see the chart looks very similar across all of them. So I'd just be patient with this one here. See if it takes out yesterday's low. At that point, yeah, that makes sense. If it goes to the upside, that's a different story. We'll see if they can actually get through some more resistance to the upside. That can open up a potential long. But for now, I would leave it alone and just kind of box it in. See if you get a stop or a trigger alert if it breaks out of either side of these levels.
All right, let's get some analyst moves for you. Just got a U.S. Red Book number there. The market didn't move on it at all. A little bit of a bounce maybe, but came in line with expectations. Here's a look at upgrades and downgrades this morning. UPS top of the list as far as upgrades. We'll get into PDD over here. Billy was the one with earnings. Pinduoduo, though, a nice positive note from Citigroup. It's been a little bit stronger than the rest over the past couple of days. Roku on the watch list as well. It hasn't done much over the past few weeks, but down this morning on this downgrade from KeyBank to market perform from outperform. Darden Restaurants and this Syncor as well.
Yeah, Roku's one I'm going to like to the short side. I just like when these things, I like when stocks break levels like this, and the fact that it has a catalyst just makes it even better. But you can see this is 52.5 on the 15-minute. It's about as clear as it gets. The last one it had up like $10 into 62. It had support in front. You just made this bottom last week, and you're now breaking it on news. So I'm going to be shorting pops. The other thing too is, like I talked about the 50 period, you're riding the 50 period, rejecting it on the offer here. So it's been weak. It's been rejecting resistance. I look for the last support to turn to resistance and short Roku. And if it gets through like 53, then I know I can give it up and not have to worry about what's next. But there's room to the downside. 50 is a round number, but it just put a wick bottom in and a higher low at 47. So I think either one of those is possible if things get really out of hand today. It would go SSR at about 48. I think it's like 48, 42 or something like that. So regardless, if it goes into a crazy trend, SSR means short sell restricted, down 10% in a single session. If it hits that, I usually anticipate a bounce. So I doubt that I would still be in a short if it got to 48.5. That's where I think you could maybe pick up some bounce longs if things get really out of hand. But I'm looking for the short on Roku. Sometimes we care about the upgrades and downgrades. Other times it just gives you the price action to take a move here. And I just see that one breaking down at 52.5. And yeah, that's just the setup I'm going to have every single time, looking for short beneath.
I mean, it's hard to argue with that logic. And look at the trend line. I mean, I forget it. I don't typically put in trend lines or even moving averages, but it doesn't have to be perfect, and this is not meant to be a perfect trend line, but just look at the angle of the move. It's pretty straightforward that it keeps just going down. Do you really want to go long in this? No, I would short the pops until it breaks. So for now, I would argue that right here, 54 even is going to have to be your break point. We can bounce up into 52, 53, whatever. I would find an opportunity to short this if you can find a short, right? It's just a matter of letting it bounce. Do you want to chase after it as it's extending down on a move that's already been going down for a couple days? I really wouldn't do that, but if it bounces back up into an area there where they've had trouble before and they're starting to stall out once again, knowing that there's a downtrend, I would just jump on board onto the short, see if I can actually extend that through and keep it going. We're getting awfully close to that 50 area now. Obviously, it's still $1.68 away, but at the pace that we're going, we can get there. It's just going to be a matter of what happens when we get there. And if I'm going to participate in Roku, I'd like to be involved in the short before we get to 50. Because I think going after 50 on the short just because it's breaking 50 is a very dangerous thing to do. So let's see if we can get a bounce and maybe potentially short this around 52.5 going into 53.
Just noticing they were talking about Tesla and whether Twitter is a distraction for Elon Musk on CNBC, but Tesla actually trying to bounce on that back to 1% here to the upside for Tesla. But just be aware, they're talking about Elon and Twitter on CNBC currently. So a little bit of buying coming into Tesla. There's a look at European markets to kick things off for a Tuesday. 0.6 right now for England leading the way. Pretty mixed board otherwise, top to bottom here. A little up or a little down. That's how your social sentiment board is setting up so far today. This one, COSM, big mover over the past couple of days. Positive sentiment coming through once again. There's Tesla. If it's gray on this board, it just means there's no indication as far as directional bias on sentiment over here. So all this, if you're seeing this for the first time, all this is doing is showing the stocks being mentioned over here on social media, and then the direction as far as the comments are concerned. So Mullen negative, Apple, AMC, all downside. This Hellbiz popped up this morning in Nanovibronics, NAOV, guys.
Vibronics.
This COSM is the one that I think, a lot of people have been watching this stock for the last couple of days, right? It's up 31%, but this gap up, this latest gap up feels a lot more like, was it Wednesday? Yeah, that's Wednesday. Like Wednesday more than anything else to me, where it's just so much strength in the pre-market on a big gap after a strong, solid, I think even good technical run to the upside, another gap up, then you're running the pre-market here. But this actually got to the open before it made a high on Wednesday, and that high was at 65. I just feel like if it gets down and holds 65, maybe it'll have a bit of a bid there. But they get ran into 90 cents and is already pulled back into 75. So it feels to me a lot of times when I see that I'm looking for the short off that high. It's close enough to that $2 or that $1 level that it does make some sense. You're going to find some profit takers. This was just a week ago, you were sitting at 15 to 20 cents. So I think there's going to be a little bit more profit taking if that hasn't already happened today. 65 makes a heck of a lot of sense for a bit of a base. If it bounces there, I don't mind engaging in a long on this stock, but I don't want to be chasing it too much in the middle. If it does see $1, I'd anticipate if I shorted off the pre-market highs, I'm out above 90 cents, so I wouldn't be still holding a short 10% against me at $1. I'd be looking to make another trade off that level. Last time there was some big time bag holding when it tried to bounce off the same 75, 80 cents and then level off at $1, failed that break miserably. So there's probably a lot of shares that'll be on that offer when it gets to $1. So I'll be looking for that 65 dip buy on COSM. 37 million shares. It's going to do a lot of volume, probably a few hundred million shares, so lots of liquidity with this one today.
Yeah, that's the thing with having Neil here, because he's going to look at those names, the COSMs and the NAOVs. Me, not so much. So I'm going to stick with what I do, which is the futures. I don't know if we're going to introduce it, or should we just jump right into it? Yeah, okay. All right, we'll go right into the futures here. So, all right, futures, levels. What are we working with? This is going to be, all right, unfortunately, I got to do this in front of camera. This is not going to be the best of days. It seems like the way they're setting things up, it doesn't look like it's going to be that great of an easy read to make. I mean, yesterday we were talking about this inflection point at 4,000, bounce fail. Then you got Fed coming around here at Fed speakers coming around here around 4,000, and then we fell off, right? So I saw what Dan posted as well, is that NASDAQ actually bounced a lot more into yesterday's kind of consolidation range versus the ES, and the NASDAQ is a little bit stronger starting off, even in the pre-market. So ES, relatively weak compared to the NASDAQ, so it is kind of just a little bit closer to the bottom than the NASDAQ is. So the way it's moving around, remember, we still have that 39.55 that I gave you guys yesterday. So that's still in play. We haven't broken it. We bounced off of 39.60, so okay, that's fine. New level now we have above 4,000 at 4,005. So what I'm going to do here is I don't want to trade anything here in the 70s, at least not right now. What I want to see is, can we bounce above 90 and into the 95s? If we can and get into this range here, I'd like to play on the short side. If we then, let's just say we continue on down, we crack yesterday's low and actually bounce around here, I'd be open to the idea of potential longs here. I mean, it is closer to going along on the long side than it is on the short side, but at the same time, the strength isn't there just yet for me to be like, you know what, I like the long so far, let's go with it. So the issue I have now is that with S&P doing absolutely nothing in the middle, that also keeps me away from a lot of these equity positions because I want to be on the same side with everything. So if I decide that I think the futures are going to be negative, then I know overall negative sentiment in the market means I can then step into some shorts in the equity side. For now, though, if we're doing this and we're going to be sitting right in the middle, I'm going to have to hold off on equity positions as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through my list of equity stocks, stocks, and then set up some names that I would potentially long if we were set up on the right side, and then potential shorts. So whenever this market makes a move and decides that, hey, we're going to be negative or we're going to be positive, then I can just go into that group and start pulling names for equity positions as well. So for now, it looks like a whole lot of nothing here around these 70s. I think if we can bounce around or at least drop around 10 points more, we'll get a better indication of how this low from yesterday is going to play. The low from yesterday is 39.60 quarter. So if we can get through there, break 60s, are we just going to take out stops? Are we going to extend yesterday's move? That's all going to be answered about 10 points or so. Until that happens, or even if we bounce through 90, which is a pre-market high, I'm going to stay away from this. And I think it's just better off saving your capital for the trades that are easier versus trying to capture something in the middle. And to be fair, I'm not a great range trader, so I know my weaknesses, and this is one of my weaknesses. So I'm going to stay away from this until it gets to a point where I can actually work my strength, which is going to be these consolidation plays and these extension moves. So be patient a little bit. It might take me a little bit longer to fill up that position board at the bottom there, but when we do get going, we'll make sure it's right.
We have all day, Arun, all good. Let's jump into what we need to know heading towards the open here. Under 30 minutes to go, guys. Just watching Apple moving around a little bit. We'll talk about Apple coming up. We'll talk about Tesla. Make sure you grab that every single day. It's all you need in the pre-market. It has everything in one neat, very organized package for you as far as what is moving and why. All you have to do is hit that link, enter your email address, and then it just shows up every day in your inbox. Let's talk Chinese ADRs back to the upside. Last week we were discussing the fact that it seemed every day you come in and there's a gap either one way or the other based off the latest headline. Here it is. Beijing coming out overnight talking reopening once again, or at least hopes of reopening, because for the first time in a week, cases fell yesterday versus a week ago. So remember, on the weekend, they reported 40,000 new cases. So here we are 24 hours or 48 hours later, and they're talking about cases dropping once again. So all of these back to the upside. Again, some minor headlines on Alibaba. There's Bilibili as well with earnings. A little better than expected here. I can drag this over and show you this. Upbeat Q3 results. Forecast was better than expected as well for BILI.
Yeah, and look, you beat expectations for Bilibili, and you also get some positive news, I guess. And yeah, Bilibili, not my lover, but it's just a stock, and it's trying to bounce to the upside off the 50 period, and that's all I care about here. Overall, like I like what I see when I look at this $13 on the daily chart. You got resistance previously. You're breaking out the channel. You have a couple of positive catalysts as well. Now you are gapping up rather heavily. So I do expect a lot of times like that initial move at the open could get pretty violent. And it's like a 1325, 1330 area that I think is that sort of base here. And if it's above that, I think there's room to still run to the upside. Lots of overhead resistance to get to 16, 17. But I'm going to respect that. I like Bilibili. I want to have an idea to the long side where I'm just only looking for some longs in there, whereas I'm more ambiguous about something like JD. JD is just all about that 54 level for me. Right, you're beneath that level. I'm believing in the short, and then the second you're breaking out above, I think you just have so much room to get into the upside. That's gapped up 7%. It's just the COVID news behind this one, but you got to pick and choose your spots here. And yesterday, I might be looking at some BABAs and some NEOs. Neither one of those worked out particularly well for me. We just got away from it at the open, thank goodness, because that would have been torture if you're just sitting there averaging into shorts. But yeah, I'm sticking with Bilibili and JD.com today. I will be looking at NEO just in case I see that $11 level, but my focus is on these other two.
Yeah, and I talked about PDD earlier, and Billy, absolutely. The chart's much cleaner on Billy, especially if we can get going past this. You know, it says 1420 here, but if I go back to, what is this, the 18th of November, we had some late session kind of bottoming out here around that 1420 and then overnight consolidation. So if we can get above that, I'd be more comfortable with the idea of potentially getting on the long here and joining in. But again, like I said, I want the market to cooperate as well. While we were talking about that, there was quite a question in the chat about whether you use advanced decliners or so, or not, the indicator. It used to be an important thing. Now, not so much. With the way that tech is weighted in these indexes, it really doesn't matter. Like, even if all these names are going up, if Apple, Microsoft, and Amazon are down, the market's going down. So not anymore. It used to be a big thing, but I think, at least my opinion is not anymore. The way that tech controls these markets, if you go into the top 6 names, that's like 40% of the NASDAQ out of 100. So it shows you the influence that these tech names have. So advanced decliners, not as important as to me anymore than it used to be.
All right, let's continue along here. Tesla back on watch here this morning, back to the upside. As we were watching there, they were talking about it with I think it was a Morgan Stanley analyst on CNBC and discussing whether or not this Twitter mess is a bit of a distraction for Elon. I guess answer was no. 1.25 to the upside right now for Tesla. If you missed it yesterday, he was going back and forth with a few different people from Apple, talking about why they're not advertising on the platform anymore, talking about apparently Elon was saying that Apple was threatening to remove the Twitter app from the App Store, which would not be good, obviously. Then there was this story yesterday as well, that revamped Model 3 on its way. It looks like it's just a cost-cutting bid. They're going to reduce the amount of components and complexity of the interior of the car only for this new Model 3, guys. What do we do with this? Tesla back upside again.
Well, I mean, cost cutting's good, but I mean, the stock didn't care about anything. It just, this was running up, and there was a freight train, and there was, you stand in front of it, and you got run over. And it was just that 8:30, again, it's just that 8:30 breakout on Tesla. There's nothing complicated about the fact that sometimes these things find a consolidation, and then when it got above, it was just open air, and I'm kicking myself, because one of the things I learned from yesterday's trade is if I like two obvious levels on a chart, like I like 180, I'm like, oh, sit in a short, I like that 180 level, and then I don't like anything till it gets into 185. But that's a pretty wide gap. So like a lot of times that can be a reversal point. If I think there's two major levels within earshot of each other, then maybe just that breakout trade is going to be in play. Now, I'm not going to get that shot today because we're essentially diddling in the middle of a range. I like 188, 188, 189, where you made that top before. That seems rather obvious to me. I probably don't like the bids till it gets down into 180. This could just be a wait day for me on Tesla and just say, allow it to make its extreme move and then try to get into it. And if it's going to be a dip, allow it to get into a significant price level and not try to chase too far. I look over at something like Lucid that I completely ignored yesterday, and it is going to load up in a second. There we go. Come on, Lucid. Maybe a little bit more clear weakness. I was favoring shorts yesterday in Tesla, but a little bit more clear weakness in something like a Lucid, where it's been trying to catch bids, and you've just ticked below $10 in yesterday's trade. A couple of times you got below 10, you closed below 10, you're testing below 10 again. You look at the daily chart here. If you're shorting an EV name, which one makes a little bit more sense to have the bias? So like I know I was a little too much focused on Tesla here, and I see Lucid, and if it's holding below that 10, making a fresh low, breaking yesterday's bottoms, probably an easier trend to be working with. So I'm going to pay for my locates in Lucid so that I'm locked and loaded and ready to go. If it breaks out this low at 980, well, I know I can take that short, making fresh lows. Who knows? Does it go to 950? Does it go to 9? And then if it breaks 10, 10, 10, I can get out of that one. And the trend's clear with this, where it's not as clear with Tesla.
Talk about a clear trend. If you go out on a daily on Tesla, okay.
Okay, no, I'm talking shorter time.
No, I know, but I'm saying like in terms of trend, and if you're like, oh yeah, Tesla's strong today, but we're strong into this.
Yeah.
So until we break this clear move, remember this was a consolidation from August, September, and October, which we broke right at the end of, August and September, which we broke right at the end of September going into October. And then since then, we just kind of took out another consolidation low, and now we're sitting underneath with the trend line. Update is a 1.8, or what is the percentage? I don't have it here. Anyways, it's up at 185 right now. It's about $2 and change from where it closed, but at the same time, it's going into this trend line. So, I mean, if you could break it down to a smaller chart, you can be like, okay, well, there's that trend line that we were talking about that we drew on the daily, and here we are consolidating in front of it. This is going to be one to watch. What I want to see is what happens here at 190. That's going to be the important one. That's why you see this red line here with the marker. That's my alert. In the event that Tesla gets above 190, are we going to break stops and come back in, or are we just going to extend and just break that multi-day trend line and then extend back through? That's going to be, I would find that hard to believe that we do it in one shot, but we'll see how this 190 handles itself. And the flip side of this is we get into the 188 and we stall again. You join the trend line, you take a short, put 190 as your stop, and see if you can actually continue the extension to the downside on a bigger chart. So that's the chart I'm working with. Daily-wise, yeah. Intraday-wise, I mean, it's not doing a whole lot right now, slightly up, but at the same time, there's a big trend line looming from the multi-day. That's what I pay attention to.
Some comments coming through there from the IAE urging OPEC Plus to consider fragile global economy, but That actually caused a little bit of selling in oil back to the downside, or session lows anyways, for crude right now. Here is a look at, I just pulled up CVX. I mean, you can look at any of these. Oxy's a little bit better, I think, at this point. But all of these gapping up with the price for crude. Is there a trade here, guys, as we get a little bit of a follow-through move from this rally that kicked off yesterday in oil?
I sort of laid out what I was looking for with, and look, the answer is usually always a maybe. Like, I think you were showing the channel break, and if we just quickly look at the runes chart, just very quickly there. So you're looking for a bit of a channel break on oil futures to be able to get out and above that 80 level. And if you're going to play inside of the range, I always look at Oxy or XOM as the two that I try to go to. And if we stay inside the range and manage to find some support, I like Oxy because of the 50 period. It's going to be 68.5. So I want to give it some time to settle itself down as it's getting back into that downside. And if it can bounce again off that 50, like each time it's held, there's been a solid rally off of that for the next couple of sessions. I get it. It's trending to the downside, so I'm not expecting as big of a move as I think you saw. Like the last time it bounced a 50 period, you got $7, like a 10% bounce. And then, we got that last week, and it bounced again for a day before retracing back in. So I'm just looking for, just give me one bounce off that 68.5. And if it gets into 70, 71, that's fantastic. I have no issues with that. But each time it's been a little bit more shallow bouncing that range. And unless you get that breakout on the oil futures, I don't think you can shoot for too much more. If we do get a big breakout, I like 115 short on XOM. Brick wall on the daily chart. You don't see it very often where a level is going to stand out kind of like this. But when you do, if it gets to that price, you set your alerts, just be ready. Because we get back up there, it's essentially been free money trading off that level. And at some point, if there's a breakout there, I think it's going to be a good one. It doesn't mean it has to, but I'm going to be shorting that if I see 115s today or at any point the next week or so on XOM.
Yeah, I talked about the crude futures. CL, January contract is in play right now. So the F contract and 80, that's it's pretty clear at this point. 80 has to be the level where you make a decision. We either get through 80 for an extension to the upside, or we get through 80, fail, shorts in play, stops gone off above 80, and then you work the short. But right now, there's a clear uptrend, consolidation in front of 80. We'll see how this consolidation plays out, but this is going to have to kind of resolve itself before we make a decision on whether we actually go for the long or the short. But it's all going to be centered around this 80 mark here. So we're going to keep an eye on this. It just came down to 78 and change and bounced right back to 78.50. So they did try to go down through that bottom end low, that overnight low here around 1:30 in the morning, and caught a bid. So we're still supporting that bottom. So it could easily consolidate with a late session breakout. And oil kind of does its own thing on its own time, right? It doesn't have to go just because the market opens at 9:30, oil moves. Oil moves on its own. So we can get a move around noon, 1. We got the pit session close around 2:30. So you might get some movement right at the end there, but I would keep an eye on this as it consolidates above or underneath this 80 mark.
It was big tech that led the overall market downside heading into the close yesterday. One of the weakest ones was Apple. Here's a look right now. We're basically flat to slightly higher. Remember, this gap was mostly on the China news, the Foxconn news. If you missed it yesterday, they're going to come 6 million short as far as iPhone 14 Pro production goes. We had this move back downside late in the day yesterday on that Elon and Apple back and forth. Apparently, Apple threatening to remove Twitter from the App Store. So, I mean, Apple kind of flat here, as I mentioned, guys, but not a good look here considering the strength back in some of those Chinese ADRs today.
Look, it's not participating, and maybe that just means you have a different set of money that moves Apple around than some of those ADRs. And look, Apple yesterday was off that 50 period. It's been bouncing above that on the daily chart quite some time, and then it broke below, held below. That's 147 on the daily. Yesterday, looking shorts in front of it. It popped, didn't quite get, it got close to 147, didn't quite get there, but it was close enough, and it was a short from that level. And I'm just going to go back to the same well. If you get a pop into there, you got to be above 147 to convince me not to short the pop in Apple. And if this is going to start trending down, it's going to be difficult for the market to move to the upside and find strength if Apple is rejecting the 50 period and sort of breaking that trend of finding support every single time it was bouncing in this range. And if it does continue to trend down, you can kind of see there's some room for Apple to fall. It's one of the last tech names to make a move to the downside, actually holding up really well off those June lows, getting almost all the way back up into 180. But now that it's back below the 50 and the 200, you run some risk that it can drag the market with us here. So I'm looking shorts in front of 147 on Apple, just looking at this one beneath that 50 period on the daily. It worked yesterday. If it doesn't work today, then at least I will have gone down in a losing trade that I love the level, I like the setup, and I'm going to end up trying to follow my rules here. If it's above 147 and holding above there, I have no business trying to re-enter shorts above that price.
I mean, this chart, for me, this chart looks like the AMD chart and the Micron chart, the NVIDIA chart, which is just bounced back up, gap above that bottom that we put in late in the evening or late in the afternoon, and now catch a bid around that overnight session. So it's going to be a hard one. It's again, I'm going to say the same thing I said with AMD and NVIDIA: is let them take that low. If they can take out yesterday's low, and NASDAQ has been relatively strong compared to the ES, so it's going to be important to see that NASDAQ would take Apple would take yesterday's low, NASDAQ as well, but Apple controls a lot of the NASDAQ. But anyways, the way it's trading, there's resistance here. Why? This is where we spent a lot of time consolidating before we made that move in the afternoon. So that 145 with a ton of flexibility, 50, 60 cents on either side, we're not that far off. So it's going to be a matter of what do we do once we get back here? Are we actually going to respect the bottom that we put in yesterday, or are we going to actually just continue the extension? And I think that's what the market, it seems like, at least from looking at all these names, you got the chip names, you got Apple as well. I haven't looked at Amazon and Microsoft just yet, but they all seem to be waiting for a decision to be made in terms of how this market wants to play yesterday's low. Right. Once we get that indication, I think a lot of trades and names are going to open up a little bit. But for now, it seems like everything is just waiting to see how this market's going to play the low of yesterday. So if that's the case, probably going to get that indication and better information at the open when a lot of volume comes in. So we're going to wait for that, see what that brings us, and then maybe we have a better decision to be made.
All right, here's a look at, in the crypto group, there's individual catalysts once again this morning. Here's a look at one of them, Silvergate, back to the upside. In the pre-market, they came out and said they have minimal exposure. They didn't actually specify, but minimal exposure to what happened yesterday to BlockFi, I should say, with the bankruptcy filing coming through early on yesterday. Here's a look at BTC. Meanwhile, we did get a nice bounce late in the day back to some of these resistance levels from last week. A lot of wicks up here as we start to curl back to the downside for Bitcoin on the hourly chart. This is Ethereum, same kind of look, back to, or trying to test anyways, 1200 as we head towards the open. Guys, what do we do with crypto-related stocks today?
Well, I'm looking to fade Silvergate. Fade just means if the stock goes up, I want to short it. It actually sets up to have a breakdown at 25. I've been hesitant with breakdowns on the stock before, but it had all kinds of resistance at 27 yesterday. So if I see that price, I'm looking for it. I mean, look at the trend. It's pointless to say this has been trending to the downside. You guys have been seeing what's happening in crypto, and no, they're going to talk about not having exposure yesterday, what happened with BlockFi, but overall, until I actually see like this breaking channels above, maybe it could hold 25, maybe it consolidate, maybe it can break 30. All these things can happen in the near future. Until that, I'm just going to favor short side of the trade. So I am sitting in front of 27 in case there's a big pop. But if this gets beneath, 25 looks good when you pull up like a 3-minute chart or a 5-minute chart or something. But when you look at it on the 15, it probably needs to take out this 24.5 or something, and it's just a little too much diddling here, and I'm going to sit and wait for 27. I think Coinbase isn't that badly set up either, but the levels I like in Coinbase might just be a little further away. 45 was a monster level yesterday. It got up there in a huge spike, squeeze, and then gave it all back. I mean, everything. That's weak. That's what weakness looks like. When it tries to make a big breakout, rejects heavily, and gives it all back. It was one of the more bullish names in the open, and then gave it back. Now you're pretty much right back where you started. So I'm pretty bearish on this name as well. I'm just not sure we get to see that 45. I've seen Silvergate on light volume kind of give you the opportunities to get in, whereas I'll need to be patient and wait for 45 on coin. It's actually up right now, a little bit better than the overall market. So not crazy if the market catches a bounce that you could see 45 on coin.
Yeah, I'm not even going to touch that. Not for me. None of those charts, nope. What I am going to do is, who was this? It was somebody in the chat, Rainmaker, talking about rail strike and what's happening with the requests to get Congress involved. Okay, that would get my attention here. And immediately I'm looking at CP because they bought, was it CP or CNR that bought Kansas City? Southern.
Kansas Southern. It was CNR, I thought it was.
Okay.
I have to double
regardless,
check.
it really doesn't matter. You can take a look at both names. CNR, I don't even have it here. CNR is in Toronto. Anyways, we'll go with CP because they are dual listed. So CP, the way they're consolidating here and then looking to kind of make a move near the top, that's what I want to see. If we're going to get this info, 80 break to the downside, break down, easy consolidation, break to the downside. And then if we were to take the top off, that's an easy trade, just north of 82. I would argue a little bit higher. I'm almost inclined to go to 82.50 sideways, but I would imagine there's going to be some volume coming into these names going into the open or at the open. So we'll keep an eye on that going in. Quickly, as I talk about that, let's see what the imbalances look like. RLX 558 to the buy, Neo buy side 440, and that's it. I mean, you got Mullen there, buy side 260, but these are small. These are going to be small. And the thing is, though, with today, you're probably not going to get a whole lot of index action. But tomorrow, when MSCI does the rebalance, there's going to be a lot of names in here with unusually large size in the morning and much bigger in the afternoon. So definitely pay attention to tomorrow's imbalances. I won't be here, but I'm sure Sean and Neil will be on top of that for you guys. So keep an eye on that. For now, not a whole lot there going on the imbalance side.
Yeah, because it's month end, right?
Yeah,
so, yeah, it's all about the month end. But Neil's actually worth watching here. I know this has failed that breakout a couple of times at 1075, but now the last time it was up here was a successful short. 3 days in a row, I was essentially shorting Neo, and then the third day was not a charm. That's because I think I got away from, it was a key breakdown. I tried to get that on the way back up, but just look at it, 1075. It's a big level. I just got some Roku in here, so we'll start that one. I know I want to be net short in Roku beneath that 50 period, even testing back up to 53. But yeah, I like this 1080 level on NIO. If it breaks out, fair enough. You got room to run to the upside, but until it does, allow it to get to that price. Be patient off the open. If it wants to grind higher, just let it come to you is kind of what I'm going to look for on NIO. But yeah, I'm going to add that one to my list here because I saw it on the imbalance locator. I was like, well, did I even have a look at Neo? No, I didn't really have a deep enough look there. Roku, which we just got into, look, it's just taken out this 52.5. I think I showed you guys breaking on the daily chart to the downside. Got the downgrade. I think it was by Baird, I want to say. But the trend, riding the 50. Let's just work this one south side. And I'm going to be shorted until it gets to that 53 at least. We didn't talk about Amazon, I don't think. There was a bit of a notes offering. That daily chart's not going to be much of use here today. There was a huge spike at the open on Amazon. It got all the way to 96. That's where there was a bit of a liquidity vacuum kind of abated. And then you saw some selling come back in at 95. And 95 was the level I was favoring in yesterday's trade. I'm going to go back to the well here saying if it fails 95, I think there's still some shorting opportunities in the stock at that particular price. And I like a 93 bid on Amazon, if only because it showed you 93 was a bit of a level in yesterday's trade. Like a couple of times it was bouncing off that. I got to use the 15 here. There we go. A couple of times it was bouncing off of that level at 93. And I just like that for a bit of support here on Amazon. Might get there pretty early on the open with only 2 minutes to go. We talked a little bit about Tesla. The Chinese ADRs are going to be in play. And then I don't want anyone to sleep on this. I know I'm probably going to be the one looking at it today. Arun's not going to look necessarily at that COSM. It's a penny stock, but it is making a good range. It actually just bounced higher. So it's up at 81 here. I'm looking for that fade off the pre-market high, which is 90 cents, 89 cents or so. If there's one little pop and I can short 87, 88 off that 90 level, get good risk to reward, that play back into 75, 80 is what I'm looking for here on COSM. If it gets to 65, that's where I'd be looking for the dip buy, but it's a ways away from that price.
Yeah, I'm looking at, as the market falls off quickly, I'm looking at the big index name in the market. What is it? It's Apple. Are we making a move to the 143.50 low? Close to that. I think if we can get this going, Apple gets going. The market is starting to fall off a little bit here, south of 70 now, and we're getting closer and closer to the open. So if Apple falls off, futures market falls off, then we might be in short mode. We'll see. We saw what happened yesterday at the open when the market decided it wants to rally off of 4,000 by 15 points. So we'll see if we get back on action. I do not want to be short when that action comes in. So we're going to be patient with this one. I say that all the time. We're going to be patient with this one. But
because you should be patient.
Yeah, I mean,
patience is good. Patience is good.
Hey, listen, making money is no joke. So don't mess around when if you got to wait, you got to wait.
And with about 20 seconds to go here, we're locked and loaded. Got a few names on watch. Of course, Amazon 95 going to come into play. Already looking at that NEO as well. JD.com, because the Chinese names are going to be in play. And that 54 level, pretty much right here, right now. And we got Justin on the bell. As I look over, oh yeah, got the nice sweater on, the blue sweater. But ring it in 4, 3, 2, and... And that toque is not for show. It is actually pretty cold in here. I'm not going to lie. Oh, Roku already dumping there. So we're battling JD. It's about to take that 54, at least testing it. But Roku just got down to 51. I did ring the register on some shares, and I'll try and rinse and repeat that one. But already we're testing this 54 here on JD.com. If it fails this break, it just took out 54 here. Failure of the break would be can't get through like the first $0.50 or so and then slamming back down. That's where I'd look for the short over there in JD. So as I monitor that, I go back over to Roku. That's the only thing we sat in this pre-market. It touched 52, already got some out at 51, and I'm looking to rinse and repeat every single pop. I want to be shorting Roku until it shows me it's above 53.
Yeah, I am going to make a move, guys. I'm not going to wait until the open, or at least we get more information. Where am I going to go? I'm going into the crude market. Why? Because nothing on the equity side isn't that interesting. But I like the fact that we took out the overnight low and then snapped right back into that bottom end of the range. I'm going to see if I can grab a dip move here. We're trading at 78, what is it, 78.80, 78.90. I'm going to sit closer, about 30, 40 cents down, and see if I can catch an entry closer to that bottom end. And then, of course, I'm going to put the stop below that 77 mark and see if I can't risk 1.5 to get at least a look at that 80 mark, because once we get to 80, we're probably going to run a little hot. So I'm going to put an entry out. We'll see if it gets filled. I do think our NYMEX positions do show up on the board, so that should be fine. It's just the CME side of things. And futures market, what is it doing? It's putting in a new not overnight, but at least a new low here. Now at 66. We still need to get through that bottom end for me to get involved here on the future side of things here. I'm still waiting for that 60 to go. If we can get through that low, then I'd be more content with the idea of going for the shorts on a bounce. But for now, I'm just hoping that, which one is it? The Roku. I just hope that Roku bounces, because that's the short
it might not bounce much, man. You got see, the thing about this is, like, if you're scalp trading it, then it's easier to take multiple entry points. And I totally get it. Like, if it runs into 53, 54, you're going to want to pay out that dollar. But I did just reload it at 51.75. It's back down into 51. So every time it gets down into 51, I want to get some more shares out. I have my 15-minute up just so I keep things in perspective. But on the 3-minute chart, it's down 5%. I think it could go lower. I want to get every single short I can in this trend. And just before we go to Brendan, JD.com. So it broke 54. There's your wick top higher, and then it slammed right back in there. So I wanted to see if it would fail that break. It got to 54.40. I'm in the short. I'm going to take one more leg in this if it gets up to that 54 price again. So shorting the pop there in JD after that failed break. Brendo?
Early mover here, guys. Geo Group, GEO, one we've looked at many times on the show. Back to the upside here, 10% already. On this note, Wedbush with a very, very positive note. Raising to outperform as COVID-era rules are removed. Positive for this one. Geo Group on the run.
Yeah.
Okay, on the run, Geo Group. Oh, I did get another share on Roku there, another fill on Roku. So it got to fill at 51, and now it's starting to bounce into the upside. So we got the scalp trade. If it tests 53, we're going to have to give it that burst that we were talking about there. The next time it rolls over, I want to look to be able to add back into it, but I've got to see it make a real run at that top and then try to roll. There's some names that are making some moves here, and I hate that I'm only looking at the Chinese ADRs. It's just Billy just went ham. I was looking for dip buys to trend this one. I liked the long, but unless you were sitting in the long, forget about it. This one's absolutely gonzo now. I'm looking back at this 14.25, 14.30 area that it broke out from to see if we can't catch a dip buy in front of that, as this is just going crazy. But they're the ones that had earnings, right? So a bit of a better catalyst other than a few less COVID cases, everything gaps up. This actually had a beat on earnings.
Yeah, I'm setting up some names in the event that this market actually bounces. What names am I going to go for longs on? Obviously, I'm trying to get my hands on some crude contracts. At the same time, thank you in the chat for putting this up. Microsoft, okay, nice little bounce here off the bottom here. If we can just get above 244, I'd say we took out yesterday's little consolidation point in the late morning into the afternoon here around 243.50, 243 even. If we can get above that with this strong move, then I think with the market bouncing and Microsoft going to the upside, then that would make sense for a potential long. It does look somewhat strong here at the moment. Apple, however, is heading to the downside. So still waiting on Apple to make a move through that 143.50 and yesterday's low. We're not getting any cooperation from the market as a whole. Apple going down, but not the S&P side of things. So we're just gonna, wait a little bit more, see if we can get some more info. Not getting much right now.
Oh, I totally forgot about Win. Win's breaking 81, and I think we were talking about this one in yesterday's trade. It was a good long. We bought the dip on Win into 76, but it was this level on the daily chart that we're looking to see if it could take out, but it was nowhere close to that as it was falling off in the pre-market. Now you're breaking out on Win, and I like this one above that 81 area. I just feel like if it's going to hold this, sustain this break, I'm going to go to the daily chart for a second. If it's going to make this breakout from here, there's room to get to 84. So I want to take a couple of swings at this on Win after the good, strong trade that we saw in yesterday on it. I did just get into Billy, and then JD makes another move. I have not taken anything out. Oh, goodness. My Bluetooth just disconnected, so if there's a throw to Brennan, I'm probably not going to hear it because that just disconnected on me. JD.com, sorry. Hit enter twice, just made another check up. Like, this is insane. It did another wick top here. I tried to grab it. I saw it go to 54. This is what I was scrambling at. I tried to get into some more shares after put a second wick in. And then this is me just sort of hanging around offering 53.70s as it continues to fall to the downside. I'm going to look 53 for the first out. I'll try to clean up these charts a little bit because I'm getting these crazy wicks from the pre-market. But another wick top through the high of the day on JD in that 54 level. Just another reason for me to like that short. So I got Win long, got Billy long, but it's Roku and JD to the short side.
Brandon.
Meta, guys, back to the upside here. A big move out of the gate here. It's TrendForce with a positive note here talking about Sony PS VR2 and Meta Quest 3 pushing global shipments of VR devices. So Sony getting into the game here. So a nice look here for Meta up big time.
No. Crude, what are you doing? Why? Oh, it's gone. Okay. All right, that was the trade I really wanted. Try to play that low end of the range. And now here we are at 79.45 already.
I got one for you.
Closer and closer to that 80. That's going to be a problem. Damn it. All right, what's up?
Well, okay, now my thing is fixed, so we're pretty much good there. All you do is win, win, win no matter what. Got casinos on my mind. I'm never giving up. And every time I step into the building, the stock of Win goes up, and it stays there. That's all I got. That's all I got. I don't really freestyle but I'm not a rapper. Billy also making a power move into 15 even. I don't know who's selling at 15, but they're doing a hell of a lot of it up here. So I'm going to want to pay myself out. I got the dip buy on the breakout. Should have had the break, missed the break, move on to the next. That's going to be taking the consolidation or bounce off of the breakout level on volume. I got to zoom this chart in for you guys. But it has wick top through 15, lower high wick through 15, again a second time. A lot of times you can get a big flush off that. So just be a little bit careful with this. It is a late move here, and it's already up 18%, which is pretty much insane. So as that and Win go to the upside, I got to watch out for JD because this gave me that perfect entry twice. And then once I saw Billy start going the second time, now JD's making another run at that 54. So I didn't get more shares in the first time it wicked high off that 54. This time, if it rejects 54 again, I'm going to look to add to it. But I'm not adding unless it's on the way back into said downside. Going to have to respect the strength it's showing. Apple, yeah, you can like the short all you want. But this is me canceling my 147 for now because Apple is just absolutely cratering here. So unfortunately for myself, Apple has gotten away, and I'm looking for some shorts and some other names as well. But Intel, the chips have been pretty strong this morning. Kick myself over Apple, not finding an entry. Intel has a wick high through 29. The chips are looking like they're showing some strength here in the day. So I want to be very, very patient with any shorts on a chip name, just given what I'm seeing here. 1% up on Intel. And you said Softy's making some moves. Well, I should have looked at Softy.
That was a strong candidate, but I mean, with the way things are moving right now, man, Apple, yes, taking a look at yesterday's low. You know what else is breaking down hard and fast? Netflix. Oof. We're down now. We put in a $3 from the open here, moved down through 280. I'm just trying to figure out whether we can actually stay below 280 or not. It's bouncing around quite a bit, but we're underneath yesterday's consolidation low, which is around 281. Taking out stops below 280. Is this the one thing I always wait for when we take out these round numbers? Is it just stops being taken out, or are we actually going to trade underneath? Because the last thing you want to do is like, oh, 280 is breaking, take a short, and then it's just stops are done, and then we just snap right back. So I'm keeping an eye on this one. So we've got Apple taking a look at yesterday's low. S&P is not reacting at all for this. I'm not sure what's keeping it up. I mean, was it Microsoft that was strong? Because if
Microsoft
Apple's
is
going,
strong.
Yeah, okay. And then what's the last one? Amazon would be the third one.
No, Meta's strong.
But Meta's not. Meta doesn't have much of a weight.
Meta's
in
not
the
a big
index.
weight. I'm just
Yeah.
looking for names that are strong here because
Yeah.
Meta's up at 111, and I mean I'm going to cancel my 108 bid. I'm probably not going to be able to get that on Meta. 112 is where I think you got to be looking over at on Meta. That looks like it's going to be some resistance. But yeah, I don't know. I'm seeing it's Apple to be sure that's to the downside. Amazon's. I mean, it's not doing much of anything. I know it's sliding down, but it's nowhere near that 93 that I'm watching for. So I'm going to be patient with it. I got to go back over to JD because it just keeps on a 15-minute. This is keeping me more grounded to understand that it's not doing as much as I think. It's still challenging that 54, but it's not really rejecting it yet. Until it rejects it, I don't want to be adding back into it. Billy has just made another run at 15, but this time it got through 15, and it's making a fresh high here. I don't want to give this one up. Until it breaks this 52 quarter, it gets back beneath that 15 even. And even if it breaks higher, then I think you're dip buying 15s, up 20%. Billy's on an absolute tear at this point, and I just want to stay involved with it. I do need to check in on NEO here because NEO did press up. I like 1075. It got to 1070 and then rejected. But look at that wick bottom and charge up on NIO. So they probably run stops at the bottom and are going to make another run at the high of the day here. If it breaks that high, NEO's got some room to run, and it might have trapped some shorts in there as well. So I might not blindly short that level. I think you need to get that at the open.
Yeah, I'm still looking at that Netflix, and Netflix is still flirting with that 280. Doesn't want to stay underneath. Still walking the fine line there between it being a stop run and it actually finding a reason to stay underneath. Crude, obviously, at 2.5%. Crude's still going. Well, it's backing off a little bit, but it's this move now. The entire move the first time around was a matter of getting the low and then trying to see if we can get through the top. Now that we got to the top, and if we back off again, I don't want to get into this the second time if we back off the top. What I'm going to do is if we get back into the low and set it up again, then I throw a bid down and see if I can't get along there on crude. That read is still technically in play for the moment. We'll just wait on crude a little bit here. Visa is the trade that you saw pop into my charts here. Why am I going long on Visa? Well, we were underneath. I was waiting to see what would happen if we got underneath 210. I gave it a chance to actually trade underneath for a little bit, and it didn't look like it was going to snap back. It found resistance. We broke through that consolidation around 211. I gave it a little bit of flexibility down to 210. Market's not doing a whole lot here. Apple breaking down. What was the other name? Apple was breaking down, and Netflix was breaking down. So somewhat larger names on the downside break, and I'm more confident with the idea of going for shorts on names like this. So consolidation break to the downside. Obviously, we're not getting help from the market just yet, but behind the scenes, it does seem like there's some big names rotating to the downside. So I'm going to go ahead and start looking at the short side here. Visa is going to be the first name that I'm looking at. So I am short here at 209.95. Stop on this is just north of 212 and change. So we're going to leave that one alone and see if we can find something else. Apple bounced back. Okay, that's interesting. We took out yesterday's low and then bounced right back. I figured something like this would happen. That's why I don't go for the low breaks immediately. But at the same time, it's showing weakness. The fact that we're willing to take yesterday's low, it shows weakness. So I'm okay with that. We'll go after the really weak names for the time being until this market actually makes a move to the downside.
Okay, so a couple of things very quickly here before we go to Brendan. There's a move up in COSM happening. So I'm still going to look for short 87, 88 in front of 90, just off that pre-market high. I just tried to get some more. I got some more Roku, reloaded that trade, but there's another wick top in JD. This is what I was kind of waiting for. Just calm down, be patient, allow it to make another wick through 54, and then try to add to it. That's the only way I wanted to get more shares in, and then continue to play Roku to the sell side. I mean, Win and Billy are kind of going, so you know when you're long in there or when you're something in the money, then you're just managing the trade. But I just got that next pop into Roku, allowed it to test up and hold up around the next resistance, but as long as we're beneath 53, I'm going to keep reloading this one. The market is weak, but some of these weaker names or some beat up names are catching some bids, and I like the short levels that we're getting. Brendo?
Fiserv, guys, a little payment processor back to the upside here. Not terribly small, but just took out that high from yesterday. There was activist note that was floating around on the internet. Looks like Benzinga, the last to report that, but big volume spike here for FIS.
I thought you said
That's what I heard
Pfizer
too. I
for a
thought
second.
I heard Pfizer.
Yeah. So Neo's making that break, and this is what, like I said, I'm not blindly shorting this one at 1075 after the move it made. And context matters, right? Like it's a big level, but it also ran stops to the downside and might have trapped some shorts in there. So there is some risk of that short. I need to see it failing a little bit more than I'm seeing right now. JD, give me a break. Of course, I don't even get any more shares into that one. But I want to get over to Apple. I know you were talking about looking for some fades in Apple, I think. I'm pretty sure that's what you just said. Beneath that 50 period, I'm not sure we see that again today. 144 has just been rejected a couple times. This market is now accelerating to the downside. And if I see that happening, I'm just going to take some more out of win. I know it's only gone at this point, and I might not even buy this dip again, because if you challenge this low, forget about it with this market coming down. But it just bounced off 81 another time, got to 81.80. I'm going to take another leg out, because pay yourself on the way up when the market is heading down. This is one of the stronger stocks out there, and there's room for it to run, but that doesn't mean I'm going to get greedy about this as the market does try to come in here. So we're going to get some more win out. Billy, I'm not as concerned, because I feel like the Chinese ADRs tend to do their own thing, and as long as it wants to hold this trend, I want to stay net long, even look for some dip buys in Billy as that one continues to go. So far so good, with the exception of Roku, which started out as, was the best trade initially, but then this last reload off 52, you're seeing it really challenge higher here, and I don't want to be adding to this until it fails that pre-market high. Like, this is one that's starting to get away. It is now testing the 50 period on the daily. That's 50, that's 50 period on the daily, but that previous resistance level or support level down at 52.5. Like, this was a big double bottom, and now it's putting a challenge in at that level. If it holds above there, then I want to be out of it and then trying to find a new scalp trade. And a new position alert, always wait for Silvergate, because Silvergate tends to come to you.
Oh man, oil also tends to come to you apparently, because after it went towards the top end of the range, right back to 78, 70. So we're definitely boxed in here on oil. We're waiting for this thing to make a move. And I'm still going to try and play this range towards that 80. As long as we are trying to get longs near the bottom end of that, this consolidation, that's the S&P. Let's go right here. This is the 30-minute on oil. As long as we're going to try to get along here in this consolidation range near the bottom, anywhere through there, I'm open to the idea of longs. I just need it to set up every single time, because I would look forward to that 80 break every single time. If we get the fail, we walk away from it, come back to it if it sets up again. But for now, it does look like oil backing off that 79.50. They're defending the 80s very well. So looks like this one may take some time. Keep in mind, consumer confidence at 10 a.m. coming out in about under 15 minutes. So I have some names here that I'd like to get involved with. Netflix, I talked about it. Netflix under 280. It's at 280, 278.60 now. So Netflix still moving to the downside. I'm holding off on adding more because of this one number, because apparently the market is very sensitive to every single number. So I don't want to get over levered, and then this number comes out, this market decides it wants to do a U-turn, and we just completely blow up to the upside. So Netflix is one option. Roku, a strong name that we were potentially looking to fade here. 52.50 going into 54, as long as we have a reason to. This is what I wanted initially. That's why I didn't want to chase after it. And then the third one was Win. Neil, you brought that one up. Win is...
it's still going up.
Yeah, it is. Wow. Okay, so Win is a long potential names if we can just get past this 10 a.m. number. And hopefully it's not that. If it's not impactful, then obviously I have the green light to go ahead and do what I need to do. But if it is impactful, last thing I want to do is get caught in a bunch of positions and this number comes out and blows them all up.
Yeah, exactly. And I think as long as you have your plan and have your outs, I don't think I've strayed away from any of the names I was looking at, but sometimes price action is going to dictate you look at something, and Shopify is close to that 40 again. It did feel like initially I was going to get that dip into 37.5 and I'd be playing along on a dip buy. Clearly that's not going to be the case, and now it's going to be that 40 level. It broke 40 yesterday by about 20 pennies, so there is some room above side here. If you're looking to short this level, I don't think you can have a hard stop at 40 even. I think you're probably just getting run over if you approach it in that regard. So I want to see it get to 40, fail probably through that 40 even, not get through 40 and a quarter, and then look for a short trade. I'm not getting the dip buy at the price I like, unfortunately, and I got to be able to walk away from that. Apple's catching a bit of a bid here, and am I showing you guys some strength in Meta? I want to get to, oh, come on. Is this chart not going to load for me now? So I wanted to get back to Meta quickly in big cap. I'm on the bid at 108 if something crazy happens into the downside on Meta. It's held this support, kind of like the Roku level, which got broken. Meta has a level like this at 108. So I have been sitting on this bid. I'm just not sure we're going to get enough weakness in the market to bring us down there. And Meta is showing signs of relative strength. If it starts holding above 110, this is a bit of a breakout. But I don't want to be doing that in front of a number and into the face of a market which is kind of trending into that downside. I think I finally, to be patient with this one, JD.com, because it just made that run to 30. I just got the shares of JD to be able to add in front of that 54 level. I said 30, but that 54 level. So I'm back in JD. I have not taken any shares out here because all I got was the initial wick entry, and I was waiting for a chance to actually get a few more. And now I'll start playing the range a little more aggressively down around VWAP or beneath it. But these are starting to try to trend into that upside, right? And why am I long Roku? I just had a bad trigger on Roku.
All right, while you take care of that, NASDAQ, taking a look at the lows, it makes sense with Apple doing what it did earlier. NASDAQ actually broke yesterday's low. What was yesterday's low? 575 quarter, and we just put it in at 571.75. So we barely broke yesterday's low, but it seems like NASDAQ has been weaker, right? It seems like no, NASDAQ was stronger to start the day. It had much more action to the upside, and then now it's weaker than the other one. So S&P not doing a whole lot, NASDAQ doing a whole lot, because here we are from 680 down towards yesterday's low, taking out yesterday's low, and we're still five points from taking out yesterday's low on the S&P side of things. So Visa, it went down, came back up. Now it's bouncing back towards 210. I'm still waiting on this consumer confidence number that comes out at 10 o'clock before I make any more moves on the equity side. For all we know, let's just say we fall off after this number. If we take out the low on the S&P, that means, given how NASDAQ's already weak, NASDAQ's going to go first. That means it's going to take Apple with it. And you said Meta was strong, so Amazon and Microsoft. Microsoft's probably going to have to be dragged by its heels because it's been somewhat strong so far. But if the market goes to the downside, NASDAQ would go first, and then I would look for the S&P to go. And if the S&P were to go and take through the 60, what I want to see is what happens below 60. And I mentioned this earlier. As long as we can actually stay underneath 60 and trade, then we have a chance to extend. If we just take out stops, and that's the thing with numbers, is that it's easy to take out stops on a whipsaw past a specific level because it's a number. There's no volume there. You just take it past and everyone freaks out, they get out, and then the market snaps right back to where it needs to be because that's where the volume is, right? So I'd keep an eye on this 60 area, see how we trade past this number, whether it's going to be a stop run or whether there's actual extension points. But keep an eye on that. We've got about 8 minutes before consumer confidence comes up. And why do I even care? There's been times where I didn't really care about these numbers, but the market's so extra sensitive now to every single number. So at this point, you got to respect what the market wants to do. So we'll pay attention to 10 o'clock. We'll hold off a little bit, and then we'll come back and make some moves here. Brendan?
Nothing specific on this one. This is another Chinese ADR, guys, but notably strong here for FUTU, which is one of those online education companies. Huge monster volume spike there as it took out the high. Maybe some stops hit there at 58, but 2 days in a row, huge day for FUTU.
Look, I feel like I'm trading enough Chinese ADRs at this point.
There's never enough.
Not to add another one. Well, no, there's never too many, but I want to update a couple of things. SI, I was able to get 26.5 out, and I'm going to get some more out of 26.25. It's a trend to the upside, and I did anticipate that I wanted that 27 or this breaking down fresh lows. It did the former, where it bounced to the upside and just playing off of afternoon resistance. I mentioned, you might have heard me say, as Arun took over, that I got a bad trigger on Roku. Yeah, so I had a bad trigger, and it was still beneath 53 I should say. So I just jumped right back into the trade. It's still beneath that 53 level. I'm going to give something up there, but I'm now back into Roku. I'm going to play some out here at that 52 level as well, see if we can't take some more profit. But SI coming down. JD is still in pocket as far as I'm concerned. In pocket means it's still in the range of the open. So it hasn't really... Like, the market's coming down here into this number, and I'd like to get something out. That's why I'm sitting here just around VWAP and halfway into the bottom end of the range, because A lot of times when you're looking for that massive gap fill, the market tells you we're going to hang out in a range a little bit, and you have to adjust, which means only shorting in front of 54, taking some out for a 50-cent win, taking some out if it gives you that 53, and then holding for the gap fill. So it's time to actually start taking profit on JD.com. I think it was the right call to get out of some win. It doesn't mean I don't believe in the long anymore. It got to 82.5. I think as long as we're holding the top end of this range, I want to play for a bigger move here on win. And if you look at what it did yesterday, this was off at wick bottoming, and then it couldn't really break out in the afternoon. So if it does the same kind of a pattern, I didn't catch the wick bottom like yesterday. I actually took it on the way back up through 81. So if it does the same pattern as yesterday's trade, I might not get better than 82 or 82.5. So I want to be very careful where I reload this trade, because it might need to be settling down at 80.5 or settling at 81 and giving it a tight berth and then sort of scalping within said range. Billy still holding up. The breakout at 1440 still ongoing. It's now back beneath 15 even. I think it's put in a couple of wick highs here. If I can even get that 15, I'll probably go ahead and take this. With the market showing signs of weakness, the extended potential move here on Billy could be abating. I just want to go to Tesla for a second for you guys. Tesla's starting to come down to that 180 level. Showing a lot of patience for myself with Tesla, because 180 where it broke out from yesterday is what I wanted to wait for. So I think we're going to get a chance for this to potentially bounce off that 180. But I got the shorts that I like here, and these are the ones that I set up for, and I'm just going to stick to them. JD, Roku, and Silvergate are three that I wanted off that open, and we got them.
Yeah, I passed on some. There goes the S&P, taking a look at yesterday's low. Probably NASDAQ's already on its lows. I passed on some names just because, like, they were, we talked about shop earlier. It was like, oh, box it in, above 39, below 38.50, blah, blah, blah. Well, it came right at the open, and they went right above 39, and now they're taking a look at 40. It happened so early on that I had to pass up on it, but it's just like, oh, really? You had to go that fast? But some names that are actually making the moves that could potentially set up nicely now are names that you were talking about earlier. Roku, right? We were talking about Roku around that 52.50, which you actually have on the short side. That's roughly where I would start looking as well, but post 10 a.m., working right into this range here, or not range, the gap here. Right now. So I'm going to keep the Visa position, which is a 45 cents in the money for now. And we'll see if we can actually get an extension to the downside using this number as the springboard to get going to the downside. If that goes first, great. Visa's already weak. It's down 0.86. It has some space to the downside, so why not? I'm looking for here around 207 into the 206 area for a first target. We'll see how this plays out. If I get that, it's about $3 or so if I can get that. Well, depending on how I manage this too, but we'll see. Well, we'll see. It all comes down to, at the end of the day, this number is going to make a big difference between whether I have to do something different or I can just stick with it, right? If something comes in and changes everything, then I got to do something different. But if this number is negative or nothing, then I just stick with what's going on. Then I can actually get into more positions once that happens. But for now, we're just going to wait it out. We're about 3 minutes out. We'll see what the market does. And to be fair, this could turn into a nothing too, right? It could just be absolutely nothing. The market does nothing different. That means now the headline risk is gone. Now you can get involved a little bit more in the market. That's all it really means if the number comes out nowhere.
Yeah, and I just looked over. There was another short that I liked, and I mentioned Lucid here, but I just checked, and we usually pay for locates. They're unavailable right now, so I just hollered at Brankel's, our assistant manager, to keep trying to get locates on this, because usually you can pay for shorts if they're unavailable, but we don't have the locates on Lucid. And it tested 10s, it broke back down. If it breaks 980, I don't have the locate, so I'm not going to be able to get that. I wanted the short sort of rejecting that 10 even area, which it did. So look, the 980 break, if I get the locates, I'm taking, or short in front of 10 is the other way that I want to be able to play it. I don't know if we're going to get a chance to get those. Silvergate is doing this. We'll go gates of hell for you. Because as usual, it's headed back down in to VWAP. It just bounced off 26. I took the second leg out. I want to hold for a bigger move here. If it gets down to 25, I think there's a chance that it could absolutely create it. But guess what just got through? Got through that 53 area. So it's twice now. Although this time, so it's twice I've gotten out of Roku since the open. But this is at least where it should have been, through that 53 area. The first one was a bad trigger, or I probably made a keystroke error, and then I just re-entered the trade off 70. Roku now starting to break out here. And here's where I don't get stubborn about trades. The reason for being in this trade was it breaking down that 52.5 and looking for that trend. So yeah, I'm going to short it, take some out at 51. I'm going to short on the way back up looking for that curl, but I'm not going to hold through that 53 even. If this fails that break and you're back below that previous support at 52.5, I don't mind jumping back in the trade. If you start skying and getting another dollar higher and start curling there, I don't mind scalping back into it. But what I'm not going to do is average, lose. Like that's exactly how you got burned. If you did that in BABA yesterday, you're absolutely destroyed. So I'm just going to walk away from Roku until it's back beneath that 52.5 and stick to what's working a little more easily. Brendo, time for happening now.
Hey guys, brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivot points, and so much more. Check them out. Shout out to Chart Prime, link on screen. Here we go. Here comes this consumer confidence number for November. In a few seconds, this will populate the expected 100 exactly according to Refinitiv versus 102.5. That was the final reading. Still have about 15 seconds or so. This is the biggest number to come through today, about 10 seconds before we do get this. We'll get, again, PCE coming up tomorrow. We get a whole bunch of stuff the following week then as we await November consumer confidence here. 100.2 hasn't come in yet. Hear it in my ear, though. It's 100.2 versus 100, so a little bit higher than expected on that number. This feed delayed once again. Thank you, Refinitiv. 100.2, there it is, finally. 100.2 versus 100 on November consumer confidence. There's a look at the overall market for today. We're back to green. For the S&P 500, the Dow basically flat, the Russell back and forth we go. There's the NASDAQ, both the composite and the 100 basically flat on the session as well. A few things we were discussing in the pre-market. Roku was one of those on the downgrade. Apple, yeah, relatively weak, even as a little bit of positivity comes out of China surrounding COVID. And a little more China concerns as far as Tesla is concerned, but not a bad move here. Back to the downside. We were higher to start things off. We've gone green to red, guys, for Tesla.
We said that number could be nothing.
Feels like it.
Yeah, I mean, barely a reaction there, but we did bounce off the lows earlier before the number even came out. So the market is a little bit stronger, but at the same time, that number is barely beat. So not a whole lot going on. So, okay, that's out of the way. Now what do we do? We've still got some names that we could potentially long. Remember, Roku, Win, breaking out to the up. Well, not Roku. It was Win and Shop that were breaking out to the upside. Roku's? Roku? Yeah, Roku's still going. Okay, damn. Okay. Roku's still going to the upside. So that was the one I was looking to fade. Clear strength. We can't do that. Let's go to Shop here. Has Shop pulled back enough to get a long going? Not enough. Okay, so we'll wait on Shop. Win was the other name that was breaking out.
It's still at that breakout price, 81.
That's so, okay, you're gonna have to wait on that one. And then Netflix was the one underneath 280. And how's Netflix doing? And it's finding support underneath 280. So, looks like all the names that I had marked off, not a whole lot done there. Let's see what Apple's doing.
You liked.
Oh, there you go, PDD. Oh, Apple, below yesterday's low on the weak side. Okay, I can work with this. Okay, surprising though. How's the NASDAQ overall? Is there something offsetting Apple? Something is offsetting Apple. What is, because we should be much lower on the NASDAQ if that was the case. Microsoft, it's not Microsoft, maybe it's Amazon. No, Amazon's actually pretty weak too. Tesla maybe? No. I don't know where the strength is coming from, but we should be a lot lower if that were truly negative.
The chips are showing some strength. No, actually, not that strong. 1%.
No.
I'm seeing 1% across the board in the chips, and I just not to interrupt it, but I want to get to a couple of things. Like, I'm rinse and repeating this JD, but you're now seeing a gliding upward trend here, where I'm just sort of bidding higher each time and looking for these 50-cent scalps, but it's looking like it wants to take out that high. I got a hard stop in there, so if it does break out the high, I want to get out of this one. But it's AMD that I wanted to look at in the chip space. It didn't get to 72, but that's a pretty convincing bottom it made there. I like 72, it doesn't happen. So you're here at 73, and now consolidating higher, looking to break out the top. Go to the afternoon, early afternoon, 74.25. If it gets through that price, you could really start to go. So if it's showing strength, this is Intel. You've got multiple wicks now above that 29. It never broke the low, but that 29 level is the first place I wanted to go to for the shorts. And you're now wick topping through 29. I'm going to engage in my short in Intel. It only took a half an hour, but I'm back to the well on Intel, looking for some weakness. It's up 1%, but that's a couple of wick highs here that I want to look to fade, Brendo.
Not seeing much on this yet, guys, but Upstart having a pretty good day here. 6% already for UPST on a bit of a pullback, trying to get back to some prior levels, but straight to the upside so far for UPST.
UPST. I saw this in the chat earlier, and I didn't actually. Oh yeah, this is what I saw. Okay, it was that quick move, and then you're just waiting. It's too far away from the break point, and it wants to come. It needs to come down a little bit more to actually, make it a tradable move. Because if you didn't have that initial 1850 run, it's going to be hard to step into it unless you're momentum trading. I will say I don't momentum trade much, so yeah, a lot of what I'm saying is based on like breakouts or some sort of consolidation setups and whatnot. So momentum-wise, if you're stepping in for just round breaks and just continuations for 5, 6 cents and 10 cents, whatever, that's different. But in terms of upstart, for technical, I would like it to come down a little bit more. This is a little too far from where I would want to trade, because I want to trade somewhere here, right, around that 1870 going on into the 1850. That's where the sweet spot is for me. But upstart, closer and closer to that 20 mark. Everyone likes these big round numbers. So let's see if they actually make a move towards 20, because that would actually show extension, actually power in the move to the upside instead of just that quick flash that went nowhere. For now, though, Visa cooperating. Visa not doing a whole lot. That's my Visa short there. Here, short in front of 210. A little bounce here. Now we've got the number out of the way. It's starting to move. It's about 70 cents. 70. Oh, PDD at 80. There you go.
PDD at 80, but also NEO here at 1075. So like that 1075 on NIO, I pulled a 3 minutes so I don't have to go back and forth through the 15, but it is trying to challenge that top. I just need to see it hold that bid above 1075, and then when you get PDD at 80 even, I kind of look at that and say, well, if it rejects this price, maybe it drags a few of these names down with it. So I don't want to take that break just yet on NIO, but it is getting up there. And that, of course, leads me over to JD, because I'm still in that JD off the reload, and I might not even see VWAP. So as this glides higher, you got to watch out for that top break on JD.com. That 54 was the level I liked. I picked southbound every single time, and it's still trying to. It hasn't spent a lot of time above 54, but this is the longest it's held above that price. So it's a little more convincing that it wants to hold that upside. The only long I got in this space is Billy, and it is also right at that $15 level. So there's a lot of things converging with these Chinese ADRs. And if I do see a rejection on PDD, if NEO rejects that high, I might glide out of Billy here around that $15 level. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to put a trail in it right now. I don't need this double topping on me. And I think there's a good chance that even if it pulls back, I can get like a 1450 and then jump back into this trend trade. I see a lot of people talking about Man U. I haven't really had too much of a look at it. And I have enough stocks to look at this point. And I got nothing against Man U. Like it's been a good trend the last couple of days here. But I think keeping the focus on the stocks that I'm kind of trading here is going to make a little bit more sense. And I don't want to jump too far away. So PDD, $80. Any kind of a pullback, I want to trail out of the long in Billy. Look for a re-entry point. And if this starts pulling back in, I don't want to short PDD off 80. But that can give me a reason to get some more JD into that short side. And watch out, my Silvergate now back up toward that high as well. So looking for a reload in Silvergate, but I wanted to consolidate a little bit before I jump back into this short. Brendo?
2 days in a row here for Peloton as well, guys. Remember yesterday we discussed Peloton, big move higher initially to 11. Here we go again. Almost the same thing happening, 6% again today. But remember what happened yesterday. We tagged 11 there at the top and then faded the entire session for Peloton.
Yeah, Man U, as soon as you said it, I was like, okay, Manchester United. I know they had some, getting rid of Ronaldo and whatnot.
Well, there was also buyout rumors. That's kind of the thing.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. I'm like, what else is the news? Because you can't move this much on just that one thing. It's got to be a lot more to it. So, okay, consolidation breakout looks like is going to have to be the read here. 23 up top. Obviously, a strong run here from 13, almost. Damn. Wow. Okay. I want to say it's $10 to the upside. Quite quick move. It makes sense, I guess, if the buyout price is right. Anyways, 19 down below is where the consolidation is. And if you're going to play the extension, but if there's buyout rumors, aren't you? You're good at this stuff. Aren't you capped if the buyout rumor is a specific price point?
There's
right?
there's no specific price. It was a Benzinga rumor that put it in the high 20s. That was a rumor.
20s,
I
okay.
don't even. I don't really hold too much credit to that, or Look, at the end of the day, like I haven't seen anything that gives me a reason to bet on a price, so I'm just not going to do it.
Yeah.
I think it puts a floor on the stock and you can buy dips on it. That's what I've been favoring in that one. But I got to go over. We show the wins, we got to show the losses too. So it's not to interrupt, and I will get to Man U, but there goes the high on JD. So eventually, all things come to an end, and it is trying to break that upside. The other thing about that JD is, I mean, Pinduoduo didn't get through 80, but I got stopped out on JD anyways. So if we do get a turn here, we're still at a level that I can jump back into this, but I want to see it rejecting. I want things to calm down, and I want to see this actually rejecting. You don't want to just continue you don't want to throw away money, right? Like I wasn't aggressive enough taking my outs in JD, and that'll end up being a mistake because I only scalped out of it once, and I had multiple opportunities to actually get some more shares. And then when we had a good price, get a little more aggressive on those bids. I didn't do it, so that one's going to be on me. Billy, obviously this means that this one's continuing to go higher. I still have my trailing stop. If it breaks the high, I'll cancel my trail and then probably put it back in, try to give it to those 20s. I didn't get the dip buy on this either, but this is now continuing to run really strongly. And then back over to the other name, which I'm monitoring, is NEO. It's still right here at 75, 76. Like it's not breaking away from this price yet. And this is the big level on the 15-minute. I want to see it clearing out and going. It gets there, it goes 2 cents, it comes back down in. Like you could just be trapping a lot of people long 76, 77, 78 at this point. I just want to see, the shorts really give this one up. Maybe it has to break 80, and that's what I'll just do is wait for an 80 break and give it back to 1070.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what my next move is here because this market is not being as weak as I would have expected after Apple and...
You just went green.
Yeah, after Apple and even Microsoft was being dragged to the negative. And now S&P back up into the 70s again. So, okay, I got to keep an eye on this. This actually might be rotating into a potential long, maybe. Is that NEO to the upside? We could be rotating into a long. I'm keeping a very close eye on it. Obviously, for now, I've got Visa on the short side, but at the same time, if we get a little bit more strength, and this will go right into the levels that I want to work with. Now that the market's open, we obviously have this little band here. I wanted to find shorts up here into the 90s, going all the way up to 4,005. And then, there we go. And then this was 55 potential longs if I can find it. Haven't found anything yet. But for me, I think if we get above right here, 75, that gets me to switch directions. That'll start making me think, you know what, there could be a nice little base that I can work with for potential longs. Not that I take the long at 75. What I would do is, for me right now, I'm just kind of sitting back going after the short, somewhat of a short, if really weak names like Visa. But if we rotate back right through that 75, I'm going to start thinking, okay, there could potentially be a long here as well. So I'll start looking for long names. But clearly, the trend is still intact. We're still working the downside. So for nothing to do until we go up another 7 points or so from here, I'm still going to keep this on the short side. I guess the bear is going to stay a bear for now. And we'll see if my Apple can actually extend back down towards the lows. NASDAQ can extend that back down towards the lows. Flip side of this is if we actually do break down, let's just say we break through the 60s, this little band here, and we stay underneath, I can now use 75 as my new stop in the event I want to go shorts against the low breaks. So a couple options here. This market's still deciding. It's going to take its sweet time with it. But for now, Visa paying us nicely. It's 55 cents, but I'm waiting for them to actually break through that 209 and open up a little bit more because we're not getting a whole lot. This is what Visa's been doing since we got to that 209 level. So a little sideways action, but a little bit more time, we can get going, I think. Brendan?
Just going through another volume list today. Here's one from the top end of it, Sarant, or relative volume, I should say. There was some earnings aftermarket yesterday, guys. This is a little software company up on a Q4 beat. Forecast pretty good as well. Back to the upside in a big way for CRNC, just tagging $18 there.
Oh goodness, that's a big move. There was another name that was halted to the upside that I didn't quite get to, but just watch out for volume on a lot of these. When they're going, make sure that there's enough volume to sustain the trades that you're trying to make. That's a big key. It just broke on Billy here, 15.25. So you're now back above that high, but I just got the long on NEO, and that just failed the top. And JD just failed the top as well. So I'm going to go with the plan and just continue to trail this one and probably give it like 1% is like every 15 pennies or so. So it pulls back 15 cents. I'm going to want to get out of this. It just feels like we're getting top heavy and the market's rolling back over. And this is up 20%, man. It's like at some point all good things come to an end. So I'm going to slap the trail, move the trail, I should say, on this. I need to get back into some JD because I got wicked out and it's right back beneath that 54. So that's my line in the sand. I like the shorts beneath that price. It has not been able to spend a lot of time above that 54 even. And I know there's a lot of potential if it goes the other direction. So I just got trailed out of Billy. And I said, I'll wait for Neo. Instead of taking 75s on Neo, the way I wanted to play is like, yeah, you know what, I'll take 80s and then give it back into 70 because I wanted to see a little bit more buying up there. The downside of making that play is you end up with a worse price and you're giving it a wider berth, but you're taking it on a little bit more strength. But now this starts coming back in. I want to look to re-engage some of those shorts. I have been ignoring one short, and I kind of do this. It just kind of happens when I'm in Intel it's like you get into Intel and it starts going. It's like, okay, I'll just come back to that at the end of the day when it's at the low of the day. Well, I got the 29s. I got 99s in there. But every 10 pennies is always a profit take for me on Intel because it tends to move in that kind of a range. So I'm going to get on the bid here. Don't want to completely ignore this name as it comes back in. And then I said to be really careful about where we tried to reload win. It got all the way back into the pre-market low. So I've caught a bid here off of 80. And I'm still looking to add to this one if I can, but with the market looking relatively weak here, I want to be pretty cautious about adding to this and making sure we're not just standing in front like 3-4 times here in front of that bottom, but you're still trying to break out from yesterday's resistance. The 81 level got cleared. It couldn't get through 82, so I took a second leg out to make sure I'm paying myself. And if we can clear that 81, I still think there's room to that upside on win. But I want to be patient with this, buying these dips off that 80 level. Don't want to get overly aggressive and then just sort of stepping out of bounds there. Meta still holding up. I'm waiting for 108 here. I want to catch the bids off that price. Nowhere else. The market got a little bit of a bounce on the number at 10 o'clock. It hasn't really sustained it just yet, so I don't want to take longs that are away from my plan of action or my price level. So Meta, it's either that 108, or if the market gets really strong, it needs to be breaking out that 110, and I don't really want anything in the middle. I'll stick to win, trying to catch some bids there. And by the way, Apple, it's about to retest 143 to the downside.
Yeah, I jumped into some Microsoft shorts too. Microsoft did the same thing, so they took out the lows. It did feel a little heavy. They're catching a bid. I mean, I'm not a fan of that exactly, but at the same time, the way it's trading, it makes sense that they're relatively weak. Also looking to get some shorts on Netflix as well on a move back up. So picking up some names on the short side. Obviously, they're bouncing up. That's fine. We're going to kind of be a little bit more... yeah, we're going to leave this one alone here as the Microsoft bounces back. Anyways, okay, so we got one more. We got two more offers here. No, we got one more offer here. What do we have? We have Netflix, and the Visa target. Okay, so that's that. Amazon is the one that I need to look at here on the potential short side. What do we got here on Amazon? Ooh, can I potentially go for a short at 93.50 on Amazon if I can get that? Thank you.
It seems low.
Thank you. Rob coming in with the T. Perfect. We're going to live in the meow right now, guys, and we're going to see if we can get a short here.
You say live in the meow?
Yeah, live in the meow, man. Look back up.
You know, there's like moments that like break. You know when the show like breaks like the third wall or something like that, and you get taken out of, and it's just. I feel like that's a moment. Like I'm sitting here, I'm looking at Disney, I'm like, oh, I like a level on Disney. I should be focusing on 96 and a half, like double tops here, and then all of a sudden it's like live in the meow. I don't know what to do with that. I don't know what to do with that at all.
It is what it is, man. Just live in the meow and don't question it.
No. So I know you were looking at Netflix.
Yeah.
But Disney just went green.
Everything's
and the
bouncing.
market's really starting to go here.
Yeah.
And I just look at this level, 96 and a half. This sets up for a pretty solid breakout. I was able to just add to win as the longs try to come back in. So off that 80 level, I did add another leg in there. And then Neo, wow, Neo. So we give it a wider berth and don't get more shares at 1075, and then this is what it does. So it's starting to break out here again. I have 81s, not 75s. So I think there's room for this to get to $11. If it starts trending and the market is caught a bottom, this stock can go. So I've reloaded in JD. This is like the third time I'm shorting JD, and JD's gonna run the high again. So I'm probably gonna get stopped out in JD.com. I got trailed out of Billy. That's at 1550. I feel like this always happens to me when I'm looking at trailing stops. I'm gonna hold on. What I'm saying is I don't want to give up on Neo. I want to make sure I give this one some room to work because that's me getting trailed out of Billy. We like the long on Billy. It's now Gonzo, and there might be room to 16 even, but there's just enough. There's also room on Neo to make a bigger move. So I'm going to leave my 15-minute up, try to focus on this chart, hit enter twice so it loads up here. I will scalp some out to 11. I'll try to hold half this trade if it breaks 11 to at least 11 and a quarter if this one wants to continue that move into the upside. Silvergate has not really given me too much trouble here. Outside of the fact that I didn't reload it, like it hasn't really moved that much. It's up 2%. So when you pop the 15, you're like, well, what's going on with Silvergate? Nah, it's just giving you the 27 trade into VWAP, and now it's barcoding. So either it breaks 26, heads to the low, or I can start scalping at 27 to 26 and a half again. Dollar's a good range. There's nothing wrong with that, but you know, when you have the top on a stock, I always want to give it more room to fall further into the downside. Like I love when I'm in the right direction to at least have a good price on Silvergate. So I don't want to give that one up too early. And I was looking at some AMD as well for some long opportunities in the chip space. You've reestablished the pre-market low after wick bottom, but there's been no subsequent breakout. So I know Neo broke out the top here in a very similar setup, but AMD has yet to do so. If that breaks out the high, I might have to get out of my Intel, but until I see that happen or see some more strength in the chip space, I'll stick with the Intel short side.
Yeah, so I'm going back through my charts and I'm looking at this going, oh no, I should not be putting up this much risk on the short side just yet. The reason being, the way, remember I was waiting for the S&P to do something? Well, I kind of justified the short, me starting to build shorts based on what the NASDAQ was doing, but I still want the S&P to break through the 60s. So I realized that I should not be in all those names. So we got out of Netflix flat cover, actually not flat, a few cents, like 5-6 cents. And we covered the cost of that trade, so that trade's done. Microsoft, I'm still waiting to give it a chance because I'm kind of stuck in this one here. But I do think that the time for the shorts, not yet exactly, because if the S&P were to break 75, as I mentioned to you guys earlier, I would start thinking potential longs. So I don't want to be in all these names on the short side when I'm thinking the S&P could easily turn us into a long, even if the NASDAQ was weaker, right? So what I would do is start thinking long, but not taking longs. I would just flip my thought process and just wait for potential trades to set up on the long side. So if that's the case, I don't want to be in 3 shorts and I'm thinking long. So I worked my way out of Netflix. I'll see if I can't work my way out of Microsoft. Visa we're going to keep because Visa has been doing its own thing. Right, Visa's been weak, doesn't really care what the market's been doing. So I'm going to leave Visa alone, and that'll take care of itself. But I do have to deal with Microsoft. I'm going to kind of tighten up the stops on this one because I don't want this to go past. I don't want to spend too much time here above 241 with the NASDAQ, or not the NASDAQ, with the S&P breaking up to the upside. So we'll leave it alone. If I can get out, I will get out. We're in a dead zone here, so I managed to short into a dead zone, so I'm kind of stuck waiting for this kind of to play out. So we'll wait on these 2 names, see if we get another move down. If we do get another move down, I'll just walk my way out of this one here.
Before we go to Brendan?
Yep.
Before we go to Brendan here, just want to revisit Roku for a quick second. We're going to get the small cap recap, but this is now, it's at that 54 level. It's breaking higher. I always say wait for the key price levels and then engage a trade. So when it broke 53, I was out. And then I'm looking back at now at this 54 level. So if it checks up here, I'll look to not reload because I'm not in the position, but get back into looking for some shorts on Roku. I was lucky enough to get some bottoms in there. That's how you save the day on Roku because I was scalping it. But this is now positive. I need to see it go back red before I look for any shorts in this name. Brendo and the small cap recap, which reminds me.
Hey guys, yeah, pretty quiet day so far as small cap stocks are concerned. There were 1 or 2 that were moving around in the pre-market. We'll talk about a few of those here for you. ONCS was the first one that I was watching at the open here. Hasn't really done a heck of a lot. I mean, 320, 310 at the bottom here is support. I was really waiting for a move up to 380 and then 4 again. If we got it at the open, just didn't come. Volume already dying off on this as well. There was positive news on this. Looking for a fade 384, just didn't come. For ONCS, this one as well. Worth mentioning, this one was very hard to borrow. 5-6 cents. I even saw higher than that at some points for pay for shorts on that. ASPI still up 3% here. Same story. It was waiting for a move into 320, 310, 320 even would give you a shot on the fade. It just died as soon as the market opened. You can see volume already dying as well for ASPI, guys.
Tesla is now flying into the upside here, trying to challenge that 185, 186 level, which was kind of key in yesterday's trade. The first time it got to 186, it actually turned back and gave a $2 or $3 scalp. 186 is a pre-market high. That looks like a key level, but the name I paid for locates on was Lucid. And I think as we get to 186 on Tesla, you're going to get a chance to play $10 on Lucid, which I think is a little bit weaker of a stock. At least it has been around that $10 level and gives a more structured trade. So I'm going to get on the offer of 10, but I don't mind Tesla either at that particular level, that 186. And then I go back over, yeah, good question, Renata. Do I want to add to Billy? Well, you'll see I'm no longer in Billy. And there was, it's not BIBI, it's BILI. So I'm no longer in Billy. I did get trailed out of it. It ends up bouncing higher. It'll be the best long because it's just as clean as it gets. I didn't get the dip buy that I wanted in the stock, and unfortunately, now you're sort of gliding away. As it comes back in, I think there's going to be opportunities if you like the long to get back into this trend. I'm just looking more at VWAP, 15 even, and trying to be patient with this move instead of just jumping out in front and adding it up at the high. The market's right now trying to make a lower high and holding red. So chasing things at the top to the long side isn't necessarily my cup of tea. I see you talking about Airbnb. I promised myself I was going to make sure that I looked at Airbnb today. However, I like 98s. If you remember yesterday, I was sort of saying it gave you that wick top through 98 even. It got to 99 the day before, I should say last week on Friday, and then the short was at 98, and that was pretty much gold. And then the last time I had traded it previously was it rejecting that 98 level as well after a big gap down for 2 days in a row. So if it needs to go at least another $1.50 before I'm interested in Billy. But yes, I like the short. It's just not for another $1. You got to trade the price levels that you like instead of getting too far away. And speaking of those levels, Silvergate is right back at the top. Well, close enough to it, that 27. So as soon as it gets a little bit closer and starts making a turn, I'll reload my Silvergate short.
Yeah, damn it, Microsoft. That's the one I don't want to be in. That I kind of got into it. Okay, we got to figure out what we're going to do with this. Market does look like it's somewhat rotating back up. Remember, I'm still waiting for that 75 area, 39.75 to clear out for me to start switching my reads here. For now, we're barely hanging on to the short side in terms of bias for me, but at the same time, it's still a short side bias. I remember D-Money saying cumulative delta is actually positive and trending up. Okay. So clearly on the buy side there, but at the same time, I'm curious, D-Money, what's the NASDAQ cumulative delta? Is that trending up as well? So that for me, that's going to be the more important one because
which one falling?
Yeah, I would think it's falling as well. Apple and the big names are actually heading to the downside, except for Microsoft right now.
Apple's getting close to a test of the trend upside. So it's Apple. Just gonna pull up my black chart for a quick second because Apple it broke down 144. It made a 143 bottom. Now you're testing back. This is like the 50 period. So if it breaks 44 and takes this out, then short term, it's trying to break that trend. If you were to draw, you forget about trend lines, but if you were to draw it and it breaks that 144 even and starts extending above that price, you could see a more extended move here. But I'm watching this. And I'm watching AMD, at least for myself, because I have Intel up right now, and I'm looking for a reload if it gets back below 29 even. I'm watching that, and I'm watching AMD, which is showing signs that it wants to make a breakout here. And if this starts going as well, you almost have to give up on some of those shorts. I do have only Win and Neo to the long side. Just to update, I did get some Neo, the first 10 cents there at 10.90, and then I'm going to get more out in front of 11. This is solidly trending upside, and I want to see if I can get some dip buys into 10.70. I got 81s the first time. I'd rather get a better price on NIO. So that's continuing to work. I wish it was Billy, but it is Neo that I had just jumped into that long at 81s, and that's continuing to churn to the upside.
Yeah, churning to the upside. Talk about a name that's churning to the upside, and someone mentioned this about hell to the downgrade. Yeah, Roku still going strong here. We were starting to look for the fade because of the multi-day move to the downside. If we can actually just get going here, we would be like, oh, you know what, let's potentially short this 52.50 going into 54. We never took the position. Why? Well, if you look at the chart, it just started, once it made its turn, it just started going up. It never actually gave you a reason to find a short there and still going strong. So now with this move, is running quite hot. So I wouldn't chase after this on the long side here, but if you have it, great. That's an easy trend to manage. What I'm thinking is what happens if it comes back down, because that should open up a nice trade to the long side as well, given that it's a multi-day move, right? So it's kind of breaking the downtrend from the last couple of days, and now here we are to the upside. There should be a secondary move to the downside as we go up here. Futures market now above 75. I can start thinking about potentially flipping on this. Damn it, Microsoft. I've been trying to get out of Microsoft at the prices that I want. They're not going to give me the prices that I want, and I also don't want to get out right here because I don't think these prices are the best idea. So
there goes AMD.
AMD's gone too? Lovely.
AMD just broke the pre-market high there. So you'll see, I just got long AMD. That was one I was looking for the break on, so add that to win. Win's breaking higher, but I mean, it has to get to 81 before I'll do any celebrating on that stock. When it made 20 cents in the money, when I was kind of holding it 30, 40 against me, it doesn't make any sense. Like, who cares until it gets to 81? But AMD now cracking upside. I wanted this to break channel. This could mean death for Intel, unfortunately. And Apple, remember, I was sort of saying that one on trend could break that 144. Now, I didn't like this one to the long on Apple because I still favor a little bit of a short bias. So it's not me jumping into a long when Apple did that, but it did give me more reason to like AMD breaking through that high of the day. I checked out NVIDIA, and the only reason I didn't take NVIDIA, just a little bit weaker, still beneath that big 160 level where it broke down yesterday, and it's got resistance at 160. So I just felt like there's a little more clear sailing from AMD here to enter that trade through the high as opposed to taking NVIDIA on any kind of a breakout. And if we do roll over and then we get a failed break, just remember, Intel still hasn't even broken its high. And I've been sitting in Intel. Never got that 10-cent scalp because I put it in a little bit late. But this still has a chance to work to said downside. But I got to give it up if it takes out that high of the day. So market reversing into the highs. I got myself some Neo AMD. I did go back to JD.com, and somehow it has not. Like, I go back into JD, and it's still continuously rejecting that high. So at this point, it feels like I got to scalp some out in this 50-cent range if I can get it, and then still hold for the breakdown. It does not want to convincingly get through these tops and run. I don't know why, but it's just not doing it. So it keeps tricking me or trapping me back into the short. And I've been very hesitant to get bids out aggressively when it pops down. I got to stop doing that. Just to give some targets on that breakout on AMD, I'll take some out if it gets to that quarter and 50 level, and then see if we can get more continuation. As the market now solidly green, I'm getting close. I'm getting close to wanting to turn into that bull, but I'm not there just yet.
Yeah, I'm starting to look for some flips as well. I mean, I still got to, if I can get my exit on Microsoft.
Not yet.
I'm going to start looking for some flips here. Not Microsoft. I still got to get out of Microsoft. We're pretty close to getting out. Apple is the one that I'm going to be looking to get into here around 144. Where's Apple? Let me pull up the chart for you guys. Apple. Reason I like Apple here. Where did I even type that? Okay. Reason I like Apple here is this, right? We took out yesterday's low. Can we stay? That was a question that needed to be answered. Can we stay underneath and actually trade? And that's a 30-minute. If we break it down to the 5, even the 5 wasn't that great either. I mean, that's the low, and we kind of got underneath, snapped back, and then started a move back to the upside. So I'm thinking that we kind of double bottomed here on Apple. So I'm going to go for the long here on a pullback. I don't want to play I don't want to pay 144.50 or whatnot. But if I can get it close to 144, even, I can do that with a stop against the low. Why not? So if we can get a pullback here on Apple, I'd love to participate. Microsoft as well. If I can get out of this damn thing, I'd like to flip on that as well. And then Amazon, if we can get back above 93.50, that would help me determine that, you know what, we also broke yesterday's kind of late session move down and then flip back over. Visa, again, it's doing its own thing. I'm going to leave Visa to do its own thing, and we're not going to jump on board on the long side, but I do like the idea of flipping to longs now that we're above 75 here on the S&P.
Yeah, and look, there's a couple of names that are still beneath resistance points that I got to respect. And I sat it out all the way from 53 to 55, or close enough to 55 on Roku, but it got there. It just got to 54, 78, and then made a bit of a top. I got the first consolidation short I could find, and I'm now shorted. Good timing, actually, Brendan. We're going to do the crypto update at 10:30 because I was just about to go over Silvergate.
Yeah, a bit of a choppy day so far, guys, for crypto markets. We can show you a chart here of both Bitcoin and Ethereum. Back and forth we go. We did have that move higher late in the day yesterday, get back up into some of the levels we saw over the past couple of weeks as resistance for Bitcoin. Still trying to hold on to positive territory. We did have a bit of a flush there as equities got going on both BTC and Ethereum back towards that 1200. Nice bounce underway currently, though, for both of these. Shout out to Binance for the big board once again. 1.7 to the upside right now for Bitcoin, lagging this move. Nice move for Ethereum, back to almost 5% higher on the day. Good to see some green numbers top to bottom on this board, guys, for crypto markets.
So I half lied. I was going to go to Silvergate right away, but I'm looking now for the dip in NEO because NEO just came down, retested 1070. So I scalped them out for the first 10 cents. I just want to re-enter that amount. So I'd maintain basically the same size position as before, and then if it gets back below that breakout, in this breakout from yesterday afternoon, this is about 1065 in VWAP. So as long as we're above that, I want to maintain the long in NIO. So it's just essentially massaging this position and kind of working it long. If I get the dip, fantastic. If I don't, I'm not going to chase it too much higher than that. So Silvergate, I'm on the offer in front of 27. It's kind of consolidating here. So if I play this back into VWAP, I want to make sure I'm still getting a decent price, because if it breaks 27, I do want to get out of dodge on this and then get back in at a better price if I can. Testing higher, of course. I talked about AMD there a little bit. Intel's a few pennies. Well, actually, it's maybe like 10 cents away from that high. But AMD checked back in, consolidate off 73.95 here, right above 74, and is trying to reclaim the high of the day. So the initial scalp didn't actually get there at 74.25. I don't really even want that anymore. I don't really want that first 15 to 20 cents. I feel like if this is going to go, it's really going to go on AMD, and I only want the bigger move. So I'm actually going to check up, give it to like the 30s or 40s before I start taking anything out on AMD. It's just the stronger it looks and the higher it holds its trend, I want to make sure I'm giving it some room to actually get paid off on this one. So let's go AMD. Let's see how far you can get going. I know there's a lot moving, and I haven't really talked about oil since the morning, but I got enough on, and it's more managing trades. It dipped, Oxy,
no, it's just
so
volume. Close
to 68.50. It was 68.60. That's close enough to the 50 period that I should probably have had that trade, but I don't. I missed it. Caught the dip buy. Now I think the next move would be, can it get through $70? So I'd watch crude oil futures, which I have not been paying enough attention to because I never got into Oxy. But that $70 break would be contingent on you breaking that channel in crude oil futures. And I assume if that channel got broken, you would have talked about it. It's probably near those highs now.
Yeah, so last time I checked here, we were backing off that 79.5, came back down to 78.60, and now we're kind of right back to that 79.5. They really want to they want to get close to that 80, but they don't want to, they don't have the balls to, I guess, to go after it just yet. So we're still waiting on that one. But this is what that's the S&P. Where am I doing? CL. There we go, CL. This is the consolidation. This is the initial push, pullback. Now little grind to the upside. We're still working that top here, but they do look like they want to take a look. But in the oil market, just because it's trending doesn't necessarily mean it's going to go, because this can tighten up and then all of a sudden we just fall off. So I'd be careful with this one here. The way it's trending too is it's a little sharp. So a lot of space to the downside in the event we fall. As I mentioned, we got above 75. I start flipping directions here. So we took the hit on Microsoft, 40-something cents, but we've now picked up Apple longs, NVIDIA longs. I like the idea of going long. If I'm going to lose today, let it be in this direction here, because we're building a nice base. A lot of these names have put in almost like false breaks through yesterday's low, like Apple here, breakdown, down to 43, snap back up. Microsoft has been strong all day. Then late session move, move through that 40 half. That made me start thinking that it's a long, and then it just kind of bounced right back in. So a lot of names are starting to do moves like that, which makes me think if I'm gonna, at some point you're gonna lose. If I'm gonna lose, let it be on the long side, because it seems like the direction that the market wants to go up, or the direction that's easier is to go up. So we'll see how this one plays back on a pullback, but I am looking to pick up some names here. I got a couple more bids out here. I'm still looking for, oh no, I should cancel that one. No, I actually don't have a couple more bids. I've canceled them all. But big thing, Visa finally broke through 209. So that's almost $1 in the money here. So the one short that I've got left here, finally doing what it needs to do here. We're looking for about 207 and change for a first target on Visa. We'll see if we get this. But that's kind of the only short that I want to stick with. NVIDIA up 28, 30 cents right now, and Apple somewhat flat. No, it's down 10 cents now, but we're moving around. It's going to happen if you go for longs on a pullback, it's going to pull back on you, and this is what's happening right now as some of these names are still kind of going down.
Yeah, and look, the thing is, if it's going to start pulling back, like one of the most frustrating stocks for me has been JD, and I've said I'm not scalping it nearly enough. And so as it gets back and tests that beneath that 54, I'm going to take some out underneath 54 and between that and VWAP and just try to play this range a little bit better. Roku sat it out again. It just took out 55. So another fresh high made on Roku. But at least it's like this has been such a strong trend. Basically what Roku has done here, and I think one of the best things you can always do is go back and in real time. I mean, forget about Win. Like Win's going, that's great, fantastic, whatever. AMD starting to win, that's great, fine, whatever. You guys know what to do. Like I told you my offer is waiting for 74.35. So I could celebrate those or actually learn from what just happened here on Roku because this was trending down. It was breaking down the 50. It was breaking down this key level here at 52.5. And then once it got and recovered this is where you could have looked for a long trade. Like it recovered that monster level beneath that 52.5, and then it broke higher. And you know, it's one thing to stop out, not lose more, and then wait for it to get to another level to short. You save yourself a bunch of money. But the other thing to do is say, hey, just reestablished a level of support it had from before. Maybe that 53 can be a break with a 50-cent stop on it. So that's the other way to be able to look at this. I didn't do it. I'll regret it. Now I can go over. After doing that and chastising myself a little bit, then we can go and be happy about the dip buy on Win. So I said, get really patient with Win on the dip. It held that 80 level, got down to the pre-market low. We allowed it to get down there. Didn't really take anything out till it cleared out 80.50. I just got the first offer at 70s, and I'm going to look for 81s. Then hopefully it can get back up to trending if this market wants to go. So Win, that's been working out just fine. AMD, I was offering at the first quarter, and then I just liked the strength that the market was showing. I pulled back and didn't offer until it got to the 40s. Now you're trading 74.50 here, and it looks like it wants to continue higher. If I'm going to win on AMD, it means I'm going to get stopped on Intel. So look, keep your losses tight and then sit in your winning trades, right? So about the stop that you have on Intel, I'm going to sit in AMD, get past that 1-to-1, try to give it into 75s now. Allow it to work on the trend. Like I'm not going to take anything else till it gets to about 74, 75 every 25 cents or so. So let your winners ride, have reasonable tight stops to make sure that you're not giving it all up in the other direction when you happen to be wrong, because you're going to be wrong. Like you're going to have multiple trades, and that's just part of doing business. You're not going to be right 100% of the time, but you want to make sure you're giving some room for these longs to continue to work. As I say that, I'm not sure why I didn't get any NEO on that dip. I'm sitting on the bid. I thought I got really close to getting filled there. Now, I guess whatever. It's starting to come back in. I'm trying to get some 75s here on NEO. It looks like it's going to come back and hopefully pick me up.
Yeah, I'm going through the chat. Comp SRX, be a man, do the right thing. Brad knows where that's from. I think we all know where that's from. I did. I tried to do the right thing. And you know what? NVIDIA paid me, is now paying me pretty well here with NVIDIA up 90 cents. We just got into this one here. Picked up a long here on a pullback. And now we're looking for that. Again, this is the move that I'm looking for across names, right? Once we got above 75 on the S&P, I started looking for names that were doing that false break through the bottom. Apple was one of those names, so I got that one. That's up 20 cents. NVIDIA was another one of those names. I picked up that in front of 158 and change. Now we're above 159. That's up 90 cents. Visa still doing its thing, working downside. It did bounce back above that 209 though, so I may have to take some out soon. But this is what I wanted to play with in terms of actionable, I guess, moves, right? So in a market like this, it's going to be hard to come by to get these actual setups that are going to be so solid in one direction. What I would pay attention to is what happens if a high or low gets taken, and we can easily just take stops, move and make this false break, and then come back in the opposite direction. And I think that's what you're seeing here. So I personally would prefer to be on the long side given how things are moving. And you can see that the market's moving pretty well to the upside. And these names that I've picked up here, Apple and NVIDIA, doing well. Hopefully it doesn't, stall out like this, because it could easily stall out because the market really isn't getting much traction once we got above 75. We got to 80 and 81 on the initial flush, but since then we haven't done a whole lot. So hopefully, if in the event that there's a pullback, it's a light pullback, which then catches the bid off this previous resistance levels around 73, 74, 72, I guess, whatever these tops are. If we can catch a bid here and just kind of get going to the upside. But for now, two longs, one short, long side biased, and crude, of course, the one name we've been paying attention to, is doing exactly this. This is the 30-minute chart. Let me pull up a 5-minute chart for you guys. Crude's been ranging. It's been showing you that it wants to range today or consolidate today, and it's doing exactly that, which is hitting the top of the range, falling like $1. Hitting the top of the range, falling another $1. That's just how crude's been trading today. We were just talking about it. It was at 79.40 something. Now it's at 78.76.
Here's a question for you.
What's up?
Is it, and this is just me being curious, because I don't trade crude oil futures, nor have I ever, and I don't know that I jump to it, but when you see a range like that, is it playable? Because is there liquidity, or is it risk worthy that you could actually play inside of the range? If
you're good at range trading. Like if you're a great range trader and you know you can, as someone says, you can just like catch the back and forth moves in the chat, or what I say, play ping pong. If you know how to play ping pong on these stocks, then yeah, you're great at it. Like you can just wait for momentum to drop off and then just go right into it. Why? Because crude looks like this, all right? Like if I were to go into crude, the level 2, it looks like this. So it's rather thin compared to all these other indexes that we look at here. So it's easy to get moves going on crude. The flip side of it is volatility spikes. You could lose if you're saying I'm going to get short and then I'm going to get out if it gets above 80. Well, you're probably going to get slipped a little bit because there's going to be a bunch of orders coming in if we get above 80, right? So there's a lot of upside to playing crude as long as you can play the current direction, or not the direction, but the current type of markets in. It's one thing to be long in S&P and it's ranging, you have a chance to get out. If it's ranging and you're at a price on crude, you're probably not going to get a chance to get out because the way it moves, right? So in a trending market like this, crude is easy because you just get in and hold. Another trending day, get in and hold. You have no reason to get out. Day like this, you know it's ranging. Be prepared to be playing both sides of this because it can get really dangerous if you try to go for the long and then hold, right? So as I was saying earlier, I would have preferred to play the longs, gets up here, make a decision on whether you want to keep it or not, fails, come back in, set it up again, and you go for the, I'm only trying to play for the upside, but that's just because I'm not strong at playing both sides in a range. So for me, I would stay away from this unless it's set up near the bottom. But if you're playing for both directions, play the long down here, play the short up here, and just play in the middle here. So it's one of those things. It depends on the market and what your strength is. If you're good at range trading in a market like this, in crude today, I think range trading would have made a ton of money.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like you just sort of always try to learn new things. That's kind of why I asked the question. It was almost for my own curiosity there as well. I was looking. Someone asked where XOM is. I mean, it's at 111. I don't see. I like XOM at probably 110, but that's too late. And then 115 are the good levels. Oxy, I think we already went over that one. Market's trying to get back to the upside. I'm asking myself on AMD. Because I'm waiting for, I'm kind of waiting for the next leg up here, 74.70, if we can catch that. I do look for some more upside. And then here comes Silvergate. So, that's working. Get back to that later. I'm going to look for some dip buys and win as well. But I want to be, as usual, I want to be patient with win. I just finally got another fill here in Silvergate. And now it's set, this could break out. Right? So I just got some 2680s. And if this gets through that 27 level, it could really start filling the gap into the upside. So I want to be very cautious with this. I'm going to have a harder stop than I would normally like on Silvergate because have a look at Coin. Coin's breaking out too. Now it's not at 45 yet. 45 I still think is resistance on Coin. Gets to yesterday's top. I don't mind the fade. But as this continues to go, this could cause me to get stopped out on Silvergate, and I have to respect that 27 level when you see this big bounce happening in the overall market. Just double checking. You'll see me look over here. I just want to make sure there wasn't anything crazy happening in Bitcoin. There's not, so I don't really have too many concerns when it comes to that. So yeah, I mean, the longs have been working for now with the exception of NIO. That's basically flat. And I did want to check back in on Amazon because Amazon, still weak. 95 short, I guess, is still just fine. But it did just bounce. It broke 93, first a couple of times here, it bounced, made a low. If it makes a higher low and can hold 93, then this is a level that I did like previously. So this would be one, if the market continue to go higher, I like that 93, but it's not really holding up very well. So unfortunately, Amazon not looking that great, but it could start holding a higher low that I would like. Billy, it's come, it's gone. I'm out of it. I should have found a way back into this trend. I have not been able to do so. Maybe it gets back into 15, but it was even stronger than I anticipated because I'm not even liking my outs. Out when it peeled back off 15 even, out when it peeled back off 15.25. So probably giving up 30 to 40 cents either way on the two exits. I was patient getting out of it, but not patient enough. And I got to find a way back into this trend. Maybe it's going to have to be 15 throughout lunchtime because I'm not seeing anything else. This thing is absolutely gonzo. AMD is turning at 74.5. As the market is now checking up here. So you're at a pretty big inflection level, like the NASDAQ is trying to make a good decision here. The ES is kind of doing the same thing. This is where we broke down earlier, and now you're trying to consolidate and break higher. If we break up, I think AMD's gonzo and is going to get to that 75 level, but I don't want this coming all the way back in, and I've taken nothing out. So if we do break this channel down, I'll get some more out, look to reload AMD, which I do only like long at this point, at 73.80, 73.90, and try and continue to play that trend back into the upside. But it's at an inflection point here, and I'll want to take some out if it breaks this channel to the downside. But you got to still like the longs. Apple's green. Apple's holding the 50 period. It's holding that 144 level. So I still want to stay long in AMD. I'm just kind of wondering why we're not going a little further.
Yeah, with that being said, obviously the strength is there, and that's why I'm picking up some longs here, where I have Apple and NVIDIA longs. But at the same time, I got to manage the short that I have, right? I was in the short on Visa all morning. It was doing its own thing. I wanted to see what would happen below 209. We're starting to catch a bid. So you see here that blue arrow here, if you can see. Oh, you guys can't see it. There we go, blue arrow. The blue arrow there, I got some out here right in front of the 209 and change. So that's about 80 something cents here that I've locked in on half the position. If we were to continue and break this downtrend, I think the trend probably breaks north of 50 or 60, somewhere in there. Then I don't want to be short. If I'm thinking long on the futures and Visa has done well for me, resisting that downside direction, but yet now we're starting to turn after taking out that 209 even level that I was paying attention to. I probably don't need to be short in this still. So it's paid me well, so that's 80 something cents, and then we'll take the rest out north of probably 60 and change. That'll still lock in another 30 something cents once I get out of it, depending on the liquidity, of course. Well, it's got liquidity. I should be okay. But for now, that's all we're going to do. And NVIDIA's up $1 too, so that's going for us. Now I'm starting to build in the direction that I really want to be playing.
Oh, there is something that I forgot all about. Oh, congratulations to everyone. You know what's hilarious? I did put down, I put down AMC, just put AMC 7 on my iPad here to make sure that I didn't forget about it. I'm like, well, putting it down there doesn't always make sure you forget about it. Setting an alert would have done so, which I'm sure you'll remind me of, Arun. But AMC, it wicks down, gets to 708, it looks like. I mean, that's close enough, man. And now it's off to the races, breaking higher. This is too in the middle at this point. It's probably going to have to get back up to like $8 or something before I can engage in a short trade. Or maybe there's a checkup here, like back down into 750. I'm just looking at the 15 minute, like how could I get involved? Like in this middle here on a dip, it could consolidate 750 and maybe continue higher. And then that's the only trade I could possibly look at. So unfortunately for myself, I missed out that $7 trade. I'm going to get some more shares out. I'm going to slip back to a 3-minute here. I'm going to get some more shares out of Silvergate. I reloaded in front of 27. Just going to take the win here. Congratulations if you went long in coin or Silvergate at the open, but I was waiting for the short at 27, so I don't have it. But playing off that level, got to pay yourself. It gets back to 26.5, I get some out. It gets back to VWAP, I get some out. The trend has been to the upside. You want to make sure you're banking when it gives you the opportunity to get out. And give me a break. So I just missed AMD there. I'm like, oh, it might check back in. Why is it not going further? Why are we not going? Why are we not going? And then I don't actually get that out as it cracks 74.30. Still in the money on AMD, but it is starting to crack a little bit lower here. I still believe in the trend, but I only want to add off VWAP here. So I'm going to be very patient adding back into this AMD trade. Want to see us holding up a little bit better than what I'm seeing right now on AMD. Less than 10 minutes to go. I haven't checked it, but I hope it's doing well. We only got 1.3 on the light count. I think we've been pretty active here today. I haven't even looked at this. I've been too busy. I haven't even looked at any of the World Cup scores, which is the first time that I haven't even given it a bit of a glance. I don't even remember who's playing this morning because there's been so much activity in the market and lots of opportunities for you guys to get to. I will call myself out for Billy. It's like if you liked one name, like there weren't very many names that I was like, this is long, I like it long, I'm only looking long. Billy was on my list. I should still be in it. I'm not. And even as the market just pulled back, where's it going? Nowhere but holding the highs. This stock is so bloody strong right now. You just got to be able to respect it. 23% on Billy. This is why it was on the watch list. And we led things off talking about the Chinese ADRs. We knew they were going to move. And look at Roku, man. Wow, Roku. It broke 55, made another high, and is up 2% now. So talk about rejecting that downgrade. Roku is off to the races, man. And all you can do is, if you're wrong, just have an out. Because if you're just averaging into this, like I've taken multiple shorts, able to make money there, short out, and then not making, not holding on to it throughout the entire move. Because quite frankly, I've seen traders ruin not just like a day, like you could ruin a week or a month if you just continuously hold on to something like this. I just wish I had it right on Roku. I didn't. We got some names right. I got this one dead wrong, but we'll definitely live to fight it another day. Hopefully not actually fight it. Hopefully be in the trend next time.
Well, to be fair,
you don't want to fight.
Yeah, you don't want to fight a trend. But at the same time, we had a reason to look at the short side of Roku, right?
For sure.
It was a multi-day move, trending in one direction. And that's the thing. What happens is once the trend breaks, and for me, the trend broke at 54. After that, I just gonna let it go. I was looking for a fade somewhere between 52.50 and 54, and we never got it. So I just let it go once it broke. But this does set up a nice move now going into tomorrow and Thursday, just for the rest of the week, because this opens up a nice little bottom. Think about it. We put in a 52.50 low here, somewhere around there. We broke that and got close to 51, and then we're bouncing back above the action that we spent pretty much 2 days at, which is around that 53 to 54 mark. So there should be some support, I would imagine, if we were to come back down to 54 and change. 54, 53, 50. I would imagine there's some action here. So there could be a nice little move here to work with and some levels to play with here if we were to come back down. Yeah, 1.3K on the likes, but look at the position board. I'm not even gonna talk about Neil's position board. I mean, I've got 3 positions. That's a big deal for a market like this. Come on, guys, get the like count out. We're trying to do what we possibly can to at least find trades that are working out. For the most part, Visa has been the big winner for me. Remember, Microsoft, we took the small hit there. Walking away from it, 40-something cents. And then NVIDIA, which was up $1, now responding to the market coming back down. So NVIDIA back to being flat. And then Apple as well doing the same thing. And you're going to expect a lot of this as a trend. If I'm correct, as the trend changes, there's going to be a lot of this back and forth as the market starts to rotate. And there's going to be some action still on the sell side, right? Of course, if I'm wrong, then yeah, we're breaking the lows. We're probably going to take out the lows on the S&P side of things, and these 2 longs are going to get blown up, and that's perfectly fine. But I do want to play on the long side. I'm okay with the long side. This pullback should find a support, I would imagine, somewhere in the 70s, low 70s, even just slightly under 70. It's okay. I'd be worried if we got to like 62-ish, 63-ish. That's where like, okay, you know what? We might be losing this one here. But for now, it does look somewhat positive, coming back into that old resistance levels from the morning here as we were topping out around 74, 75. So if we don't catch a bid here, we may be in for a long day, but we'll see how this one goes. Right now, Visa is still up $1.
So I just got a reload finally on NIO. I've been waiting patiently to get a few more shares to the long side there, but I missed a super chat. Mr. Westermeyer, apologies for that. Thank you, Bears versus Bulls. It's a fantastic job, not just moderating us, but reminding us when we miss out on things like that. We don't ask for super chats. We ask for likes and subscribes so we can grow the community. But we also are here for our community, and I hate it when we miss out on these. And you asked about Crocs. Look, there's a lot of stocks that have made some big moves here today and given you some opportunities. This is obviously one of them. I'm not going to try and say that it isn't. And you look at the break on light volume. That's the caveat. It's not necessarily a day trading stock. 500,000 shares is not a lot of volume. but you've broken back out and trying to retest this 100 level, but you look at that previous 98 level resistance, as it starts to come back in, now this is a strong stock, so I like it trending up. I'd be looking for longs when it does this, either breaking the tops or finding longs on the way to said top inside of the range, and this gives you an opportunity. It's VWAP, it's 98 even, it's in a trend, and then when you went to that 15, when I was showing you that 15 minute as well, you did have previous resistance at that 98 level. So there's all kinds of reasons why you can start holding out here and then running back into the high. But you don't want this taking this level out. Otherwise, it could gap fill all the way back into the bottom. And just to give you an idea what that looks like, whoops. Why do I always give me a break win? There you go. Come on, win. Hit enter twice.
I wonder if there's
And
something
then
going
win will
on.
come. It's like it's a feature, right? So the thing with win, it's a similar setup. Like it broke the 81, it tried to check back at that 81 level, but you need it to hold out. So it tried to go here, try to take out that 81 a second time. And I'll just zoom out. So you try to take out that 81 a second time. I'll zoom back in so you can see it's a nice upward trend, similar, and then ends up breaking down. So you can be patient, and I just waited for it to make a bottom. I still like the long, but once that level wasn't continuing the higher low, I just wait to reload that off the absolute bottom and then play that support and try and hold out back for 81s and then the high of the day. So, I'd have a quick trigger finger for Crocs if I was playing off of that. And now that one's in the NASDAQ, of course. If I was playing off that 98, it could go from here and it's shown some stability, but I would not be very stubborn about the 98 dip. Like if it checks back in, you could see 95s because it was not a lot. It's not a ton of volume that got it there in the first place. It wouldn't take a ton of volume for it to get back in there. So very similar to that win trade. And here comes my chance to reload AMD as the market comes back in. I said I want to be patient. I want this testing 73.80 before I get any more shares. So can't be patient if I'm just sort of already getting into this 15, 20 cents early. But the opportunity is now coming.
Yeah, Apple making a move here. Wow. Okay. Apple releasing the hosting key. Chinese city that's hosting key iPhone plant loosens its COVID controls from Bloomberg. Thank you, Brendan, for that. Okay, so you saw that pop. I thought it was acting a little weird. And then I look up and I was like, oh, we've got all the way up to 80? Wow. I'm long, and I wanted the long anyways, so I appreciate that quick move. But it seems like now it's coming back in because NVIDIA's falling, Apple coming back into that 144 and change, and futures market still working that 39.70. So we're not getting too far away from where we were. There was that quick move up, but now we're right back to where we started here, NVIDIA coming back down. Visa still carrying the downside trend, so we got some out in front of 209. Now it's 208.80 and change. Okay, great. That makes me money on the short side. And then we're just going to see if we can get some stability here. Once I get more stability in these 70s, I'd like to find some more names that I want to go along with. I just don't know what they are just yet. I know in the chat I saw earlier, BA was a strong one. It came back in. It was a little thin, though, the way that Boeing was moving. It moved up fast, but as it came back in, I was like, okay, I don't have enough support here to go for the long, but I'm going to keep an eye on this just in case they actually build up some support here around that 174.50 to 175.
Yeah, I'm just looking back at some names. Like, at one point, Disney looked like it was trying to go, but it just checked back in on it. Yeah, no continuation. That's why I'm not really looking at it. It tried to get through that high. It rejected it back at the low of the day. So even if anything, Disney, that's not a good look. AMD's back at 74, so I might have missed my chance at 73.80 on that dip, but it's been an exciting one. It's now 11 o'clock. Thank you, Arun, for putting in the work for Sean. We're back at 2. The market is definitely giving you opportunities. Man, those Chinese ADRs are crazy. I hope you two are looking at them because they've been the movers here today. Let's get over to Sharif and Trader Prad. Go get them.
Oh, we most certainly are looking at the Chinese ADRs proudly. I'm in Billy right now. I've been in Billy since the pre-market. This one has had plenty of legs to the upside, also giving you multiple opportunities on pullbacks to get in. So you haven't had to have necessarily that much of a risk appetite. Bradley, what's going on?
Yes, sir. You know what it is. It's a brand new day. We're going to keep looking for opportunities. I tried to get the short on 40 for Shopify. Didn't get it. Then I tried a long over here. Give it a little bit too much of risk. I'm actually going to punch out over here at the low of the day on Shopify. Going to close this trade. Don't want to be stuck with it. Clearly that 40 level acting as an absolute barrier one more time for Shopify and pulling back down. A couple of trades that you guys see already have on board. It's going to be Mobileye and Google and Pinduoduo short, all of them which are in the money. Pinduoduo $1.18 around VWAP. Looking to see if we can break this level at 68.60. Not too much size once again, 119, 120 lots. It's not a lot for a stock that has a lot of volume and a lot of positive catalysts in it. You just saw Arun talk about the China catalyst in regards to Apple, which you know could help out other Chinese ADRs which have been absolutely launching to the north side today. A couple of stocks, a couple of them that I traded happen to be Pinduoduo and JD. You're gonna see your boy talking about the other one right now.
Billy. Yes, absolutely. So let's just bring in the side chart here and talk about some of these stocks we've been looking at. Billy is the most notable of which I got in here in the 1420 area before it had that big boy on the bell move.
Look at Apple. Oh my God.
So something's happening with Apple at the moment. Yes, I see Apple. Wow. Bouncing off that 144.81 high, tanking down now below 143. This one is making a really aggressive move down and taking down the market with it. What is the catalyst on that? I guess we'll find out momentarily. But for the moment, we can just continue to watch this make new lows. 142.86 proudly is the low. Did you have anything on it?
Apple, the production of the, okay, we're going to try to pronounce it. If I say it wrong, I'm sorry already. Zhengzhou iPhone plant was significantly affected by laborers' protests, so I cut the fourth quarter 2022 iPhone shipments by about 20% to 70 to 75 million. This is from an analyst, most likely Reuters or like Bloomberg or some sort of an analyst. Reuters. You know, immediately coming out with the negative catalyst. That was telling you know, Sharif, this 100-period EMA pullback on Apple, that looks like a good short to me. The 144.50. I hesitated. I missed out on that move. That's my fault. And now look at Apple immediately reversing. Obviously, I can't predict the move on Apple like that, but Apple just got absolutely destroyed just now. That's going to help us with our other trades that we have on board already. We got Google getting clapped at the moment. Google making a new low day with the help of Apple. Let's take some profits on that bad boy. Pinduoduo now, once again, $1.15, 50 cents in the money on that one. Let's go. This market's just now making a new low of day after ripping around a little bit, positive, negative, positive once again, and then now sadly back to being negative for the S&P 500.
Yeah, that's really changed a lot, including my trades at the moment. This downshift in the overall market has had a negative effect on my longs. Billy, I'm long 15.54 in my latest trade. Now that one is going against me. If it breaks 40, I'll be out. I'm looking for anything 39 related on the tape. There we go. We get it. So we're out of that one. That will be a loser for Billy. It was trending up. Then the overall market kind of just boom. Also, the long that I took a dip trade long here at 31.55 on BTU, up 7% on the day. This idea was to take this support level long at the moment. It had been holding up, consolidating sideways, and then that market flush came, and you can guess the rest. So with respect to this one, I don't know if it's too Apple connected. It's going to be more energy related. Yeah, I don't know if the Apple news figures as much into energy as maybe I can see at the moment. So what I'll do is I'll give this one a little bit more room. I'll take it out at 31.35. So if this one breaks 31.35 to the downside, I'll be out of this one. Let's go ahead and put that in now, 31.34, and then we'll we'll finish the remaining portion here at 31.30. So we'll give that about 4 penny spread between the stop and the limit. But yeah, things really going against me here. Let's just quickly address a super chat. I'm a noob trader, sends a $5 super chat saying, thanks for giving us the news to confirm the moves. Saved my day. Always happy to help. Brendo up there at the big desk has access to one of the better information news programs and much more. Trust me, I've been trading on it. It's got a lot of stuff. It's called Icon, and it costs a lot of money, and we have access to that, and we'll give you the news as it comes out. But Billy, stopping me out proudly.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big move all of a sudden. First, you have Bloomberg coming out and saying China loosening COVID control, especially in regards to iPhone plants, and then within seconds later, you have another analyst, we don't know who yet, coming out and saying, hey, they got hit by that problem over there, and they're about to lose 20% of their production overall. So a quick news catalyst coming in back to back for the #1 weighted stock across both NASDAQ and S&P 500. So obviously when news comes out for a stock like that, you can see moves coming in quick. Right now, I want to point out a level on Pinduoduo, 78.30 with 500 lots. So 500 lots, add 2 zeros for that, times 78.30. That's about $4 million sitting on the bid for Pinduoduo, a stock that's already positive. Chinese ADR, positive catalyst in them. And the positive catalyst in it is the exact same catalyst that Apple got 2 seconds ago before the negative catalyst. So on our watch list, if you're not signed up to it, you're making a big mistake, ladies and gentlemen. Do exclamation mark watch list in the chat. Go sign up for it. Brendo's curating these things for you every single morning. So in here, it clearly shows you that, the regulators in China, the officials are claiming that 65% of people above 80 are booster vaccine, and the lowest there's a decline in COVID cases. So everything seems to be looking good for that fear in China closing down factories and everything. But Pinduoduo over here using that catalyst over here to the north side. Most of the Chinese ADR is using that to the north side. We got a nice short around 80, which happened to be a resistance for Pinduoduo. We're now gonna get out around the 50-period EMA because that size is there. But if that size gets taken out because this market's continuing to go to the downside, then I'm going to be looking to re-enter my shorts. So I'm going to throw an order out there to take the break of 78.30, and we're going to cross up to 78.20, and we'll take that much size, and we'll see if we can get that break of 78.30 to the downside, and I want to join that party once again. Rest in peace, NVIDIA, says chat. Let's go check out NVIDIA. But real quick before I do that, I want to start taking some profits on Google. No, I don't want to take profits on Google just yet. But MBLY, which was one of the stocks that hasn't been working out for me, finally returning back towards VWAP. Let's deleverage a little bit. Hello. Let's take some size out on this stock just to be safe. We are going to be covering this first lot of our exit for a little bit of a loser, but thankfully we're not losing too much because we're exiting right next to our first entry. This way our average size ends up being closer to that point over there, and then when the stock pulls back a little bit lower as the markets continue to go to the downside, NASDAQ now down full 1% at 11,500. Not too long ago we were playing near 11,600. Now 11,500 coming into play, and that 39.50 level from yesterday that I called out. I did say the market's going to bottom out at 39.50 yesterday. We bottomed out at 39.60 instead. But now 39.50 is actually coming into play. Let's see if 39.50 breaks and we go for another ride to the downside on this market. Pinduoduo, give me an entry again.
Go for it.
No, I just wanted to alert that Pinduoduo level did break. Oh, actually, something to notice. As soon as that level broke, now we have 500 lots on the ask at almost the same price on Pinduoduo. So that's going to be my exit right there. If 78.37 breaks, I'm exit stage left.
That Apple news catalyst that got us out of the Billy trade, we get a little bit of revenge on that because we take the retracement upwards on Apple here. Here's the 1 minute chart. We make a low around 142.65 and then retrace up to 143.10. That's where I went short, and then I got some out through the break of 90s and then as low as the low 70s. So a nice little 40 penny winner there on Apple on the short, got in, scalped out. And that's the trade for me there. With respect to my BTU trade, a little bit more trouble in that regard, though. Giving this one only 10 pennies of risk. So, but I was sized in fully to be completely transparent. So this one, I went long 31.56. It didn't hold the support level that I was anticipating would hold, and then I get out actually 31.32. So 20 pennies of risk, excuse me, not 10 pennies. So more than I actually wanted to here. And my thinking was that it had made a low wick of here, retraced back up to above my entry. So I was giving it to the break of this wick here. So that was why I had placed my stop where I did. So 2 losers, 1 winner. Actually, to be honest with you, BTU is only a minor loser because not BTU, Billy, because I scalped out some initially before getting stopped out. So that mitigated some of the losses. Now, let's have a look at what I was looking at prior to that big Apple move. We were looking at Billy. Baba is kind of canceled for me. PDD, Pradley talked about that, but I was definitely looking at that $80 high. Look at that complete flat top there that developed, and then you had the breakdown between below, the low of that range. So that's a nice, that's a dollar setup that you could have made right there. 79.50 break going all the way down to 78.18. That was a nice one. DBGI. Do you guys remember this one from yesterday? This was a small capper that halted a bunch of times. Well, guess what? It halted today too, into the upside, actually, despite the fact that it's down 12% on the day. Yeah, so it retraced, gaining back some of the losses it had given up, making a 780 high. But guess what? Ever since then, it's been retracing down. It's been a shorter's dream, to be honest with you. 780 high all the way down to 623 at the moment. So this one, looking short, but now let's look for the bounce on this one. I think the short's been had, at least momentarily. BTU, I spoke about that one. From a 3-minute perspective, it actually looks quite good here in terms of a VWAP retracement. It's respected VWAP for the majority of the day, I'd have to say, especially at this trough right here. It breaks through it, but a momentary break and actually doesn't close below VWAP, closes quite a ways above it. So this one has respected VWAP. This might be an interesting VWAP bounce dip trade here. I'll have to actually look at the crude futures to see what they're up to. Vale, this one's been kind of like my dark horse on the day. This is a mining materials play. I was just scanning my watch list for whatever reason to see what was moving on the day for some ideas, and this one came up 5% on the day. It gave me a bunch of opportunities, both pre-market and after the bell, to get in here. Look at this move off the bell. We're not talking a lot nominally or notionally, excuse me, but if you sized in well into this one, you had a nice move up, holding above VWAP and holding above 16. This one might be an interesting play into the afternoon. So those are the stocks that I was looking at. Those 6, in addition to a couple of more. Tesla, obviously, because of the movement, and Roku. You guys heard Neil talk about Roku earlier on. That one, let's bring in the chart before I send it back to Pradley quickly. Nice aggressive move up. Wasn't this downgraded, Roku? Didn't it get a downgrade?
It was down
in pre-market. Do you have the watch list quick?
Yeah, it was down in pre-market.
Yeah, so obviously retracing off that negative news catalyst. Was it downgrade? Was it
by KeyBank.
Yeah, okay. So this one kind of retracing up. You know, I find nothing proprietary about this Roku system, nor have I ever even used a Roku TV. Regardless, this one retracing back down, yeah, and there's been an event here on the soccer game. We won't let you know what it is, but there has been an event. Anyway, retracing off that 55.45 high, essentially 55.50, now back down $1, about 54.50. So I'm going to keep my eye on some more possible moves, Pradley, on Roku. That's what I've been watching today.
Prad looking either worried or intense. Yeah, a little bit of both, because obviously there's something going around the world, and Prad's got $2.50 on the line over here, so I'm worried. We were looking at the why are you laughing, bro? Come on, I got $2.50 on the line. That's a lot of money. We're looking at the analyst Ming Chi Ku, who's the one who's talking about the whole decline in Foxconn numbers in that analyst. They're talking about, though, there will be no delay in the December shipments, which is a good thing. That's what we want to see, especially for people going into Christmas. You know, a lot of people buy iPhone products, Apple products for their friends and their family members. For Christmas and so on. I want to quickly circle back to Pinduoduo. So Pinduoduo, I punched into the short on the break of the size, and then I got punched out of the trade on the break of the size to the north side, sadly. So that trade ended up not working out for us. But I was watching it the whole time. Once it did break the size on the ask and it started going higher, the size came back on the bid, and then the stock popped up 30 cents, and then the size came 30 cents higher. So it's almost like the buyer was chasing it. Last time I remember watching at 78.60, but clearly we're now at 78.50. Let's see if that buyer 78.30 is still there. If that buyer 78.30 is not there, then that means that buyer moved up to 78.60, got filled at 78.60, and is most likely willing to probably rebuy around the $78 area again one more time. So I'm just going to stay away from the short side on Pinduoduo unless we march back towards the $80 area for myself. Google still continuing to go down on the day as NASDAQ is teetering around the 11,500. I like how you said nominal. That kind of reminded me of...
I meant notional, but...
Yeah, but it reminded me of watching the SpaceX videos when they're talking about the flight path is nominal and everything. Sadly, the flight path right now in this market is not nominal. We are in crash mode. Houston, we have problems.
Yeah, we got a lot of short covering there on Bradley's chart. He is living life, it looks like, at the moment. I am sadly tradeless. I'm looking for a possible dip trade here on BTU off VWAP, but I'm not really encouraged by the current direction of the market. Looks like we're continuing to make lower lows, 39.48 now, breaking through that 50 level is the low of day on the MES. So looks like we're continuing to make low of days. Apple's really dragging things down. I don't know if I feel confident going long anything, even if it is oil. As such, I will cancel that order until otherwise stated. But yeah, I'm going to have to start looking for more shorts. Looking up at my big tech chart, all the big six are decidedly to the downside. Look at this. They're all directionally pointed down, all below VWAP. So this is, you know, it looks like it's going to be the short from here on in. I guess the trend has been established. I guess we'll have our relief rallies here and there on the micro level, but I think that the better move probably is going to be the short for the rest of the day. Bradley, what do you think?
I mean, that's what it looks like for sure. The shorts are in. This market's going big time to the downside. S&P 500, I mean, NASDAQ, sorry, breaking that 11,500. S&P 500 breaking that 3,950. The only other level I can think of is like, what, 3,900? Or
Apple,
what are you
142.
No, Arun just put his hands up and he goes, I don't know anymore. So yeah, the only other level I could think of to the downside for the market is a nice even number, 3,900. NASDAQ already breaking that 11,500 and down 1.14%. S&P 500 down, sadly, 0.61%. But something that I want to remind you guys is the UVXY still down on the day, down 0.25%. And it's nowhere near the high of day. Yeah, volatility is increasing right now as the market continue to go down.
Beautiful.
There is fear in the market, which is exactly what we want to see happening. The range is exploding, giving us a bigger range to trade the market in and around. So let's see if UVXY has a chance to actually break out of the high of the day. Just recently turning positive, trying to break out of the high of the day. Would like to see it actually stay green, which means the market most likely staying red for the rest of the day as Apple continues to destroy itself over here. Imagine I punched into the short of the 100-period EMA. Sadly, though, I did not see the selling that I was joking about.
142 level didn't mean anything, Bradley.
Yeah.
We're like at 145.50. Arun, the chat wants to know, Akil H, did Arun exit the Visa trade? No, he has not exited the Visa trade. That's an update for you as we continue to watch Apple make new lows and drag the market lower. I found a little solution to a problem I've been complaining about lately, which is basically identifying these lines and kind of associating them to certain days. So I figured out a way around that. I'll be using that new strategy going forward. So let's remove all these horizontal lines and start afresh. But I did have a horizontal line here right at where we've made low of day. So that comes in probably from somewhere earlier in the week, maybe late last week, but I have something here at 39.40. Again, not exactly sure where that level came from, but looks like we bottomed out there. For the moment, let's see if we get a nice little retracement possibly here on one of these big tech stocks. But that's what, you could play. You could play these retracements. But I think, again, like I was saying before Bradley took over, I think the better move for the moment is to the short side. At least that's how it looks. Let's see what the other stocks that we were up to are interested in are up to. Billy kind of pulling back off the highs, but really we're not far off the highs at all, guys, given how much the market's retraced. 1573 is a high. We're at 1539. So this one way above VWAP. VWAP's below that 1510 level at around 1505. So this one decidedly uptrending at the moment. If we do get a bounce on the market, I'm going to look to Billy to see if it can continue to the high side, maybe even test 16s, up 22.25% on the day. That's basically what I'm looking at. Let's have a look at the scanners. What are the scanners up to at the moment? Not much showing up with any respectable level of volume. I'm seeing CRNC, that's a $17 stock. That made a decent move, not on a lot of volume, but let's have a look since not much else is going on. That's a NASDAQ stock, CRNC. Let's flip here. Why does that say CRNC? There we go. Spam it until it loads, baby. Up, what is this up? It's up 15% on the day. Look at this move right off the bell. An aggressive move off that 14.5 level, maybe even 14. Topping out here at 18. A bit of a double top forming here. So this might be an interesting short going forward unless, you know, we continue to get new highs. But right now, what I'd do is I'd look for the break of this neckline, I want to call it right here, that 1720 area. If it breaks through that, then I think that the short is the better move here. So I'm going to wait to see if it retraces back to that or whether it continues to make newer highs. But CRNC, interesting. Done about a million, yeah, about 1.25 million shares, but a lot of it coming in quite recently, Bradley.
What are the chances that the selling pressure we're seeing on Apple is actually Elon Musk just shorting Apple because of his beef he's having with Tim Cook over Twitter and whatnot? Someone in the chat actually said that the Elon is shorting Apple, and that made me remember that whole fight that they're having recently about Apple complaining about removing Twitter off of the App Store, and Elon coming back at him saying, "What, you don't like free speech in America?" and all the other stuff over there. So can't wait to see how that craziness evolves into whatever it evolves into.
But you know what concerns me, Bradley, is that there's an activist movement now against Tesla. I'm concerned, although I support him, I kind of find that he's becoming a bit too combative. And he's I was talking to Ian about this today on the walk from the subway. I feel like he's creating too many enemies unnecessarily. And I don't know if you've noticed, but there's some there's a trend on social media of people giving back their Teslas and getting competing cars, whether VWs or Hyundais, and then posting about it as a sign of activism.
Well, he's not here to make friends. He's here to save humanity.
I get it, bro.
Friends come after.
I'm talking about from a shareholder's perspective, right?
He's not here to make friends. He's here to save humanity. He's our Tony Stark, okay?
If I'm
friends
a
come
shareholder,
after when you're that type of person.
I get it. You gotta commit to your vision.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at it from a shareholder's perspective, and do you really want customers fleeing your company? I love the guy and I'm a big supporter, but I feel like he's just been too combative.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I got no opinions on it. To each their own, and when you're at that point in life, you kind of can do whatever you want, and obviously your shareholders are getting probably hurt from whatever you're saying and whatever you're doing. That's not for me to ponder upon. If you're a fan of him, you're not. If you're not a fan of him, you're not. I'm going to come back to the market over here because we're seeing some moves happen again. The market's actually catching somewhat of a bid from the bottom, but Apple's still trying to make another low over here. Apple's trying to go back to the lows while the market's trying to catch somewhat of a bid. I see UVXY also pulling back from the higher days over here after being up 0.12%. We did make a new high around 8.2 and waiting to see what the market will do for us. We're still in the money $1.20 on Google. We're in the money 36 cents on Mobileye. And Meta, which I punched in not too long ago, around this low a day pre-market low break of 108.50s, 109s or so. Waiting to see if this can go even more to the downside for me. But Meta has been ridiculously strong today. In pre-market, off the open, we ripped up to almost 111, came back down to the 100-period EMA, where I did try some longs and I got stopped out both times, which ended up being the right direction anyways. price, missed out on that move, and then the market comes in with the big downside move for Meta. So Meta turning red on the day, trying to see if the market can help Meta stay red on the day, but I'm not going to give it too much risk, nor am I taking too much size on this trade, because we've seen Meta be opposite to the market a lot of times, so being very careful. Have you seen this over here that I posted on Twitter?
Is that the name of all the Serbian or Croatian players?
Serbian players.
Yeah, okay.
This is the name of every single Serbian player on their roster. Do you see a pattern by any chance?
You're just noticing this now?
This is
like 2018, bro.
I know. So there's a legitimate reason for this. So kind of like how Greg taught me. The name McGregor, like Conor McGregor, Mech stands for son of Gregor. So like whoever has name Mech in them, it's like son of is what it means. So Ich means son of. So Petrovic means son of Peter, or something like that. So it's a pretty cool system that they got over there. I wish India had something like that. We don't have anything like that. You just get your father's last name, and you're like, all right, get out of here. But no, that's a pretty cool system over there. Serbia with all the ICs, and some of them have OVICs. I guess it's just a different way to spell the IC. Just a different
that
variation.
area, like the Croatians too.
Yeah.
All right, so let's have a look at what's popping off. Okay, we're getting a bit of a retracement here on Apple. It looks like we, popped up off that bottom, 140, 120 bottom, kind of retracing back up to the 80s, maybe low 90s, currently in the 70s, but I don't know. I feel like this is all like a pop, a short to pop type event. And these are your opportunities to get into the short. And as I say that, it tanks down another 30 cents. So yeah, you get the feel for that the market's going to be at least directional for the moment. I think that I don't know. I feel like the selling's not done. Let's see if we can break that 140, 120 bottom. With respect to CRNC, I'm still waiting for that neckline break. I'm gonna put in a resting order through that 1720 break to the downside. The only thing that concerns me about this stock is the volume's dropping off significantly and the spreads are opening up. So I feel like maybe if I get wicked in to the short, and then all of a sudden liquidity drops off, momentary liquidity comes in, and all of a sudden I'm stuck on like 15 penny spread. There we go. As I say that, it breaks right down through. Damn it, I should have had that. CRNC breaking down through that 1750 like nobody's business now. It looks like it's going to test that $17 level. Coming off like a 20% high now. It looks like we're at 12%, but that one set up quite nicely, that double top. Yeah, that's a mistake on my part. I should have been less talking, more pressing, Bradley.
I was fooling about Western Digital over here. Western Digital getting destroyed today. I was also looking at Seagate earlier on, which was getting destroyed and was popping up on my scanners multiple times throughout the day. But Western Digital never really popped up. But here's Western Digital popping up on the scanner just now as it's about to win the race on the loser side, which means relative weakness and a lot of it pouring in onto this position at the moment. So a lot of pain coming in for WDC for those of you watching. And if you're wondering why Western Digital and Seagate, part of it is because ever since COVID has been going on a decline, Western Digital has, Dell Computers, HP, Hewlett Packard, HPQ, that's the ticker. HPQ, Dell, there's a bunch of other computer stocks in there that have been getting beat up, even AMD because of the demand. Intel got beat up a little bit, Nvidia got beat up because of the decrease in demand for computers and so on. During COVID, a lot of people had to buy computers as you had to work from home, but like now people are going back to work, so the need for computers has been going down a little bit. So Western Digital, who sells memory spaces in computers, I think our computers over here use Western Digital actually. has been getting beat up. So here's WDC today going down about 0.84%, but catching a little bit of a bid right now. If you look at the daily chart, this is my bottom chart. I'll actually make it bigger for you guys. Look at the multiple days bottom around 35.50. Let's just say 35. I think we can pull that down to 35. There might be support around these areas for WDC, allowing it to pop back up. So I would like to take a small little long here at the low of day. Let's see if the market can bounce back up, take it back to the north side for us. And I also want to quickly cover some more of Mobile Eye and the bottom of this range
Mobile
over
Eye.
here. You know what? You say Tesla, so I'll say whatever I want.
Mobile Eye.
Mobile Eye,
Great.
Mr.
Mobile
Tesla.
Eye.
Yusuf, if you're in the chat, yo, you gotta talk to me about you know, doing something with this guy over here, Mr. Tesla.
Tesla. What's that? Oh yeah, true. I don't think I say it wrong. That's why I'm convinced that I'm not wrong. I don't, but I'm pretty sure it's Mobile Eye, not Mobile Eye.
Okay, Tesla.
Tesla. All right, guys. Let's get back to business here. CRNC really testing that 17 area, and it also happens to be VWAP. So I like when there is there's some overlap there between the price action and the indicators. I'm looking for a breakdown of 17 because I missed that 1750 break, but I still like it to the downside. I think that this one, what is it up on? What's the exact news? You know what? Before I look at the news, I'm going to put my order because last time I missed this trade to the downside. So let's go and give it, there we go. And let's take this many shares. So now we're printing 01s here on the bid. 09 sadly on the ask. There we go. So now we break down. But again, 7 penny spread. Will I get filled here? I'm looking at the tape. I'm seeing 99s. I have my order at 98s. So 99s now, 1702s. So this one I still feel is primed to the downside. It's just a matter about getting filled. It looks like there's been another event update with respect to the, I think the Senegal and Ecuador game. Have a look there if you're interested. But that's what I'm looking at for CRNC. Oh, there we go. Come on. Now a 13 penny spread. This one is getting a little too risky for my liking. But having a look now at Apple in the general market, looks like we're getting a nice little balance. I see higher lows on some of these wicks and higher highs. Looks like we're bouncing back through that to that 39.50 on the ES. Apple also bouncing a little bit as well. A nice little top forming here. At least a micro top, 141.85, 141.90. If we can break through that and then maybe possibly 142, that could be like a nice little flat top breakout there. Let's see what happened with CRNC. Still haven't got filled on that one, 17 holding. And Billy still kind of doing the same thing. I think I was speaking about Billy earlier being one of the stronger stocks that could move up on a market bounce, but not really seeing Billy curling up as much as I am with the market pred.
Look at Western Digital go, baby. Let's go. We're getting a nice little pop on WDC. Looks like we caught the little bit of a bottom over here as we looked at our daily chart. Daily chart showing us a nice little range on the weekly range lows. If we do go on the week over here, is there a way we can go on the week on the chart? No, we can't, eh?
I can do it on here. What do you want?
We can't go like on our charts for 1 week. Maybe I go here. Monthly? Okay. Never mind that. I was trying to, maybe monthly? Nah, screw it. So we're trying over here to see, you get the idea. You see the bottom of this range over here that I was talking about, giving us a nice little long off it. Market is moving back up. We see 39.50 coming into play on the S&P 500 and 11,500 on the NASDAQ. Let's see if NASDAQ has the power to get above 11,500. I have the
chat
power.
saying dead cat bounce, Bradley. What do you think?
Dead cat bounce? What is that?
Okay.
I don't know what a dead cat bounce is.
All
I don't know
right.
these patterns, man. I don't do no pattern
Neil
study.
just almost always used to say it every day. Basically, it's a bounce, but it really doesn't have any substance to it. It's going to continue to trend downwards.
It's going to continue to go back down?
After bouncing up momentarily. whatever you define momentarily to be, whether 10 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever chart frame
I don't
you're
know. The
trading
problem
off.
with me is UVXY. That's my problem. UVXY is still negative on the day, even with NASDAQ being down 1%. Is there a chance for UVXY to go right back to the low of day to $8? I don't know. We're gonna find out later on in the day. Obviously, I don't have the keys to the future. If I did, trust me, I would not be sitting here.
Bro, you're gonna get
in
your
Bahamas next to FBX. Oh no, not FBX.
FTX.
SBF. There
yeah.
you go. Sitting next to SBF, and we'll be smacking the crypto markets every day.
We're gonna have to
But
revoke
sadly,
your
I'm not doing that.
Prostradamus card, bro.
What's that?
Your Prostradamus.
Prostradamus doesn't. It's not
You can't
because I'm
call
predicting
yourself
the future.
Prostradamus and then say I don't know the future.
No. It's not because I can predict the future. I can't. Prostradamus is because I make these nasty parlays that predicts the future for me.
Okay, nice save, nice save. Okay, we got short 16.97 on CRNC, 5-penny spread at the moment. I think I like this one south, but what I'll do is I'm going to give it about 50 pennies of risk. So if it breaks through 17.50, I'm gonzino, but I'm in the money already on it. There we go, breaking down into the 80s already. About 20 pennies in the money on this one. This one is poised to give up the goodies. That double top looked tempting. I'm sad I didn't take it through the neckline. Would have had a way better ACB, but shoulda, coulda, woulda. Got to deal with what I've got at the moment. I'm looking possibly to retrace into that 16.22, currently where the 200 period is, or possibly the whole dollar level at 16. But gonna have to exercise patience with this one. Also, just FYI, when you put an order out here to cover, you may not get filled right away because of the gnarly 12-penny spread at the moment. So you're going to have to give this one time to break through those levels, and then you'll get filled once that level's been broken. But yeah, exercise patience on CRNC, but definitely have that stop. So let's go ahead and put that in now. 17.55, I'll be out, and then I'll cover all of it at that level. Go ahead, take over because I got to enter all these orders.
People in the chat saying even a dead cat bounces when you drop it far enough. That's the reason behind it. I don't know about that. I think, like, according to movies, when a body falls from far enough, it splatters, it doesn't bounce. So I don't know about that. According to movies, obviously. This is from Hollywood knowledge that I'm coming from. That being said, don't go home, don't go testing, throwing cats off of a building, and then testing for a bounce coming into play. Don't make me have to call PETA over there. No cats need to be harmed in this test that you guys are trying to have over here. Right now, the market is giving a reject of the 11,500. Sadly, it did get above 11,500 by like a quarter of a point maybe, but we right back under 11,500 on NASDAQ, which probably means that Apple is still struggling. Where am I typing? Wrong box. Let's go here. That means Apple is still most likely struggling over here. Apple around 142, not able to really, go back through there, down 1.7%. People in the chat saying it's a figure of speech, Brad. Cats have 9 lives too. You're forgetting that, man. You're forgetting that point.
Absolutely. We are doing well here on our CRNC short, getting now into the 70 prints. I've got some to take out at 77 that for a 20-penny winner. We just got 78 prints. Obviously, it's going to make me wait. That's the nature of this beast. So I want to stop talking about it. You know my position and where I am and where I'm looking to get out. So let's have a look here on Apple. Pradley was saying Apple was having trouble moving back up, but now it looks like we're going to test 142 again, Prad. And not like the market's like rocketing up or anything, but I see a nice little rebound. Again, this could just be a retracement on the 5-minute chart for a few candles, and then we'll test lows again at 39.41. So don't get convinced that we've changed trend too quickly. At least that's how I see it. But Apple looking to test 142s. Let's see what's going on with some of the movers on our scanner. What's this one all about? Yeah, nothing really showing any sort of volume. KTRA, you guys will recall that one from yesterday, up 9.5% on the day, but the volume is absolute nonsense, so won't be trading that one. I'll focus more on my CRNC trade. There we go. Now getting some 78 prints. Looks like we're hopefully we'll get filled soon. The spread also closing up to 3 pennies at times here. So liquidity coming back on this one and causing the spread to tighten up a little bit. That's good news for us in case we need to bail out. Bradley?
Part of it, well, could make it, you know, the terminology that you guys are using, dead cat bounce and whatever it is. The idea behind it for me, like, this is why I don't really, you know, go out there, understand what happened. Okay, something happened?
Getting fills. That's what happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
Part of it could be because, you know, this bounce that we're getting is probably just shorts covering their profits. They're in the money for a big move to the downside. They're taking profits, and no one's really buying up the markets at these levels. If you ask my opinion, you know, people who were buying up the S&P 500 were most likely buying it at 3,500 when the market, you know, pooped itself to the downside. Sadly, absolutely crashed with the help of the all other factors: high inflation, Fed's constantly raising rates to 0.75 and so on, hurting the market overall, going to 3,500. This is where I bought a lot of my new positions on my long-term portfolio, and a lot of people might have done the same thing. I'm guessing that's what happened. So I can't see people buying up in these ranges. They might wait for the market to pull back once again, with Feds coming in and saying, you know, we had Bullard yesterday coming in saying we're going to keep raising.
Hold on, isn't Papa Powell on the mic
supposed
today?
to talk today? Yeah. We had Bullard yesterday coming on the mic and talking about how they might have to keep raising rates. So this little pop that you're seeing on the market could just be profits coming in, and then we might see selling pressure pouring in once we hit a nice little resistance of most likely, well, 1522 or even 15500, 15550, sorry, 11550. That's what I'm trying to say. 11550, maybe even this top over here that we previously curled off back down to around 11522. This might just be short covering coming into play, hence and you know, there's no real buying coming in behind it, hence that whole dead cat bounce idea, the fact that there is no real buying pressure and power behind it might be coming in, and that's the reasoning behind you know, how some of these patterns are labeled behind. I think Arun was the one who mentioned to me it's better to just understand the idea of these trend lines and the patterns and so on, instead of using these patterns to constantly make a trade out of it, because the idea will last you a long time. Now we're actually seeing that 11,500, even though we got above it, we're struggling around these areas a little bit. So showing you that buyers are not really there, most likely the shorts being covered, and now we go back down once the shorts who have covered are covered and the selling pressure gets back onto the market.
Yeah, just quick correction. Powell speaks tomorrow, not today.
No, he speaks today.
No, I'm pretty sure he speaks tomorrow. Does he speak today?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right here, speaks at an event today.
Okay. Well, some of the people in the chat were saying tomorrow, and I asked Arun. Let's see here what my calendar says. What do we got today for Fed speakers? Economic calendar, go away, advertisement. There we go. House price index, 222. I don't see anything personally for today. Let's see what's on for tomorrow.
That's from our watch list. On our watch list, it says he talks today. There's going to be events where Papa Powell will be on some event today talking about, not sure what the event
Chair
name is.
Powell speaks tomorrow at 1:30.
Not sure what the event is that he's going to be talking at today, but according to our watch list, it says today.
All right. Well, maybe he's speaking both days. I have no idea. In any event, still waiting here on the short on CRNC. Spreads open back up to about 7 pennies. I've got some more to take out. A profit taker already waiting at 52s or 53s, getting a bit of a retracement at the moment back into 80s. We're still short 97. So, yeah, we'll wait on this one. There's bound to be a retracement after that aggressive move through VWAP. But I still like this to the downside, and I like it even more that we're below VWAP at the moment. You know how these small cappers tend to sell off when they can't reclaim VWAP. So this one, I'm thankful that I got short at VWAP so that I can give it a bit more buffer room through the breakout VWAP should it make it up there. But I think that this one is going. I think this one will trend, and yeah, getting back now into the low 70s. So this one looking good. Just a matter of exercising some patience, having a look back at Apple. Still, yeah, you know, fighting for that 142, reclaimed it a couple times, but can't quite stay above it. So this one looking like it is like a short, the pop type event, and move back below 140, 120. I think that unless we really see some big boy buying coming in on Apple, I think that this one is a continued short Bradley. I don't have much else going on. Billy, I really haven't been engaging that one because I've been focused more on CRNC. But Billy, you know, it's ranging now a bit. This isn't the trade you want to have in this type of market, especially when we have a decent amount of volatility. The range on this one is 15.40 to the low side and 15 3/4 to the high side. For the moment, it's actually been that way for the better part of an hour and a half. So this one ranging, and it'll have to break beyond those levels, either to the high side or the downside, to become another momentum trade. But right now, not looking the part. Nothing showing up on my scanners. I'm about to go through some of the watch list candidates that I had earlier in the morning when I sent it back to Bradley. But looks like after that Apple move kind of juked some of the people's plans, it's been kind of like a slower morning now.
That's because you're using the different scanners. The right scanner to be using Trade Ideas, ladies and gentlemen. Use TraderTV30 in the code. Sadly, sir, oh wait, TraderTV30 is expired to Tuesday. So we still have the Trader TV code, which will give you 15% off on tools such as Trade Ideas, like Neil, Sean, myself, and a bunch of other traders on the floor use on a day-to-day basis. I'm actually re-entering short onto Google right now at 95. Google pulling back to 95. Market struggling around 11,500. S&P 500 also struggling around 3,950. I heard Sharif mention TSLA. Let's go check out this bad boy as it is near the lower day. So Tesla right back to lower days. I think yesterday we were shorting the 184.50, was it? No, it was, what were we shorting yesterday? 188.50.
That's a double top, yeah.
188.50, and we were today around 186.50 as the pre-market high, which ended up rejecting, pulling back to the south side. So we have a couple levels to keep in mind for Tesla. Next time it pulls back to the upside for us. Sadly, down 0.64% today. Google, after punching into that position, okay, I got scared for a second. I was like, wait, wow, I'm only 40 cents in the money. I just remembered I punched back into it, so my average kind of messes up, and hence I'm only 40 cents in the money. And Western Digital just not doing anything, just kind of stuck over here. So I'll just get out of this trade because I believe the market is going back down, and I don't want to be stuck with Western Digital as it might go right back to the lower days and go test those supports, maybe even test supports all the way back to $35. So me being long at 35.70 is not a right idea for myself. Mobile Eye. We are getting a nice little move coming back to the north side over here, so not the best thing we want to see. Let's take some more size L. The spread is 11 cents, and I only crossed 5 cents. So let's cross 11 cents, punch that ask, take out our size over there, deleverage a little bit, and protect those profits just in case the stock goes right back to our average price of $27.36. Let's see what the chat's looking at. Chat's saying Apple's going to flush. Yeah, most likely. I mean, Apple's around, what, 142 at the moment. We did get a break of 142 to the north side. Let's look at the tape for a little second. Let's see if we see big prints to the north side coming in and punching above the ask, or do we see selling pressure coming in, punching the bid, or even below the bid. Currently, we are seeing a little bit of above the ask action coming on liquid gateway. So on T, which is, I believe, once again, ARCA. No, that's the NASDAQ gateway. So on the NASDAQ gateway, we're watching a little bit of 1,000 share orders being punched and taking the size on the ask.
Yeah, I just looking through my watch list, trying to see if there's anything, decent to trade here. Looking through some of the oil stocks, seeing what's active, what's up double digits. Nothing really standing out to me too much at the moment, to be honest. So we'll stick to the plan that we've got here on board. Still holding that CRNC short, but a nice little retracement here on the market, reclaiming that 50, 39.50. That's what I'm referring to on the ES. It's not much. I mean, it's only 10 points off the bottom after making a new high at 39.75. So, but inching back up there nonetheless. Not sure what to make of this move. Whether, yeah, I'm still of the feeling that this is kind of like a short to pop type event until I feel otherwise. All right, let's see what else is going on. What's the chat up to? What do we got here? SOXS. That's I'm assuming that's what's it called? An ETF. Here we go. Yeah, SOXS making a nice little move there off that 35.20. Looks like low of day was 35.20. We made that low about 11 o'clock. Ever since then, we've been trending higher, 37.27. Now a bit of a retracement back down into 36.86. Yeah, this could be a bull flag forming here, and then a continuation through the break of 37.20. What's the catalyst on this one? 1 second here. Let's pull this up. So this is SOXS. I always forget this. 300% of the inverse of the daily performance of the semiconductor index. Okay, so semis are not doing well today. Let me look at semis. I'm on the wrong watch list. Here we go. Let's move down to semis. Yeah, they're all red. Okay, so AVGO, SMH, NVIDIA, NXPI, AMD, they're all red. Yeah, even Intel is flat. That's the only one that's really flat. Okay, so this one is basing off the semiconductor. What's the semiconductor news catalyst? Do you have any idea?
Semiconductor news
Why
catalyst?
are the semiconductors
Most likely with the Chinese news bearing a little bit of weight over them. Let's see if we have chip stocks on our watch list. Not really. We don't have chip stocks on our watch list today. I mean, look, let's bring it back to the volume a little bit. We are going into 12 o'clock in about 9 minutes, and the volume on the 3 times leverage ETF for QQQs, which is your TQQQ, was only at 80 million shares, and SQQ is only at 51 million shares. Usually we see them around 100 million plus. Tesla around 45. SOXL, which is your 3 times leverage ETF for the semiconductors to the downside, to the long side, which is in the red side today, obviously, because as you heard Sharif just mention, all of the chip stocks are in the red side today. The catalyst for it, I believe there was something on our watch list yesterday for chip stocks. Let's quickly go back to yesterday's watch list over here. Oh, Dodgeball League 2023, Justin. Okay, I see you. Let's go back to chip stocks. No, nothing in chip stocks yesterday. Let's see the one before that over here. No, nothing over there. So nothing about chip stocks for the last 3 days on our watch list. But they have been moving around quite a bit. If we were quickly go once again to my trade ideas scanner, type in AMD to see what the relative volume is. AMD 0.73 relative volume. And if you look at this range over here on the daily chart, that's a very boring move for all of this week, but it's giving you a good range to trade in. You can short 78 or 80 multiple times, and you could go long 70 or even 72 multiple times and try to make profits. For those of you who love scalping on the swing side, maybe that's not the right way to put it. For those of you who like swing trading, this is the type of move that you want to probably take advantage of. Every time we go down to 72 or even $70, you go long and you throw a stop out below it. Every time we go to 78 or even $80, you go short and you throw a stop above it, and you just keep taking advantage of these ranges that the market's providing you with, because obviously if you go take a look at the VIX, we're down in the 20s. Thankfully though, yesterday VIX ended up in the green. Yellow for me is green, and blue for me is red on this charting platform. That's because if anyone does follow me on Twitter, you'll see that this logo that I spent a lot of money on, I don't know why I did, but this logo that I spent a lot of money on, that's the way I have it colored. So yellow is up, blue, blue is down, and that's the color scheme that I used to go with forever and ever and ever. But now that I'm on the show, I have to keep it green and blue. Green and red, obviously, to keep it simple for the viewers.
Yeah, I'm actually. You'll be surprised to hear this, but I'm actually really good at Photoshop. So I used to make my own logos. I used to do like all that kind of stuff.
I'm decent at it too, but like I'm not creative to do it.
So what I do for creativity, exactly. That's kind of exactly what I lack, and I go look at other people's logos.
That's called plagiarism.
No, but I take like one element from like yours and another from like somebody else's, and like kind of like do a hodgepodge of my own.
So you take an Xbox logo, Sony logo, merge it together,
Not
and then
the
you make
actual
a new
logos,
game console.
but the idea is, you know what I mean?
That's
like,
pretty cool.
It's curved on the side over here rather than square, like stuff like that.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I liked using Photoshop. It was really interesting.
I had to design like websites back in my day for a little bit for my job. So I used to do what you said, go look at our competitor's website, steal their idea, then go look at some other website, steal this idea from there, steal that idea from there, and just add our color scheme to it, and bing, bang, boom, we're good to go.
Exactly. That's basically what I would do. All right, guys, we've got some action here on Apple. I mean, 142.20 top retraced all the way back down to 140, 175. Regular stuff, popping back up now, testing 142s again. Let's see what this one does. Down in 1.5% on the day, but you know, Apple's got a lot of fans, so there's going to be some buying coming in, especially at these levels. I still can't get that out of my mind. Warren Buffett saying anytime below Apple below 150, I'm buying. So anytime I see it below 150, which has been the majority of the time lately, I just imagine Uncle Warren going to town on the buying. But you know, how much Apple can he buy? Has he disclosed any new Apple purchases? He always discloses his Oxy purchases. He sold BYD. What's he in now, Neil? After he sold BYD, he's in TSM. Yeah, he's in TSM. So I haven't heard of him buying Apple recently. Nothing that I've heard anyway. Maybe I'm wrong. Fact check me on that one. What do we got, Bradley? We got this CRNC doing absolutely nothing, really taking its time here. But I see lower highs and lower lows consistently, and I see this huge move down and then a consolidation sideways. That tells me that we're going to continue probably a flat bottom breakdown, and I want to be a part of that. So I've got a resting order profit taker here at 1652, waiting to scalp some out. I'm still holding 68% of my position. Apple breaking through the highs there, Bradley, 142.30s now. We broke through that 142.20 top that I spoke about earlier. So now a micro trend forming, higher lows, higher highs, at least for the moment. It's reclaimed the 50 period on the 1 minute chart. Why am I on the 1 minute chart? I thought I got off that. I'm supposed to be on the 3 minute chart. I guess I forgot this one. Yeah, so we're not quite there on the 3 minute chart. 50 period being at 143. We're currently at 142.25. What's up?
Nothing. Currently looking at the market pulling back to the north side, taking my shorts to the north along with it. So here's the S&P 500 actually managing to stay above 11,500 now, and sorry, NASDAQ staying above 11,500, and the S&P 500 pulling above 3950 also. We're watching it take a couple other positions along with it. It looks like that idea on AMD is still standing true around yesterday's bottoms, not true to yesterday's bottoms, but around those levels. 40 cents shy of it, we started catching some buys and some longs started coming into play for AMD, and I'm guessing that's the same story with a couple other stocks too, such as Intel or you know, a couple other positions in the same chip sector, such as NVIDIA. Intel's going back up, which is now positive on the day. NVIDIA also catching somewhat of a move to the north side from 155. I heard, oh, look at that app. Intel actually, sure, NVIDIA has 150 lots at 156.90 at the moment as we are marching to the north side. Let's see if that's a real size or is that fake size. Obviously, 150 lots for a stock that's already traded about 15 million shares. Not too significant. That's about 15,000 shares, 15,500 shares to be exact. But that size could be taken out very quickly if there was a big enough player on NVIDIA at the moment. So be careful on that one. Meta Platform still continue to go to the north side. We're now 33 cents out of the money on that. I'm going to jump out as the market is going to the north side. Much rather hold my Google trade, which is still 23 cents in the money as we're pulling back up. I also reloaded on that trade closer to $95. And then MBLY, we reloaded on that trade exactly around our previous entry that we had earlier on, which paid us profits on that position. So trying to see if we can rinse and repeat this trade on MBLY. Let's quickly keep on looking for other trades over here. Spotify showing up on scanners. Best Buy showing up on scanners. We also have Etsy showing up on a scanner at the moment. So let's go take a look at these three stocks. Spotify to the downside. Let's see if it looks like it's breaking 76 just now. So let's see where 76 is. We already broke 76 off the open itself to the downside, and then we ripped back up north and we came back down. Let's see. I'm guessing we have somewhat of a buying coming in around this area for Spotify, but low volume on the day for it. Not too excited about getting into a position on the stock with only 356,000 shares traded on the day for this one. 0.45 relative volume. So, not too excited about that. I would like to see a stock trade over 1 relative volume. Here's CCL actually popping up out of nowhere on the scanners to the north side as we're breaking the high a day for CCL. 17 million shares on this bad boy. 0.69 relative volume, a little bit better than Spotify. Ooh, look at that move on CCL going into the close. What happened at 4:40 Eastern Standard Time on CCL? Looks like we bumped from 935 to 980, and now we're heading towards that 980 marker one more time. If that move is legitimate, sometimes our platform shows you dark pool fills. You guys know that already. But if that move was legitimate, and it looks like it was somewhat legitimate over here, yeah, I'd see that. Maybe that was in the pre-market and in the after hours combined. We did get a move to 980, and now sadly we're right back to the downside on that bad boy CCL.
Yeah, Vail and BTU having both a bit of a balance. Vail coming off that VWAP, missed that one. Should have had this one. This was a mistake. That $16 hold here on Vail, making a 16.20 high. You know, we're talking about 20 pennies, but guess what? 20 pennies in this market is 20 pennies. So, you know, where things are really lacking volatility, we will take that. BTU also gave me an opportunity off VWAP. Not as much though. Actually it's almost the same. 31.20 all the way up to 31.50. So 30 pennies on that one. Could have had a couple one, but can't see them all. I got to use alerts, and Bradley was talking about that the other day as well. It's just my concern is the alerts on the system are really quite obnoxious. So I think I hope that doesn't interfere with the system. Anyway, looking like we made a bit of a top here on Apple for the moment, but we're not really making any lower lows. We need to create lower lows in order for us to, to look for that flat bottom breakdown through 141.20. The low I'd say we need to break, at least from the 3-minute chart perspective, is at 141.75. If we were to 141.70 actually, if break that to the south side, then create a newer low. Otherwise, we really got an uptrend here. Like you can just create a really easy to do trend line. Look at this. We're holding quite nicely on this trend, so we need to break some of these lows. There we go. I think we're holding 75. We just barely held 75 there, but that level coming to test right away. So we'll see what Apple does. The market also declining just a bit as well. They're going to move in tandem. Let's have a look at our CRNC trade. This one retraced back up to VWAP. I'm concerned about this one. This found buyers all of a sudden. So, our 16.97 in. Now we're seeing 17.08. So about 10 pennies out of the money on this one. This one really looked like it was setting up for continuation downward, but at least for the moment, finding a leg up. So I'm going to have to look for an out on this one. I think my out will be the break of 30. So let's go ahead and put a 17.31 stop for the remaining shares that I've got on board. And this was a short, so let's cover 17.30. Let's give it to 37 or so. There we go. Yeah, this one might get stopped out. A lot of buyers stepping in on this one, Bradley. I'm seeing 27s now on the ask, but 11 pennies on the spread, 16s on the bid.
CRNC, baby, let's go. That's I was looking at that stock earlier on the day. It did show up on my scanners multiple times, but Apple is popping up on the scanner all of a sudden.
Yeah.
It's pretty rare for this Apple stock to pop up on these trade ideas scanner because this is based on relative weakness and relative strength. And it's these big tech stocks don't really have that much relative strength or relative weakness on a normal day-to-day basis. There's other stocks with a lot more catalyst and actual reason for these scanners to pick them up. So Apple popping up on there is pretty significant. And as you guys can see, we're right back under 142 and a big red candle for the 5-minute chart. So that's every single candle over here is a 5-minute candle, and the 5-minute candle that we're in right now, that's a a pretty big sell-off that we're seeing coming in. Volume also trying to increase. Markets pulling back at the moment. Looks like our shorts that we're in might be able to capitalize on those for ourselves as a nice little win. So if you are short, hold on to your shorts. Obviously, the market's still red. S&P 500 down 0.45 and NASDAQ slightly, almost 1 full percent. We're sitting at 0.9% on the S&P 500 over here. Quick question, if because this team, does that mean they're out?
What?
Does that mean they're out?
Yeah, what's their...
I don't know.
Show me in the group.
Well, we'll
Just
look at
go
it after.
groups.
We'll look at it after.
You can go standings right there. It'll
Standings?
show you. Yeah, there you go.
So they're out?
So Ecuador will be out. It'll be Netherlands and Senegal that advance.
Okay.
Yeah. But I don't know, chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Are there 2 third-place teams that get into the round of 16 this time? Or the first, not the round of 16, but the first knockout round? That's how it's been in previous World Cups, where a couple of the best third-place teams.
Are the rules going to change when it comes to U.S. Canada?
0 third-place teams. So the chat's saying no. What?
Are the rules going to change when they come here next 4 years?
I know that they're expanding the tournament to 48 teams next time around. So there's going to be...
So India has a chance, baby.
Yeah, lots of people have a chance. I love this. So chat saying only top 2 advanced. Thanks for fact-checking me on that, chat. You guys always come in clutch. But yeah, big dub for those 2 teams.
Yeah. I was pretty surprised by that team winning over there. You know, I was expecting them to lose and the other team to win. But big congratulations to the winners, obviously, who made it past the next round. I still got my money on Brazil. For those of you who are wondering who's my team that I'm picking to go for the complete victory. Let's bring it back to the market. What did I tell you about UVIXI, ladies and gentlemen? If UVIXI is pulling back towards VWAP, I cannot see the market going continuously to the downside, and hence the market's going up at the moment. Let's see if UVIXI can actually hold up at VWAP, not continue to be red on the day, down 0.74 at the moment for UVXY, while S&P 500 is down 0.4 and NASDAQ is down 0.8. We're seeing a green candle show up on both of these markets right now on the 5-minute chart, and a stock that we see coming on the scanners multiple times these days for the last few weeks now. It's going to be GRND popping up one more time.
Grindr?
Let's go see. Yep, Grindr popping up on the scanners over here. Let's see how this stock is doing. Not too long ago, we're at $70 for the stock.
Wow, where are we at now?
We're at $7.
If that's not 2022 for you, I don't know what is. Yeah, these stocks, you know, they don't have a lifetime. They don't have a lifeline in like this type of market.
Where's that HKD stock at?
I don't know why you would come on IPO SPAC right now. It's not the time for it at all.
Didn't a stock IPO today? What was that stock? The IPO SPAC today. I think Neil was talking about it. I had to search it for him. DRS on NASDAQ. Okay. DRS on NQ. What even is this company? Leonardo DRS goes public after completing a deal for RADA. So RADA was probably the SPAC that completed a reverse SPAC merger with Leonardo DRS Electronic Industries. Wednesday, a Tel Aviv stock. So Israeli company over here going public on the North American markets. DRS.NQ up 17% apparently. Look at that move though. Okay, we got a nice little move at 8 o'clock or so, all the way up to $43, and then crashing right back to the SPAC price of $10, $11, sadly. Oh man, if you waited for the open price of $10, because we all know the SPAC stocks hold up at $10, and just took as much size as you wanted. I'm not sure how much stock this traded today. Let's go check out DRS volume.
Have you ever played that game?
Only 547,000 shares though, so not a lot of volume on this one. We don't know what the float is for this boy. Actually, we do know what the float is. Brendo, no, he did not mention what the float is. He only mentioned what the short float was. The short float is 15%.
DRS, I probably won't have it yet. On my platform, this always takes forever to get me like all the company-specific details. DRS, right? Yeah. 32 million shares, 31.9 million share float, authorized amount
out of
300.
Which 15% is shorted.
Wow, that's big boy. CRNC kind of going against us here, but we've got our stop. So If it stops out, it stops out. I still have 68% on board. I also got into an Apple short, scalped a little bit out. I've got 25% left of my Apple short. I'm short 74s, so about 10 pennies out of the money. Looking for the market to start trending back down. I'll give this one ample amount of room. My out will be like 140, 220-ish, in and around that area. But yeah, both of them are volatile. Both of them, I don't see the long in this particular market, so we're going to continue to hold these short. But the chat is hilarious. They're saying short Brazil. Some other people are saying, what's it called? Belgium's going to take it all. I don't know about that. Look, I think Belgium's they're a great team, and they've got a lot of talent, but I think that their year was 2018, and they didn't deliver on that year. So what else is going on here? Tesla forming a bit of a bottom at 181.45. Look at this kind of double bottom. It's formed a little bit here. This is what I'm referring to, and a little bit below VWAP at the moment, but bouncing off the lows, about $1.50 off the lows. Roku was something we were looking at as well. I'll get to Roku in a second. SOX S was mentioned by the chat. We pulled that up. The inverse semiconductor ETF, that's since pulled back, and that's obviously going to move inversely. It's inversely correlated with the market, so when this moves down, this moves up. The market's been bouncing off that 41 bottom, printing 53, so inversely the SOX is retracing. Let's have a look at Roku. That one was kind of bewildering all of us. It had been downgraded, but it found a bottom here at 51.13, 55.45 high, but this one looks like it's setting up for a short. But here's the close of yesterday. We're at it right now, that 53.93 area. So here, I'll draw a horizontal line. This is going to be a key area of support. So let's see how it acts around this area. Does it break it decisively, or do we start retracing above it? That 54 area, essentially, for all intents and purposes, probably the better level. Then the 53.93, but watching both of these, I've got them on my side charts here. If they start going haywire, I'll get notice, and I'll pass that information on to you guys.
Yes, sir. Market's still trying to decide what it wants to do around these areas. UVXY just hanging out near VWAP. We're looking at our scanners to look for possible trade ideas. And according to that, NVIDIA apparently pulling back to a prior resistance, which happens to be around 157, according to the scanner over here. So let's pull back the chart over here. Let's see what the daily chart looks like. Kind of like AMD. We got a nice little range over here to the downside and to the upside. Today, we've been continuing to trend downside on NVIDIA. Market struggling around here. I think the risk to reward on this trade is pretty decent, so I'll take that trade. We'll give it up to the top of that range to stop us out, and if it does stop us out, we'll take that loss and we'll move on from it. And if it doesn't stop us out, would love to see a nice little win on NVDA for ourselves. Google pulling all the way back to our average price. Now we're basically flat on this trade as Google is playing around VWAP at the moment. Would love to go see where Apple is also to maybe help us decide which way the market might go to. You know, Apple being the ringleader of both NASDAQ and the S&P 500, the most weighted stock in both of the top most traded ETFs out there, I believe. Actually, that's a good question. What is the most traded ETF?
I have no idea.
Yeah, maybe we should look at the volume of these ETFs and find out what the most traded ETF is. Part of me thinks it might be the diamonds, because a lot of people trade the Dow Jones 30. But you know, for most of the it's a SPY?
No, I'm not sure. I'm just saying.
You're going to say it's a SPY?
Likely.
So Arun's saying his guess is the SPY. My guess for some, I don't know why. It just makes me want to say the DIA, but a lot of people in the chat are also saying SPY and the TQQs. Yeah, TQQs, the 3 times leverage makes sense. You know, lower price. No, it trades 100 million shares a day.
A leveraged ETF is not going to trade more than.
It trades 100 million shares a day.
Is it really?
Yeah, like TQQs trade like 100 million shares every single day almost, and like the other ones barely do 100 million. So chat's kind of right on that. TQQ is most, good point on that one, chat. But right now, Apple, the ringleader of every single ETF, still continue to go down. Looks like Sharif is short and about to capitalize.
I'm waiting to capitalize. I'm looking for another print out in the high 50s. We've been holding 60s for the majority of this down move. That 60 level coming into play and buoying up the stock. But I'm looking for that breakdown. I'm short 75. So in the money, just waiting. This one is waiting. City over here, CRNC curling back up. I'm waiting for that curl back down on that one. I de-risked a little bit on that one, taking out some at the break of 30s. That's what this weird-looking triangle is. That means I had a partial fill, and then I canceled the order. I'd rather hold this one and give it some more room. So that's my play on CRNC. Apple, same thing as well, looking for that flat bottom breakdown, retracing back into the 80s now. Apple, a bit of volatility coming, but I really do feel that this one is more prone to the downside than the upside at the moment. But, you know, anything can happen. This one, any buyer can step in and completely change the trend with enough money. But the chart pattern, to me, is more indicative of one that's headed to the downside. We'll see if that pans out or not. What is the chat saying here? 85 million. TQQs has traded 85 million today. Okay, some people saying SPY, some people saying the triple Qs, the T triple Qs. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what it is. But, one thing that I didn't do this weekend, I got a lot done this weekend. I had all these chores. I made a notes thing on my phone for all the weekend chores that I have. And one of them was to make an ETF watch list, which I still have not made. I want to get there a comprehensive ETF watch list with all the major ETF stocks so I can get a glimpse of the overall sector quickly and not have to have like 10 or 15 stocks per sector pollute my watch list. You know what I mean, Bradley?
Yes, sir. Gotta get those tasks done, my boy. Gotta stop procrastinating.
I got a lot done, man.
Listen.
Not enough, eh? You got high standards.
No, I'm not. That's where I'm getting down to. It's don't listen to me when it comes to that, because I've been promising Neil a beat that hasn't been even started
that's right.
for the last like 3 months now. I haven't even started it.
Why would you start it when you have one? Just finish the one you made.
No, it doesn't work like that.
All right.
Like for me, I gotta start it all over fresh. I need new creativity. I need new drop Prad's beat. No, chill.
Fahad, put Prad's beat on.
Chill.
Why? It's good, man. I don't know why you freak out about that. I like it.
I've been promising them the beat for so long, but I get home at like 9 o'clock. I play like a couple games of StarCraft, walk my dog, and it's time for bed already. So I don't really have time.
Together. Here it comes. It's on, baby.
I leave here like at 7 o'clock after gym.
Hey.
Yeah.
I don't think it's too bad, Arun. I really don't. I think it's pretty good. People are saying new elevator beat. I like it, guys. I think it's really good.
Turn it off.
Why?
Cut it. There's no drop. Cut it.
It doesn't drop. People are gonna cut it. You guys, be patient a little bit. This is fun. All right, there we go.
To be fair, I don't know why Brad's embarrassed by this, because it's actually a decent beat.
It's a lo-fi beat. It's not supposed to have a drop on it.
Yeah. I thought it was good, and I'm not trolling him. I'm not being sarcastic. Arun likes it too. I think you got something to work with there. Just get the beat to drop. How hard could that be? Not like I've ever put together a beat before, but I mean, if you've gone this far, you can go one step farther. What do you think?
Getting back to the market, which is now going back to the downside, which is we're going to have more fun talking about. Market's going back down right now. NASDAQ, S&P 500 pulling back. And we got shorts on board to take advantage. One of my stocks that we're short is apparently 40 cents in the money. And that's actually going to be a stock that we recently punched into. I told you what we want to give the stop up to. That stop never came into play. And now we're slam dunking. Vince Carter, one hand off the rim hanging. Ooh. Oh, baby, what those shorts coming into play one more time. So here's NVIDIA pulling back, 45 cents in the money. I don't want to take profits yet. We're going to hold on to this one a little bit longer. Flush, NVIDIA flush. We don't have the toilet flush emoji on our deck.
We get filled on Apple, baby. Sorry,
for it.
Bradley, I just
No,
wanted to
go
get
for
hyper. Okay, there we go. We get that mid-50 prints on Apple. We're short what are we short? We're short 75s, so not too bad. A 20 penny winner, waiting for a bit more, but we're gonna look for some 40 prints now. So let's take out some in the 40s. Now we're getting mid-50 prints. So let's take out another piece here. Let's go mid-40s, guys. 141, 47. We'll call that mid-40s. That will be above low of day. Low of day, guys, by the way, is at 141.20, 21-ish, Bradley.
All right, what's
Making
going
you
on?
wait, though,
What's
this one,
That's funny. That's funny. Almost as funny as your jumper shot over there, though. I think that
Okay,
was
a lot
a
of
little
trolling.
bit funnier over there.
A lot of trolling going on.
We got the market going back up right now, sadly. So we'll see what happens. A lot of indecisive moves in the market around these ranges, the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. And UVXY kind of has the picture really outlined for us. UVXY around the 50-period EMA, around the EMA on the 5-minute chart and getting ready to maybe go lower than that. So if UVXY is going down, then most likely market going back up, and our 40-cent winner on NVIDIA should have taken profit on it, because now we're absolutely flat and maybe getting burnt on that stock very soon as that stock keeps on pulling to the north side with the rest of the market over here. So just be careful if you are in the short. We were happy about being 40 cents in the money, but I don't know about it anymore. What did Fahad say? Nah, he just took a screenshot of what he labeled. Here, I'll pull it up. Maybe I should not pull it up because that's yeah. It has a curse word in it, no? So he just labeled the B basically, SHITTYB, and that's just hilarious for us. So I was like, aha, that's funny, almost as funny as your jump shot over there, which is it's pretty good. His jumper's pretty good. Brad dressed up as the GTA video game. Okay, I like it. Yeah, I got my gold chain on. I got my shirt on. I'm kind of in the GTA RP at the moment, if you think about it. I'm RPing as a trader, baby, as a host, as a trader, and we're having great fun playing this GTA RP. What does the fox say? All right, ring, ding, 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 ding. All right, anyways, moving on. Coming back to the market. Let's keep it market oriented, ladies and gentlemen. Put the stocks in the chat that you're talking about. Let's see what moves you guys want us to address. In the meantime, I'm gonna go to the super chat realm. Let's see what super chats we got in today. Yesterday, I actually forgot to read super chat. That's my fault. We only had one super chat or one thing to mention, so I'll mention that right now. Rhino, who renewed his membership. Great morning trading with you guys. Something short, something long, but you're always on point. Appreciate it. You know how the morning show guys do. Neil, Sean, Arun today, Brendo, always killing it, staying on top of their game, the longs, the shorts, whatever side the market's moving on. They'll jump on it. They'll show you how their ideas are, and they'll be killing it. Playmaker, I've seen your super chats on the way to work, and I enjoyed reading them. 305, baby, Miami. Shout out to Playmaker, one of our most OG viewers who's about to retire soon, and hope you enjoy your retirement, my friend. Thanks again for your service. David became a new member for TraderTV.live family. Awesome. We love seeing new members in the family. Love seeing the family grow every single day. Jose with the $10 super chat about the new IPO stock that we had today, or the reverse SPAC merger stock, so DRS, which we talked about a little bit. D. Westermere, $1.99. Neil, Crocs at 102.50. No resistance until 135. I don't know about that. 135 and 102 are pretty far away from each other. I would expect some sort of resistance to show up between those levels. So let's pull up. Hello? All right, that's awesome. CROX over here then. Let's go here. CROX. We're around here. I see clear, obvious resistances on the daily chart around 101, 100 basically. If we zoom out of that, we got a level around here. We got another level around here a little bit, and then we got the highs from 183. So there's a lot of points where the stock could turn around from. 111, 120 stands out, 140 stands out over here, the 150 area stands out, 160 stands out, and then we got 183. So I'm not sure if you want to use that idea for that you had going on about Crocs not having resistance all the way to the moon over there. Jose Mercado coming in with another super chat, $5. Morning, why I can't buy DRS, Rada Electric new IPO? That's probably because your broker might have that stock blocked, like how our broker on couple times when we don't really know about the stock having a reverse merger or IPO, it's not a big name stock out there, doesn't have the volume in it, and some brokers block other stocks from allowing you to trade it. So what you could do is call up your broker, ask them if they can unblock it for you, or include their stock into your platform, which they might try to, and go about it that way. If you're ever having questions like this as to why I can't trade a certain stock on my own platform, the first person that you should always go to is always your broker. Call your broker. They work for you. You're paying them for every single trade. Even if it's a free trade, trust me, you're paying them. They're selling your data like Robinhood did to Citadel, and they're making money off of every single thing you're doing on their platform. Even you leaving money on their platform and you're not trading, that's basically their bank account that they can use whatever they want with that money. So you're paying them. So go make your money work for you. If you ever have issues with your brokerage, ever have issues with the stock on your brokerage, the first person you should always call is their brokerage directly, the support people for that company. Last but not least, we got Haze Records with $1.99 going on a road trip in 2027. We'll see you all in Canada. Okay, Hayes, we'll see you when you come here. Hey, you know where the office is. Knock on the door. Sadly, security might be a little tight for ourselves over here, so we'll have to kind of sneak you in somehow. But hey, if you're here, knock on the door. We'll try to get you into the office, show you a tour of our production crew. Where Lucas sits, where Fahad sits, Brando, and all the green screens and everything. So we'd love to show you all that. Thank you for the love and support for everyone who showed us love today. 1.9K likes, ladies and gentlemen. Nowhere close to 2.5. We're already at 12:30 Eastern Standard Time. It's halfway down the show today. Another hour and a half left, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Another hour and a half left, and we're not even at 2K likes. So smash that likes. Let's get that like count going. Smash the subscribe. Let's get that subscribe count going also.
Thank you for that, Pradley. Guys, we go to the bathroom, we come back. We find all these prints on Apple, so we're going to spin the money for the first time today. Apple printed nicely off that 75 short. We got some out in the mid-30s there, so that one, 40 penny winner on Apple, continuing to the downside. We're getting mid-40 prints. I'm looking for mid-30s, now mid-20s. We're called low of day on this one. Again, I don't want to tell you anything wrong, but it looks like it is that 20 to 21 level. So we still have low of day possibilities, but then what my approach to this would be to de-risk most of my shares in front of that 2021 level and then hold a bit through it. I mean, because there's a good chance that it could bounce off that level, create a bit of a double bottom, then you get some sort of retracement. So my thinking out here is to take a little piece off. Actually, you know what? I've only got 19% of the trade remaining, so a little bit less than 20%. I may take off like a 9% or so, hold 10% through that 14-20 break. I'll see how the price action starts formulating, but it looks like the trend is that, that aggressive move down, a period of, I want to say retracement because it did definitely go higher by a buck or so. So a period of retracement, then you have another channel down and to test the low of days, and really depends on what it does here, how you structure your plan. Anyway, continuing to create lower highs. That's what I like. Look at this. This is the 3-minute chart. All you see is continually lower highs, holding that 7 period from the downside on the 3-minute chart. So far, it looks good. Has not given me a reason to get out fully. I'm going to try to put my emotions to the side and look at the technicals on this one. I gotta hold this trade. The trade that I really am lamenting regretting holding is the CRNC. This is a bad trade on my part. I'll have to get out. I'm giving it the break of 1780. If it breaks 1780, I'm out of there. But I really can't understand why this one's continuing to the high side. Volume's been low on this one. The catalyst is, you know, bupkis. But yeah, anyway, I de-risk. This is why I'm able to give it a bit more. I took out a little bit here in the 30s, in the mid 30s. We're currently printing mid 50s, so 80s, and I'm out of this one. But Apple making up for it. Now we're getting consistently in the 30 prints. You know, I feel like Apple is a little weaker than the overall market here. We're looking to test Apple low of day while we're not close to low of day currently on the market. We're about 9 points, 10 points away. We're getting low 30 prints here, guys. We're about to break 30s, possibly into the 20s. I'm going to take out, yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll take out 10% or so in the low 30s here. This is a buy. There we go. We'll put some at 31. If we can make our way down to 31, I'll get out, and then I'll have 10% or 9% remaining through that 1921 bottom. It would be nice if the market could correspond with Apple and both of them trend as aggressively to the downside, but it looks like Apple a little bit more relatively weak, leading the market, I guess, to consolidate sideways. Not really doing much at the moment, Bradley.
We just need Neil to flex his full buying power on the market over here to bully it to the downside, help us out a little bit. Neil's nodding nope, so maybe not on that side. No help coming on that side. Maybe we can get SBF to say something about cryptocurrencies again to the downside, and that will help us out.
Any news on that guy? Anything new?
Not that I know about. We did hear about BlockFi coming out yesterday, and that hurt the market a little bit. SI started the day down because of that catalyst, but I think right now SI is, let's go check out, most likely negative now when the market's negative. No, SI is actually still positive on the day. So let's also go take a look at Coinbase. A buddy of mine who used to trade on this floor, absolute beauty of a human being. He's probably watching right now. So if you are, hey, we're going to play StarCraft later today, right? Ooh. Hopefully. But Coinbase over here, he said Coinbase short off the open has been a beautiful trade every single day. So let's go check out what Coinbase is looking like at the moment. Sadly, Coinbase is up 2% though. Where's Bitcoin today? Where's BTC? BTC... We haven't had like money talks, should we? Or cryptocurrency talks? No. Okay. Just making sure that I'm not covering that we already had something.
No, you're good.
BTC over here already up 1%. Ethereum up 3%. Solana, though, man, I'm never going to recover on Solana, am I? This stock is now 18%. Cardano is going to zero also, down 0.26% today. Dogecoin, the savior of cryptocurrency, up 5%, baby. Let's go. So Elon over there probably pumping that coin one more time. And I just love seeing that Shiba it's at 0.00000, and it keeps on going.
All right, just setting out some stops here. Guys, we are printing on Apple. Very happy with this trade. I've got now 9% remaining out of the entire position. 75 short, took some out in the 20s, so for a 50-penny move, that's good for me. I mean, you know, I've been open about this on the show. I got to exercise more patience, and it's coming in there. You know, I would have taken out the trade on a big green or a big red candle downward. No, now I'm kind of like limiting how much I take out at those levels and leaving a little bit for further levels. So happy with this Apple trade. Yeah, not much else to speak about with that. CRNC looking like it found a bit of a top there. And in either case, I've got my out. 1782 will be my out there. We're printing in the 30s, so let's get back into somewhere near my entry, which is at 1697 on that one. Let's see what some of these other stocks are doing. Bradley, Roku not doing a whole lot. Neither is Tesla. Those are all consolidating sideways. None of my earlier movies like movers, not movies, like BTU and Vail, they're not doing much at the moment either. PDD kind of straddling VWAP from the downside. Let's bring it so you can follow along. Yeah, PDD kind of looked like it broke below VWAP, held that 78, created a bit of a double bottom here on 78, and then retraced into VWAP. So this one's an interesting one. I don't think we'll make it back to that 80 level. I think the Chinese ADRs, they usually make their move earlier in the day. At least that's been my experience. Earlier day movers, they get news out of China when the market's just barely open here, 4 a.m., 5 a.m. Some of them, they make their moves around then you get some maybe either a continuation or a retracement at the opening bell. In this case, I don't see PDD do much at the moment. Let's flip to see what the chat is up to. Any stocks coming in? Assault Wall Street says NVIDIA next leg down is the 20 SMA on the daily. Okay. Yeah, not much of an NVIDIA trader. Bradley definitely more versed on that one than I am. Let's see what else the chat is talking about. BTC in new range. Let's check this new BTC range. Okay, so about maybe a 1637 to 16450 range or so on BTC here, Bradley. What do you see on your BTC range?
All right, where are we going to on the market? Sorry, I was just taking a sip of my
Sorry, I wasn't even noticing.
No, you're good.
Look at this guy's got a protein shake. Healthy,
hey man,
healthy.
Trying to get healthier. I clocked in at my new 5-year low. So let's go. I clocked in at my new 5-year low yesterday.
Can you tell this guy slimmed down?
So finally, you know, losing. Who's the girl?
India.
Oh, buddy, no one yet.
India
No one
2
yet.
weeks. He's going to India.
What? So, a guy can't lose weight when he's just trying to do it for himself. It's got to be for a girl.
Yes.
Nah, it's not time with nothing, bro.
And
Listen,
we've been trolling him about getting married.
It's kind of time with the trip because I have to fit back into the clothes that I bought like 5 years ago. I'm not trying to spend like thousands of dollars buying more clothes.
That's it.
I have to fit back into the same like clothes I wore for my sister's wedding. Those cost a lot of money, man. Those are like $10,000 worth of like Shervanis and whatnot. Like they're expensive clothes. Those are not cheap. Like, and it's not like one event too. There's like 7 different events. You got to wear different things for different events.
Indian weddings are like that.
You got, like, there's so much stuff. There's like literally one full suitcase of just event stuff, and then I have another suitcase for like 2 weeks of normal wear of wearing. So there's so much stuff that we have to take from here, and I wasn't fitting in any of them. So that's part of the reason why I'm doing it for myself, not doing it for anybody. Yeah, it's my brother's wedding. My brother's. It's my brother's wedding. Yeah. And hopefully I don't go there and give it all back. You know, this cutting down 10 pounds in 2 months, and then I go back to India. It takes me 2 weeks to get those 10 pounds back, most likely. So
it's
I
the
want to make
habits
sure
that you're building, though. The habits are the best part. The fact that you can get it, you can take it off anytime you want because you know you can.
Yeah. That's what's sticking in my head. It's like, even if I do get a little bit out of hand, I can make sure I come back next year, work hard again, and then next year I can streamline myself a little bit better. I have 2 weeks to kind of let myself off the rails, go eat all the dosas, all the biryanis, all the fatty food that I can for 2 weeks. That's like my 2-week break, cheat week.
Attaboy. I worked out like 3 or 4 times in 2 weeks when I was in Egypt.
Right.
And a lot of them were like, you know, for the exception of 2 where I went to a really good gym, the other ones were kind of makeshift things with some dumbbells and, you know, it worked exactly. And you're able to wing it. And it's kind of like what they call it, the laptop lifestyle, like the people that trade, right, with their laptops. And you got to be able to, you know, deal with whatever equipment you're given. And you can become better and better at that. Guys, Apple is now printing in the high 20s. Are we going to see a 20 break here on Apple? I'm going to get you guys the exact level on Apple. Why can't I speak? The low of day on Apple is that 20 level, 140, 120. I want to see a break of that level. The market is not giving us the indication that it's ready to go. Apple is, though. The chart pattern on Apple looks like it's headed to the downside unless it's forming a bit of a double bottom here. And that's the concern, right? Is that we made a 1420 bottom here, and now we just tested it again. Look at that. We traced right back into the 50s. I guess the way we'll know whether we're right or wrong is if it breaks 142.35. But guess what? We're not short there. We're short at 141.75. So we gotta plan our exit and our strategy around that level. Thankfully, though, I've only got 9% of the trade remaining. That 9% was for the dream, right? We wanted to see that break of the low of day. That may not happen. Looks like at least momentarily we're looking more inclined to create a double bottom. In fact, the futures just bounced aggressively itself. Could we have a VWAP retracement here? VWAP on my chart is 39.65. So this market moving aggressively to the upside. Apple just moved 40 cents in a matter of
This
like
dead
10
cat
cents.
is bouncing right now, boy.
Go for it, Bradley.
This dead cat right now is bouncing. Talk about a bounce in the market off the lows. We're moving much higher than previously, breaking that somewhat of a resistance, that makeshift resistance that we came up with around 39.55 on the S&P 500 and around 11,530 for the NASDAQ. Now, we're actually moving to the north side. So look at UVXY. This was my fear the whole time. I've been expressing it. If we're down on UVXY and we're actually going to go under VWAP, the only other move that I can see on the market is a rip to the north side. So now that 40-cent trade on NVIDIA that we had that 40-cent trade twice. They gave us opportunities to take that exit twice and we didn't take it. And now that the market's ripping, NVIDIA is about to put some pain on us over here, as same with Google. Google also going to the north side. Look at Meta Platforms. This is why we stayed away from trying to re-short Meta once again. Instead, we should have just flipped long. You know, when lots of Lucas saying, when the long is wrong, take it to the short. Or when the short is when the long
That's
is
not what he
wrong, take
says,
it the
man.
short.
Yeah.
And if the short is wrong, the long can't be, or something like that. I don't know what he says.
butchered
I
that.
killed it, but you guys get the idea.
All right, guys, we're watching Apple. We're watching Apple to see
Oh,
what it's
there you
going
go.
to do.
If abort the short, the long can't be wrong.
Did he just send that to you right now?
Someone in the chat put it
Okay.
in there. Mark Knight in the chat put it in
If
there.
abort the short, the long can't be wrong. Okay, love it. Luca and his folk wisdom. All right, we're watching. We're watching the same thing, guys. Our eye is on CRNC and Apple. Seeing a bit of a top forming here momentarily on Apple. Looks like that retracement upwards been stifled, at least for the moment. What was that top there that we made on Apple? I'll tell you in 1 second. The high there was 68. So we printed 141.68. Are we going to break down below 50 or are we going to print 70s? I guess that will be determined in the next few minutes or so. But my position here is going to remain the same. I'm waiting. I'm going to hold that 9% for the dream for the 140, 120 breakdown. What I'll do, I think, for the remaining 9%, I will get out at 142. That's 25 pennies above my entry, okay? My entry is at 141.75, 74, excuse me. So, yeah, you know, it's only 9%. I'm willing to give it up to there in case there is a bigger trend here. Because what I'm looking at the futures is a possibility of making it up to VWAP and then bouncing off VWAP and to the downside. So if that's kind of like the case that I'm holding out that 9% for. Either case, let's see what this one does. I'll go ahead and put that out now, 142.01, and then we'll cover the remaining part, and I'll give it to like 6 pennies or so. There we go for that remaining 9%. Let's have a look at CRNC. This one, yeah, it's created that top. I mean, at least that's how it looks for the moment. I don't like it yet because it is above VWAP, but that 1764 top, and now we're printing the 20, so about a 40 penny slide off that more recent high. I'm going to like it a lot better once it breaks 17 to the downside. 17 and VWAP both are the same, and they've been the same for a while. I mean, when we got into this trade, 17 and VWAP were separated by like 5 pennies. Now they're basically the same thing, but that, guess what? That's 2 hours later. So not much movement in terms of volume-weighted average price. Definitely a big retracement off that bottom, though, to the high side on CRNC, making us sadly out of the money on that one for the moment, Bradley.
GNRC apparently throw back to the breakdown. So let's go see what GNRC is doing. Popping up on a scanner over here that Michael Noss created for us. Thank you, Michael Noss. The Noss boss himself from Trade Ideas. Once again, Trader TV to get 15% off on Trade Ideas scanner. So here's GNRC at 101. Looks like it pulled back to a previous support area and is now getting ready to bounce. That's what the scanner is seeing, and that happened around 12:36. We're sitting at 12:42 Eastern Standard Time at the moment on the S&P 500. Not sure. Oh yeah, that's why I'm not getting anything on the book. That's because I'm hiding everything that shows me only one One is basically nonsense. That doesn't mean that there is actual level on there. That's just the algo stuff in that order, and as soon as you throw an order, they'll just pull that order from you. So just getting rid of that ones over there. Don't want to see that. This shows me where the actual liquidity is on GNRC, and it looks like a ghost town. It looks like I'm partying with myself if I'm getting into a trade over here, and I don't want to be doing that. What's up?
Man, you and I got to play StarCraft. Do you play on computer?
Yeah.
You do. I have a really, really good gaming computer. I used it for trading, obviously, and not for gaming, but I'll play against you.
Look at this guy. He's trying to rub it in my face. I have a really good gaming computer.
I didn't actually try to rub it in your face. I just meant that it's going to work well. I
that?
didn't mean to do that. What?
I don't know. I thought he called out a stock, but I guess nothing else.
Who do you use?
What's that?
Who do you use?
What do you mean?
In
I only
StarCraft.
play Terran. I only know how to play Terran right now.
gotta
I haven't
expand
played.
your
I haven't
game,
played
man.
too long, man. I played for like at best like a month in my.
So did you pay for the game?
No.
You didn't pay?
No, it's a free game.
Oh, is it?
It's a free game.
It's pay to win?
No, it's a free game now. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it costed money back in the day, but
did.
it costs money now.
It
And
doesn't?
It doesn't cost money
Are you
now.
kidding
but
me?
you
And
don't
I'm
have
not
like
playing
you don't
it?
have the campaign mode and everything. So all you can do is play online.
So you can buy other stuff though. The campaign.
You can buy the game,
Oh,
yeah. You
okay.
have to pay money to buy the campaign and buy the extra stuff in the game. But like now it's a free game. You can log in,
I
play the
didn't know
game
that.
online, do all that.
Okay, I'm
And a buddy
definitely
who's
gonna play
actually
that.
pretty good. He used to be a trader on the floor. Now he has his own office. You met him a
Yeah,
couple
yeah,
times.
yeah. He plays?
He plays almost every
love
night.
that
So
game.
I jump on with him.
It's a
He
lot
kind
of
of trains
strategy.
me with me. Yeah, he trains me on it. I enjoy the game. I used to be an Age of Empires gamer. Like I never really played StarCraft ever in my life. Like I was big against Activision and against Blizzard my whole life a little bit. But now I'm like whatever. If the game's fun and my buddy's playing it, and if it's free, I'll play it.
Yeah, no, okay, I'm definitely going to get on that. I had no idea it was free. That's
Yeah.
number one. Number two, I love that game. It takes me back to like my high school days. To be honest with you, like I know how to use all three. There's probably like new vehicles and like new personnel and stuff.
I
that
have no clue about
I don't
all that.
know
I'm
about,
pretty sure
so-
it's the same because my buddy said it was the exact same.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. That's going to be interesting. I can't wait to play that one. You know, I'm such a nerd. I haven't actually played video games in forever. The last thing I got was Flight Simulator, and I got like a 30-day.
You should talk to Justin.
Oh, it was awesome, dude. Anyway, long story short, we're talking about this because you know the market is trending sideways a little bit to the moment. Looks like the ES is moving a bit sideways a little bit after popping up off that Apple double bottom. Apple looking more primed to the high side at the moment than the low side. Looks like we may get a bit of a double bottom bounce here. We're creating higher highs continually here on the 3-minute chart. Let's see, where is this most recent high? Let's have a look quickly on this chart. Where are we here? 1470 is the high there. We're printing 62. So if we get any like high 70 prints or high 80 prints, we're going to have an interesting trend up. I'm going to keep my stop the same on that one, which is the break of 142. Let's check in with CRNC now continuing to move down, breaking through that 1720. Looks like we printed 15s there. That's good. We want to break through that 17. That 17 is that area where VWAP is, and we definitely want to be on the south side of that so that the sellers step in. For these small cappers, these gappers, you know, above VWAP is, you know, where the majority of the buying comes in. At least that's when I go long, and I know some other traders follow that style as well. So want that one south, proudly. Not much else to speak of. Looking at some of these side charts here, nothing really moving. Billy not doing much. PDD, okay, hold on. I'll take that back. PDD looks like it's reclaiming VWAP here, Bradley. I know you were deviling in that one earlier. Let's go into PDD. Up, what is this one? Up 6.5% on the day. Let's look at this. Okay, so we just reclaimed VWAP. We had a period of consolidation starting from around 12:15 till about right now, where now we're above VWAP and looking to actually possibly reclaim 79. Now we did have this period where we tried to reclaim 79. It was a really perfunctory break, 79.10. So can we break through this level? This will be an interesting resistance level, I think, on PDD. North of VWAP, 79.10 seems to be an interesting level. I think that you could probably play the ranges on these if I'm speaking freely here, and then hold a piece through that 79.10 break. but PDD looks like it's having new life breathed into it.
Yeah, I'm actually short PDD right
Sorry.
now, around 79. So waiting for the market to swing down over here. Maybe we end up in a winner, but it also could be a loser because you heard Sharif's idea on that setup to the long side. Just goes to show how different traders have a different setup and different. No, you're good. A different setup and a different mentality and a different idea completely. And that's what makes the market so beautiful. The market's such a living, breathing organism that moves every single second with the trader psychologies being implemented, their fears being implemented, their money being put to work, and that in return causing more fear, pleasure, pain, all of that. So this living organism that we're here meddling with on a day-to-day basis is just such a wonderful thing.
What's going on back there? Lots of action going on back there, boys. What's going on?
They're not going to tell us what stock they're on because they want to keep it hush-hush to themselves. So we'll leave them alone over there. Looks like they're trying to gamma BBBY. Why is BBBY moving somewhere? Let's go check out what Bed Bath & Beyond is doing. Most likely squeezing. I see a lot of people in the chat saying, squeeze moves Bed Bath & Beyond. So let's go check out this stock on the day today. Yeah, look at that. Big move on Bed Bath & Beyond. Up 10% on the day. Ripping from $3 up to $3.45. So monster move. Congratulations to anyone who actually took part in Bed Bath & Beyond today. I see someone in the chat also mentioning that the NOS boss himself pointed out this trade to some of you yesterday apparently. So if that's true, congratulations for everybody who did take this long on Bed Bath & Beyond. There you go.
Continue.
Yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond. Sorry, Best Bath & Beyond. I always say Best Bath & Beyond because of BBY, and it kind of confuses my head over there. Apologize for that. Apple says Northwest Canopy Development. So let's go see what Apple is doing. Market did have a small little pullback in it, nothing too major. So I'm expecting Apple to be, wow, Apple's still at the lower days, even with the market pulling back up. That's pretty surprising. So that means if the market pulls back down here, Apple could most likely go test 140 today.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking, I remember this is the level I've been identifying for the past, hour and a half or however long I've been in this short. I've been in short for a while. It's that 140, 120 break. If we can break that level and stay below it, then we'll avert the possibility of a double bottom and a continuation up. I mean, the market doesn't look too weak, but Apple does, right? So there is a bit of that divergence between these two charts, and that always kind of, throws me a little bit because does the market move Apple or does Apple move the market? Is it the cart or the horse? You know what I mean? So it always leaves a bit of doubt in my mind, at least, especially with these trades. But I've held on to it. Looks like we've created a bit of a top there, probably at that 140, 170-ish area. We sank right back down into the 30s. We're holding in the 40s now. So can we trend down? We're 20 pennies away from the lows. Let's see what this one does. But it just continues to seem to have legs. CRNC looking a hell of a lot better than where it was earlier. I still want that 17 break, but we're inching closer to it. Down now to 11.9% up on the day. PDD, this one breaking through that 79. That 79.10 is a level that I was telling you about. So I'm not going to take this one long. But to be honest with you, it looks good through that level. I think we could test possibly 80s. Look at this flat top that we had here on the 80s. My only concern about PDD is, like I spoke of earlier, I kind of feel like these Chinese ADRs, they do the majority or the better part of their move earlier in the day as opposed to later. I guess PDD is going to hold me to that, but it looks at the moment to be breaking through VWAP, breaking through 79 and testing that 79.10 recent high, Bradley.
Damn it, I was trying to find a video for you from, oh, maybe I can, okay.
What is this?
This is because you said, you remember that face?
Of course I do.
You know who that face is?
Of course, he's probably watching right now.
Most likely, yeah. So you were talking about, what's it called?
What are we looking at here?
You're talking about Microsoft
Flight
Sim.
Simulator.
Yeah, so this is Justin's stream
No
over
way.
here. I've seen him stream a couple times on Twitch, and he records himself, flying around with a bunch of his buddies, and they're flying around in this Microsoft XSim, and they're.
Do you know what equipment he has?
Yeah, he has like a full-out rig.
Really?
He has a full-out rig with like those throttles and
Isn't
everything.
this game perfect for VR?
Yes.
for the head.
Yes.
This is like perfection because then you could have all the movements like this when you move your head.
Yeah, but I
want
want to feel like.
That matters less to me.
I want to feel that. Like, I want to feel the turbulence when that turbulence happens. I want to feel the panic of my flight going to the ground when I'm having a Mayday issue, right? So I want like a fully immersive or no immersion at all.
Sorry, just taking a sip of water there. All right, guys, not much to speak of in stock world. All trades going in the right direction. Apple still near day's lows. Everything is gravy with that one, just waiting on its decision of where to move. But guess what? Now, PDD testing that 79.10 recent high. What are we getting? We're getting 09s on the ask and 08s on the bid. So penny spread here, giving you comfort that you know you're not going to get cut up on your entry all that much. Yeah, but we got 80 highs. So that flat top on 80, I mean, I didn't think we would retest it today. If we break through, now we're breaking through. 15s I'm getting here on the ask. So this one has got some legs. That reclaim of VWAP, at least for the moment, seems to be valid, seems to be real. I want to see if we'll get up to 80s, though. If we get up to 80s and we do a retest of 80, that could be a nice little double top, sink down. Can you imagine, Proudly? That'd be pretty cool.
I imagine everything working out for me at the end of the day, but if it doesn't, then sadly I am wrong. We'll see if it ends up working that way. As you guys can see on the board, I have 5 shorts on board right now. Oof. And I'm waiting to see if this market can pull back and pay me some of that.
Pay to man.
I was gonna say the notice, but the notice is not the right currency.
Do you know what pay to man is from?
Nah.
Okay, remember, you know Deion Sanders?
Nah.
You don't? You don't know Primetime?
Nah.
Okay, Primetime, he's one of the best cornerbacks, like defensive
NFL?
backs. Yeah, and he played wide receiver as well.
Okay.
Anyway, he was like unbelievably good Dallas Cowboy once upon a time.
All right.
And so now he's got like a huge persona, and he's on NFL Network now. He's a coach in college, but before that he was always on TV, and he had one of the most charismatic personalities. So anytime he felt anybody was worth the money that they were requesting, he'd like yell out, "Pay the man, pay the man." Right. So then, you know, if you had his endorsement, you know, it kind of bolstered your case a little bit. At least that's how I feel.
All right, that's awesome. Yeah, pay the man for sure. We'd love to get paid over here on these positions. Let's see if they do end up working out that way. How don't you know, Deion? I've not been an NFL fan, and that's why I've not been an NFL fan.
I know, it's all good. I told you who he was, so now you know.
Yeah. I've only recently got into NFL. That's too because of sports betting. If it wasn't for sports betting, I probably would not have gotten into NFL. I'll be 100% honest. I have no reason to lie to you guys about that side. So you can thank sports betting for me to give any interest or any. And
I think that's why they're making
NFL.
A deal.
Yeah.
Because you're the prime example. The guy who wasn't into sports but was into betting now all of a sudden is into sports.
Yeah.
So the sports team wins, the better wins, and that's why you have this
this
unholy relationship between the two.
And there's nothing unholy about it. There's nothing unholy about this, okay? Jesus didn't say gambling's illegal.
I'm kidding, of course.
All right?
That's tongue in cheek.
Look, that's what it is. I would probably would have not been into NFL. So sorry for not knowing Deion. If the chat's getting mad at me for not knowing that, I apologize. But coming back to the market over here, looking at the market, kind of stall out at the 50-period EMA on the S&P 500, and same for the NASDAQ. We're so close to the 50-period EMA, also so close to the previous support on the market that we broke down from. This was all before the whole Apple news came out to the negative side. We got the Apple news to the positive, market went up a little bit. We got the Apple news from the negative side, market broke down that bottom, and then sadly went much lower than that. So we're pulling back to those previous bottoms, which should technically be turned into a resistance at this moment. Also looking at Apple, which is at the lower days. If Apple bounces from these bottoms, maybe the market actually has what it takes to get back into that range and start trading around those ranges again. So watching Apple, watching the overall market, and keeping my risk on my positions very tight. Holding the range on my shorts very tight. What's that?
The chat is saying if Prad only knew how flashy Deion was, he would fall in love with him. Like if you look into his past, this guy when he was getting drafted out of college, the New York Giants scheduled an interview with him just to kind of get an idea of who he was. They wanted him to take an aptitude test to see, like, I guess what they believed would judge his intelligence, right? He laughed and he got out of there. He's like, this is before the draft. He's like, I'll be picked before it even comes to you, so you guys aren't even on my mind. Like, this guy was beyond cocky. He was the embodiment of confidence and skill, though, right?
So the Michael Jordan of NFL.
At the time, but he was defensive more than offensive, right? So, but anyway, you never threw his way, and anyway, it was one of the leading corners ever. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he plays
That's
two
another
sports.
sport I don't watch, so I don't know anything about that one either. So did Michael Jordan, bro.
Yeah, he is similar.
Yeah, come on, what's your point? Oh, he didn't play in the MLB? No, okay. I thought he played in the MLB. All right. Go for it.
Yeah. I'm still watching PDD do its thing here, guys. We were talking about that 79.10 break being a positive thing here, and that we would see a continuation upward. Looks like we stalled out at 79.18, retracing back below 79 into the 78.80s now. So let's see what this one does. PDD, not showing us that it's really respecting VWAP here. So yeah, let this one develop, and then we'll have an opinion on it in a bit. CRNC continuing to hold above 17. Not liking this trade at all. I really want this to break below 17. I'm starting to rethink where I have my stop. Previously, I had adjusted my stop to the break of 17.82, and the reason I was able to give it all that room was because I de-risked around here. I took off a little bit of for a loss, but nonetheless de-risking. So now I'm starting to think if it makes a new high above this 17.67, then that should be my indication that this one is going to go to the high side. So I'm really thinking of changing my 82 stop into the break of 68 or 67 or so on CRNC. I will have a look at that. Apple, it's not giving me a reason to punch out here, despite the fact that it's not breaking that 140-120 bottom. What it is doing is it's holding the lower highs scenario that we look for. Also, it's held that 20 period quite nicely and it really hasn't broken through that 20 period. I know that's a random indicator to use, but it's just having a look at the price action and how it's interacting with the indicators sometimes gives you an idea of which one is best to use in this scenario. Looks like we're printing back down into the 30s, so a nice move back down on Apple here as the market also starts coming down. So we're now seeing a bigger red candle on the market in addition to one on Apple. We need some confluence between these two. They've been, Apple's been a little secular today at times where the market's consolidated. Apple was selling off, so yeah, it's been tricky trying to trade this one proudly, but looks like Apple coming back down to the downside now.
Yeah, easy move to 140 on Apple. I can see that happening today
Your
for sure.
PDD short is printing, I bet.
Oh, I know. I'm in the money about 12 cents right now on Pinduoduo, 36 cents on Etsy. All of our positions are now in the money as the market's pulling back down. But all eyes on Apple for sure. I think 140 does come into play today if this market crawls right back to the low of day. So we're watching that. We're also watching UVXY at the 100 period EMA below VWAP at the moment, but above $8. Above $8. Below VWAP, above the 100 period EMA. Let's see if UVXY has a chance to get back to the north side and turn green somehow, which would maybe take Apple right back to 140 and NASDAQ all the way back to the lower day. S&P 500 also maybe all the way back to the lower day. Etsy is our position that's most in the money at the moment. We got 31 cents in the money for ETSY. Let's pull up this chart. There's that triple top short coming in. My risk was basically the high of that level breaking, never happened. And now we're getting ready to take some profits on this position. All of our other positions are also in the money, but barely ready for me to take profits yet. Only about 11 cents, 8 cents, 5 cents, 20 cents around the board over here. So nothing primed up for me to take profits just yet. Waiting for the market over here to see if we can get a bigger pullback to the downside. Boeing popping up on the scanners while the market showed a little pullback that it is going higher. So here's Boeing today up almost 2% on the day. We already rejected 176 earlier on in the day. We pulled down to the 100-period EMA and now marching right back to that 176 to see if we're going to get a double top or a breakout of the day's high and then march much higher than that. So looks
Coming
like
close to very low of day on Apple. Sorry to interrupt you. Just want to let the viewers know we're testing close to that 141.20.
Yeah, Apple going down to the test of the lower days and might break that. Like I said, once again, 140 does seem like it will be coming into play at some point today, and we're all going to be watching that for sure on AAPL. Roblox breaking $30 to the downside. Let's go see what Roblox is doing. Roblox did break 30 earlier on in the day, but just recently a volume spike coming in on Roblox, making a new day's low, and then slightly moving back to $30, but still pressure on this position around this $30 area. It's been constantly selling off for a long time now. A sell program most likely kicking in, not allowing the stock to get much higher. Anytime we pop, there's just been selling coming in. Look at that big volume over there, big volume over here. Most likely we're about to get ready to see. That's Boeing. Let's show me Roblox on the long-term chart, RBLX. We got the day chart over here, Roblox. Ooh, looks like I did have a level around 30 that I already mapped out, but we're getting ready to go down all the way to $24 or even $25 on RBLX.
We are really getting close to these 141.20 bottoms on Apple, printing 22s now on my level 2. So really, and you can tell the volume just starts really coming in. It's like almost like something's been awakened by the approaching of that level. So there's a bit of a touch and feel, nothing you really can like articulate too much other than to say that the level 2 and the tape speeds up at around those levels. And then once it gets away from that level, it starts to slow down a bit. But definitely that 141.20 level is definitely in play. And, you know, I feel like we're getting less and less likely to be part of a double bottom here than we are to break the lows and continue to even what Bradley was saying, that 140, who knows, 140 could be in play. Power hour comes in, the volume comes in, the sellers step up, and all of a sudden we find ourselves flirting with 139. We're looking at 140 bottoms. Who knows what is in store for this market, but definitely not a good news headline for Apple in any regard today, and the stock definitely paying the price for that. All right, guys, let's have a look here. Tesla forming an interesting pattern here. Look at this. So there's the big move up, and then we have the range kind of defined after that move, but it's below VWAP, obviously, as the day is red on the ES, but this interesting level here, this double bottom kind of at 181.50. We're not too far away from that 182.15. That could be an interesting level coming into the afternoon, especially if the bottom drops off on this market and Apple makes new lows. Maybe we'll see that pattern break down on Tesla. So I got that on my side chart as well. My small cappers, the ones that were moving this morning, are doing nothing. Let me have a look here at my scanner to see what's popping off as of late. I haven't had an opportunity to look at the scanner in a while. I see first and foremost PIK up there with 2.4 million shares. It's the dollar stock, so that's really not much at all, not much range either. It was a penny stock earlier in the day. That ain't gonna cut it. How about Pally? Pally, that one we were trading last week. I remember that one. That one's up 25% on the day. It's done 1 million shares, but guess what? 136,000 of which has been done in the last 5 minutes. So more recent volume on Pally. And look at this move up here. Look at close to high days. 434 is a high. We're trading 429. So this one could be an interesting continuation play from last week. Let me switch some of these deadbeats over here and put Pally instead of them, PALI, and I'll keep my eye on that. We'll continue down the list though on the watch on the scanner here. CRNC, we already talked about. We're in that trade. AENZ has done nothing lately. How about KTRA? KTRA was one we were trading yesterday. That's a continuation play, up 15%, but only done 34,000 shares in the last 5 minutes. That's not really going to cut it. And the chart really reflects that. So you can kind of see how sparse the chart is there. That reflects the low volume. How about this one? AEVA, again, a dollar stock, done 1.35 million shares, looking like it's trading like a buyout. LU That's $1.65, but that's done 20.7 million shares. Again, this one's range bound and trading like a buyout. So not much in scanner world. I saw Grow Generations earlier on my weed watch list. It's up 9.5%, but consolidating sideways for the better part of the morning since around 10:45, holding VWAP sideways. Not much to speak of in terms of volatility on that one. So we'll let that be. Quick look at Apple here, same thing, flirting with that 140, 130s level, in and out between the 20s, but still holding that 20 bottom. And CRNC holding flat at 17.25. This one needs to break 17, otherwise I'm in the pooper. Oh, the beard. You got to regrow that beard, man. But I'm getting used to you now without a beard.
I know, I can't even see myself with the beard now. I see this picture with the beard. It just showed up on my YouTube timeline. The exact timestamp showed up on my YouTube timeline. I'm like, wow, that beard kind of does look nice.
And you were slicking your hair back instead of to the side. Yeah, you had a whole different look at that time.
I had a whole different look. And that was, this is 3 months ago.
Wow, lots changed
This was 3 months ago. That's a big difference over there. Hopefully to the better side, though. You know, I'm enjoying this lighter beard face over here, kind of trying to follow my mentor Neil. You know, always clean shaved, always looking spiffy, and Brendan too, always looking clean and sharp as ever. So trying to follow my mentors over there. I got Neil blushing, ladies and gentlemen.
I know.
He's ear to ear smiling.
There he is.
What's
He's
that?
on the screen.
Stop kissing up to me. He goes, look, my 1 year negotiation's coming up. I got to talk to somebody and I got to kiss up to somebody. So might as well be you today, Neil. So we're watching the market, though. Sadly, no matter how much you want to kiss up to the market, if you're long, it's not working at the moment. We're getting a pullback on this market. No matter how much you want to sweet talk this one, it might not work for you. So if you're long, use proper risk management and please don't get hurt. Currently, our shorts are paying us. We did take some profits on Etsy, which moved to the downside for us. We took some outs on that one. We're still waiting for all the other trades to work out. 16 cents in the money on NVIDIA, 7 cents in the money on Pinduoduo, 14 cents in the money on Google. I ate my mom's biryani for like right before 11 o'clock just to kind of eat some food, and now I got the masala just kind of burning my stomach a little bit. So, but thank you for the biryani, Mom. That was pretty good. She made some biryani because she had something in her school. What's it, like potluck or something? She had a potluck in her school, so she made that recently or last night. That was some real good biryani over there. Coming back to the markets, though, Disney's popping up, Match.com's popping up, Target's popping up, Best Buy's popping up. So we're going to go cover these trades at the moment. Best Buy is actually popping up to the north side. It's currently trading at $83.80. Probably a new high a day coming in for Best Buy. Not really, but very close to the high a day, around 84 for BBY. As the markets continue to go down, Best Buy up 2% on the day. We do know that Best Buy, along with other computer-based companies, have been struggling since COVID, not only with this lower demand, but also with supply chain issues, which did hurt Best Buy a little bit. But their recent earnings report, which I believe was on this day right here, on the 22nd of November. Let's go confirm that real quick. This will be a yellow right there. Yeah, you see how that day is yellow? That's the 22nd of November, the earnings day for Best Buy, where actually the AI trading trade idea system triggered a buy on the 30-minute chart around here at $77 on the 22nd of November itself, and also initiate a sell signal somewhere up here. Not sure how you would have been able to sell that there on that day, but you would have been able to sell it somewhere here, maybe in the after hours on that spike. So the AI telling you to buy here, and you would have still been holding if you follow the trade ideas algo system that's already pre-programmed and absolutely free if you pay for the software. So you can get it for 15% off. The Black Monday deal is sadly over. You could be able to get it 30% if you signed up for it yesterday, but today only 15% off moving forward until we have another sale. So use code TraderTV on Trade Ideas website for that discount.
So it looks at like that 141.20 bottom broke, but like what? 2 pennies? We really waited for that 20 break to get 2 pennies. Come on, Apple, you can do better than that. We want 141s at least. It's got to be a 20 penny break. Like I come back from the bathroom and I'm like, oh wow, 141.20 broke, 141.18. Boo, not good enough. Let's go. We're printing 20s again. I'm seeing 19s as well coming in on the bid. So we're really close to the low of day. Look at this chart pattern on Apple. It is screaming short me. This could be a flat bottom breakdown. I mean, we were worried about the double bottom forming here and then retracing through that 141.25 top, but now it looks more primed for that continuation pattern downward. So you have this aggressive move, a period of sideways consolidation with a flat bottom and lower highs, and then boom, you get that tanking down again. I don't know if that's going to materialize on Apple because Apple's not a small capper. I don't know if it's going to move the exact same way, but you know, I've seen this pattern before. It looks awfully familiar, so I really feel like we may get a decided move below that 141.20 and not just a perfunctory move of 2 pennies. You like that one, Brad? Perfunctory?
I'm done with you, bro. You're making me feel like I'm back in my English class in grade 8 again, all over.
Funny. Look at this move on PDD. We didn't really get much once we broke that more recent high of 79.10. We got that 79.20 high and then a retrace back below VWAP. So PDD completely faking me out there. I thought the reclaim of VWAP was going to be relevant here. It looks like, for at least for the moment, it's not. And the volume definitely dropping off on PDD, but it is still up 6.2%. So it's probably going to have a lot of eyes on it. Let's look at the CNRC trade. Wow, there's really nothing to report on this one. There's no volume and there's no range, and we're basically stuck 25 pennies out of the money, but it's not coming through to my stop. So what am I supposed to do? I mean, this could continue downward. What I'm seeing is lower highs, right? It's not the greatest looking pattern because it is above VWAP. It's about holding above the whole dollar level, but lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, and a downward pattern. So I don't want to sell it. I've adjusted my stop from 1782 to the break of 1767, and that's based on this peak that formed. So I say to myself, if it breaks this peak, it's going to continue upward to 18 and even test day's highs. So that's my thinking on that one. I'm not selling my shares on Apple. I'm not going to get out of my position on CRNC.
Perfunctory.
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 Yeah.
Carried out with the minimum of effort or reflection.
Yeah.
So someone who does not care enough.
Yeah, so like Apple broke by like 2 pennies. It really didn't care breaking, you know, break that level. Let's go down.
Not
to
only do we
141.
teach you how to trade, we're also teaching you big words, okay? Big words. So shout out to Sharif.
There we go. This is the breach where I'm talking about.
Not perfunctory
Nah, that's
anymore.
not perfunctory. There, we're going to take that out right at that 141 level. So there we go. We get that. I'm more happy that I called that pattern than the fact that I used perfunctory. To be honest with you, that's a nice little move there. We were looking for that aggressive move off that 141.20 break, and there we got it. So we get that out right at 141. Happy we waited for that 20 pennies, Bradley.
So I'm looking for an opposite of perfunctory, and I actually got 2 normal words. I got thorough. So very thorough follow through of that break.
No, you
over
can't
there.
use it in that regard, man.
Yeah, I can do whatever I want.
Okay.
Very thorough breakthrough of Apple
Lots of buying
on
coming
that
in.
bottom.
Lots of
You're
buying
telling
coming
me it's
in.
perfunctory again?
It's not perfunctory. It's being 141 is holding. We're seeing a lot of buying coming in at that 141 level. So let's see if we can break through. I'm seeing 03s, 02s, 01s sometimes on my bid. So definitely testing that whole dollar level here. Does that hold? I mean, I haven't even looked at the 4-hour chart to see when the last time we were at 141 is. Let's have a look here. Here's the 4-hour. Okay, so not that far away. November 10th, we were at that level. Looks like we have an interesting area of support here at 141.43, but that's since broken, so that's no longer valid. It's definitely going to be that 140 level and that 141. I don't think the price action here on the 4-hour is as important as these whole dollar levels, Bradley.
Well, that break might be perfunctory or not perfunctory, but we're going to have some fun with these moves coming in on the market at the moment. We're actually getting ready to take some profits all across the board. NVIDIA, Etsy, Pinduoduo, and Google all flushing with the help of the market moving down there. Basically, with the help of Apple's break being non-perfunctory over here.
Stop, bro. You're killing the word. I'm not going to want to use it anymore. You're killing it.
You got to stop teaching me new words, man. You got to stop teaching me new words. So, you know, that break is now continuing with the follow-through coming in behind it. Thank you, Apple, for breaking the market. As Sean always says, break yourself, market, and let's get ready to cash out on some of these shorts. Google, 30 cents, NVIDIA, 30 cents, Etsy, 40 cents, Pinduoduo, 23 cents. Love being able to make money on some of these trades for us. Perfunctory nachos are delicious.
Okay. I've never tried them. Have you? There we go. 141 has just broken. The bottom has fallen out. We're printing 93s now on Apple. This one is really aggressively retracing to the downside. I think, you know, again, the whole dollar levels are going to come into play here. I think the next level we really need to look at is 140, even though we're 95 pennies higher. 141 has given way. The market, though, really the bottom is not falling out on the market in the same way. Am I? Yeah, there we go. I thought maybe my chart was off. The bottom is not falling out of the market the same way that the bottom is falling out on Apple. There is a clear area of divergence here between the patterns. Apple making new lows. The market's not even close. The market's at 53s. Lows are at 41s on the ES. So definitely some market divergence between Apple
I just want to say you're watching the MES.
Yeah.
You should watch DES.
You've told me that in the past. Thank you for reminding me. I'm going to change that right now. Let's go here to ES Mini. We're going to go futures, and we're going to choose a December contract. So thank you for that, proudly. You have told me that in the past. Let's look at the Big Six here. All right, so, I mean, look at this. The farthest off VWAP is Apple. I mean, VWAP on Apple is 142.75. We're printing 141.02. You know, Amazon, not nearly as weak. Neither is Meta. These guys are all closer to VWAP than is Apple. So Apple definitely, like the market laggard, it is, you know, single-handedly probably keeping the market down, but the market not going down as much as a result only because of Apple.
So someone in the chat saying, it doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't matter if you're watching MES or the ES. You're actually wrong on that. It does matter. There's a big difference. Well, maybe not a big, but there's always a difference between the MES and the ES. The ES moves first. The MES follows the ES moves using options and so on. And they're always, not always, but most of the time, they're off by a point. You'll see that. So notice how on the ES, this is this smaller font level 2 that I have right next to the bigger font level 2. Notice how we're at sometimes 3953, but the ES, or sorry, the MES is at 395275. So sometimes you'll see a level breaking on the MES, but it's actually not breaking on the ES. The ES, sometimes, for example, 3940, let's say this 3940 level breaks on the MES, but you pull up the ES and you see it, it actually didn't break it on the ES. That's because we teetered off that level, but MES, because of the algos moving and trying to keep it in tandem with the overall market, they sometimes end up breaking that level. So if you're watching the MES and you're going, if 3940 breaks, I'm going to do this, and you're punching it off the MES level, but the ES didn't actually break 3940, you're making a move over there with the wrong signal, so you want to be very careful over there. Watch those moves. I'm not making that up. So watch those moves. Watch them in tandem. You'll see sometimes the ES is always a point or 0.25 point of a point, a quarter of a point higher or lower than the overall MES market. Focus on it, you'll see what I'm talking about. Currently, Google coming to the downside, 40 cents in the money. Time to finally take some profits on this bad boy. We've been struggling over here on Google for all day. NVIDIA offered us 40 cents twice and we didn't take it. We're not going to do the same mistake again. And Etsy is still coming to the downside for us, 34 cents. We already took profits at 34 cents for Etsy. Not ready to take profits for me just yet. And Pinduoduo duo, 7 cents in the money. We're still hanging out near VWAP on this position. Looks like the catalyst that we had on the Chinese ADRs in the morning still standing strong for these bad boys. A new stock alert from Brendo. Brendo coming in talking about DBGI offering apparently announced. So they're getting smacked to the downside now. A big selling candle coming in on DBGI, already down 29% sadly. So for those of you who don't know what happens when a stock goes down 10 or more percent on the day, that's because we haven't had a chance to talk about it for the last few days. We
have you noticed? I was just about to say we haven't
had a
seen
chance
anything
to talk
SSR
about
lately.
SSR lately because stocks haven't been moving in that
Good
way.
call.
So here's DBGI down more than 10%. Anytime a stock is down more than 10% triggers SSR, which is basically harder for you to short the stock by taking out the size on the bids. You have to wait on the ask for the stock to go higher like it is right now in order to get your short fills. And this system will be applied to the stock for 2 days. The first business day where it triggers the minus 10% and the second business day, the day after that. But on the second business day, if it triggers minus 10% again, then you repeat that for the next day again.
Yeah, Bradley. Guess what Apple's doing? Apple, guys, is just printed 73s. 140, 73 on Apple. We're continuing to head to the downside. I really think that 140 definitely is in play sometime today. The market, though, not really making that move down with Apple, though. So again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but Apple secular making its move down. We're all out of the position. We got all out at that 140 level. Could have made another 33 pennies. We were short 141.75. So that was it's a hell of a 75 penny winner for me, especially with the whole patience thing we've talked about. CRNC really testing my patience, really holding to the side, not doing anything at the moment. The range has really become flat on this one. The only really good thing is that the spread has kind of tightened up. It used to be like 11, 15 pennies at times. Now it's 4 at the most. Bradley was talking about Chinese ADRs, PDD, continuing to hold VWAP from the side, but creating a range of like insignificance. I mean, I'm not playing this range. This from 50 bottom to a 75 top, a 25 penny range on a $78 stock. That's not going to happen. So PDD not giving me anything. I guess I'll have to look elsewhere for volatility in Chinese ADRs. Let's go ahead and look at the chart. Let's see what BABA is up to. BABA was up 5% on the day, but since the market's open, it's down 1%, and it's actually below VWAP. Let's bring the chart down. You guys can have a look. There we go. So we bring in BABA here. The white line is VWAP. We're making lower lows. So this one looks like it's giving up the goods. A bit of a possible flat bottom breakdown here at that 79.60 area. I'll have a look at this one in more detail when I load it up on the side chart. But this one looking weaker than the general market. What's JD up to? Let's pull up JD and see if it's trending a little differently than BABA. No, it's actually closing in on recent lows. Low of day is at 53.12, 53.59 is where we're at, but we're below VWAP. And look at this rejection of VWAP here on JD. Tried to reclaim it and then rejected and sold off aggressively. So this one looks more down inclined as well. What else we got here? PDD we just spoke about. Moving KWeb and yeah, XBEV. Let's have a look at XBEV. $7 stock, not really going to interest me. Probably trading more like a buyout. Yeah, so not going to touch that one. Billy we talked about. That's not doing anything. I can see it on my other chart there. Yeah, so in terms of Chinese ADRs, nothing really momentum-wise. So the high side looks like BABA and some other stuff could be setting up for a possible short, especially now with the market bottom dropping off here. Looks like we broke through that 39.50. We're printing now in the 49s. Could that be something to do with Apple bottom dropping off? Yes, it can be. Baby. Apple on the way to the downside, baby. Spin that, baby. Spin that.
NVIDIA, 80 cents, baby. Let's go. Google, 40 cents. Markets going down and bringing in the profits. We haven't had a chance to ring in the emojis all day, but now the money's pouring in. We're having some fun. If you're not entertained, I don't know what to tell you right now. Look, we're having so much fun every single day, Monday to Friday, trading for you from 8:30 all the way up to 4 o'clock, giving you the best trades, the best news, the best everything. The #1 trading show out there on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. Not only on YouTube, on Twitch, you name it. Even that broken streaming platform that doesn't work anymore from Microsoft. What was that, Mixer?
No
whatever?
idea what you're referring to, believe it or not.
You don't know
Yeah,
the
neither do
platform
I.
that Microsoft had, the streaming platform? I think it was Microsoft, Mixer.
No idea.
You never heard of that? And then even the Facebook platform that they had, Facebook Gaming, most likely that one's going to the ground
But you can
too.
still go live on Facebook regular, right?
Yeah?
Okay.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you can
Yeah.
do that on Instagram too.
Yeah, exactly.
But imagine trading on Instagram Live, like having your phone over here, like, hey guys, I'm going to trade
Yeah,
Instagram.
that's not going to work. Facebook you can have like as landscape mode,
Yeah.
but other one's portrait.
So the market's clearly helping us right now for holding these shorts. We've had to hold these shorts against us a little bit, add to the losers for some of these trades, but thankfully the previous bottoms that were acting as support now acting as resistance on the market as the S&P 500 and NASDAQ are pulling all the way back to the low a day. You guys saw Sharif put some damage on Apple. I told you 140 is coming into play today. We're only 40 cents away from there to the downside. Well, no, we're only 60 cents away to the downside on Apple. I'm weak with math. You guys know that already. But we're watching it crumble in front of our faces and paying us profits on multiple positions. NVIDIA now $1 in the money. Let's take some more outs on that bad boy. Pinduoduo has done nothing for us all day until now. So we're about to be 20 cents in the money. We'll take some outs on that. Etsy, 60 cents in the money. We'll also take some outs on that one.
Yeah, lots of good shorting opportunities today as a result of the negative news catalyst on Apple. If you're just joining us, want to reiterate that it's issues with labor protests, right? And a shortage of iPhones that are going to be coming out, a big shortage as a result of the COVID lockdowns there. So big negative news line. You know how these earnings are all projected forward based on an assumed amount of output. If that assumed amount can't be reached, can't be achieved, then profits have to be recalculated, revenues have to be recalculated, and that obviously figures into the stock price. That's why you're seeing it reflected there. So some basic economics, some basic finance coming into play, obviously, on these. And that's the thing with the issue with these Chinese lockdowns. I mean, it's so localized. Bradley and I were talking about it earlier on. Tesla hasn't really seen the brunt of that. I mean, it dealt with it earlier where you had Tesla's Gigafactory locked down. Now Apple's having to deal with that. So it's kind of like, who's next? It's such localized lockdowns in China. That's the way it works out there. You hear rumors about Apple looking elsewhere for production facilities. I believe they were looking at Vietnam, where they produce, I believe, some of the MacBook Pros, looking possibly. But can anybody really replace Foxconn, guys? I mean, I'm just hearing, like, I had a buddy that I met on my Egypt trip, and he did some business with Foxconn, and I told you guys this story before where they basically searched his car and his laptop and everything like that to make sure he wasn't smuggling out like information, whatever. This guy, you know, he'll just explaining to me the magnitude and the size of this Foxconn plant, the sheer amount of people working there. Can that really be replaced like within a 1, 2, 3 year time frame? I don't know. I'm not in the business, but to me, it seems like, you know, that one of the bigger players on the world market. Chat, fact check me if I'm wrong. Let me know what you guys have to say about that. But yeah, it's a bit of a catch-22 with Apple there. They're basically, what are you laughing at?
Fahad and I are just going back and forth with each other over there.
Okay, yeah,
That's all.
the two trolls trolling each
We're
other.
chirping each other in our chats. Man U, Neil just mentioned Man U just broke out of the high a day. I remember, was it the you who were trading Man U with me to the short side when we were live? Was it Fred? Was that? You were long on that? Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I forget what direction you're playing. So he was long Friday Man U when I was sitting on that big boy desk with him in the morning and in the evening. Lots of fun on that one for those of you who missed out. But Man U, yeah, still continuing to leech off of that catalyst that Man U has going on, which is basically a potential sale of the almost an esports company. Wow, the potential sale of the FC company football club over here coming into play. The family who owns it wants to get rid of it. Gassler, was it Gassler?
It's called the Glazer family.
Glazer family trying to get rid of the company over here, maybe offload it to somebody else, put the risk on somebody else. Recently breaking that 22 area. Are you long on that today, Neil? He haven't even traded it today, he says. But hey, if you did today, for anyone in the chat, I'm sure you're loving it if you're long, as this stock recently takes out the highs. Most of our shorts that we were in the money, I'm so glad we took profits on it, because we're seeing the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 make a higher low right now. Sorry, not a lower low. They're making a higher low at the moment. So we'll see how the market reacts with this move. UVXY still red on the day and barely above VWAP. And I'm saying barely because we're still in the whole range of the day and not really looking too promising for this market to continue going down. If UVXY somehow is able to go up, which means fear in the market is being put in using options, UVXY, VIX volatility, it's all calculated off of how people are writing options, puts and calls, how much fear is in the market, and that's being calculated on the VIX ETF and the UVXY ETF over here. So if we see that fear being put into the market with the help of Apple's negative news, even Sharif was just now talking to you guys about the whole Foxconn thing. If that ends up being deeper and darker than what we are thinking it is, then more fear in the market is the only logical side that I can see coming out. Obviously, we have maybe our watch list was a little wrong on that side. You know, I'm still waiting for Fed Chair Powell to come on today, but this one could be a little bit of a mistake. Maybe it is tomorrow, which is what, 2 o'clock tomorrow?
Let me just double check. I had that earlier. I got to pull up my thing here. We go tomorrow.
2 o'clock
These
tomorrow.
advertisements that come up are so frustrating. No, Fed Chair Powell speaks at 1:30 tomorrow. 11:30. 13:30, sorry.
1:30 Eastern Standard Time for
believe
those
so,
of you who are in different time zones. For those of you in California, in Singapore, wherever you are across the world, we love you guys. Just make sure that you're doing the calculation for your time zone. So 1:30 Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, Papa Powell will be on his high chair.
He's gonna
King
take
in the castle, king in the castle.
He's gonna take the mic over. Yeah, you were talking about Man U and the Glazer family. I mean, the reason that it even goes up proudly, did you ever stop to think for a second? We don't have an offer from an interested party. We don't have it's not like it's a buyout where we have a target price where we know. And this thing has been going up for the last few days.
Fall through too.
For sure. The thing is, it's been going up because fans have been calling for change at Man U. And I don't think it's any coincidence that Ronaldo comes out and imputes Manchester United in the interview with Piers Morgan in the way that he did, and then all of a sudden, and he imputes the ownership, saying that they've been stagnant at the club, that the club hasn't been progressing forward, and he even goes so far as to say it's even the same cooks that he saw in 2008 and 9 that are still there. Obviously, when it comes to employment, it's different, but when it comes to facilities, it should be upgraded, and that's the point he was trying to make. And then the Glazers go on to put the company up for sale. Is this a PR move on their part, or what's going on here? I mean, I have no idea. And then you got to assume a club as storied and as winning of a record as they have, as Manchester United, is going to attract serious money. I mean, Chelsea, fact check me on this, I believe sold for $2.5 billion or whatever it was. I mean, I can Google how much it was sold for quite simply, but you got to assume Manchester United is going to be even more expensive than that. It's going to be in the I think, maybe even $4 billion range. So,
isn't Chelsea a more expensive team than Man
No,
U?
they're London-based, but Manchester United is definitely the more storied club. It has more goodwill value than Chelsea. Chelsea's only a recent phenomenon in the last 15, 20 years or so, ever since the ownership became ambitious and started really spending. Manchester United goes back like multiple decades, half century. They've had tragedies where the entire team was wiped out in a plane crash, and they've had to restructure from that. So they're a very, very storied franchise. Yeah, some people are saying $4 billion in the club in the chat. Anyway, I feel like it's going to attract a pretty penny. And I don't know if the Premier League has ownership restrictions like the NFL does. You know, the NFL does not allow anybody, a company or like a corporation to own a team. You got to be an individual, right? I don't know if the Premier League has that ownership requirement. I'm not really sure.
All right, that's lots of new information over there. My soccer love started and died with Ronaldinho.
He's awesome.
I started and died with Ronaldinho. When he retired, I said, okay, that's where I'm done loving soccer. And when I saw him, I think the first ever World Cup I ever watched, he was in Brazil.
Nuts.
And he was just doing some crazy things.
That's his
And I
thing,
was like,
man.
okay,
Yeah.
this guy's nasty.
Yeah.
And just from his interviews, always so humble, always so nice
yeah.
and everything. So gotta love a man like that, obviously. That's my Deion Sanders when it comes to soccer.
Oh,
if
he
you're
is
asking
Deion
me.
Sanders-esque.
Yeah.
Yeah, if not better.
That's
I mean, he's
Deion
up there.
Sanders
Yeah.
over there. Coming back to the market, ladies and gentlemen, NVIDIA is still $1 in the money. Etsy still 45 cents in the money. And Google, we're 50 cents in the money. But notice how the market's moving back up north right now. So let's take some size out here on some of these trades. Don't want to hold all of the size that we started off the trades with. When the market gave us a nice little move to the south side for us to take profits, it would be idiotic to not do that. And Pinduoduo didn't really do anything for us. So we're going to close that trade for a 14-cent winner. Wow, what a big trade. 14-cent winner. So we're going to close that one right there. And Etsy, we're going to close this one too because Etsy clearly able to stay above VWAP all day. Yeah, we got the triple top short on play for us, but we didn't get an extension past VWAP to the downside on ETSY. Already positive on the day. Don't want to be battling this position. Watch it pull back to that triple top, and then maybe it breaks the triple top. Maybe it creates a quadruple top, but I don't want to take that gamble. I'll take my profits over here. When it pulls back over there, we can watch the tape. We can see if weakness bleeds in or strength comes in, and then make that decision of a breakout long or a quadruple top short. Until then, I don't want to be gambling with that trade. Watching the market move back up, and closing these shorts for profit is making me quite happy. So we got a little bit of size left on Google here. Let's make that only 40% of size left on Google. That way we're not sitting with 60% of our size, and we only have 20% of our size left on NVIDIA already. Let's see if NVIDIA can march back towards VWAP 157 area and make that quadruple top for us to take advantage of. People talking about dead cat bounces again. Yeah, looks like that dead cat that bounced earlier came back to the downside and is getting ready to bounce again.
Yeah, I mean, that dead cat bounce that you talk here about on Apple is very, very clearly articulated. Look at this. 142, where do we get up to? 142.38, and then it's been see you later since then. Now 140. What do we get? How low do we get here? 140, almost 50 basically, 140.50. So a big move down since that retracement off that initial move. This was the algo spike, so to speak, right? Where the algos read the news before humans can really digest it, and then it sells off. This is where I got short. I got short on the first pullback. That's a technique I typically use either in a breakout or a breakdown. You take the short or long on the first pullback, and I covered. Then you had that aggressive move down again. And then we had a longer period of consolidation and retracement here. That usually the first one is a shorter period. The second one is a bit more prolonged. And that was exactly the case in this instance. The short would have been great here, up at 142.25. But hey, you can never get the top wick. So it is what it is. CRNC really doing absolutely nothing. I did not anticipate this kind or this lack of movement on it. I mean, it was.
I mean, what's the relative volume on that?
The RVol?
Yeah.
It's probably
CRNC or CNRC?
CRNC. Yeah, what's the
9.55. That's a lot.
Of course.
And it's doing nothing.
Right, and that's why I'm bewildered, because it's got all this RVol. It's how many shares is it done? It's done 1.17 million. So yeah, 1.56 million. It usually does. What's the average, Bradley? I'll tell you in 1 second. Average volume is 448,000. So to me, I think that's like 3 times our vol. I don't know how you got 9. But.
Mine, I'm not sure how Trade Ideas is calculating it, but Trade Ideas says 9.53 relative volume. We can also quickly get over here on Finviz, which is another tool that I use sometimes. CNRC. Average volume, what did you say your average volume was? CRNC, sorry.
Yeah,
CRNC.
I'm just basing it.
450K, is that what you have?
Yeah, the average volume for CRNC, 448.
Yeah, around 450K is what I see. And relative volume, where's our vol? Somewhere here, it's supposed to be relative volume of 5.5. So that's what I see on Finviz, but Trade Ideas says 9.5. Sometimes, they take a 14-day period, they take a 1 month period, they take like a 1 week period. So it depends on what calculator they're using.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes sense. I forgot about that variable. I want to talk about Man U because, I mean, we were talking about it earlier from the fundamentals perspective. Now, let's look at some technicals. I mean, all we see here are higher highs and higher lows. So this is a nice little uptrend. I mean, this is the 3-minute chart. It's given you ample opportunity to kind of get in on this one. Retraced off that aggressive move on the open. That 10:30 time period saw a bit of a retracement all the way to about maybe 11:10. Then you had a new uptrend form and another period of consolidation. So this one giving you ample opportunity. I wonder if this most recent pullback is another one of those opportunities to get in. Because we still got like another 15 minutes left on the show. We want to trade some things. So looking for possibilities to get in on this one, but it is really near high of days. I mean, high of day at the moment is that 22.17 or 18, and we're basically at 22.09. So 10 pennies or so off high of day. Don't really want to get in at this level. So looking for another possible retracement. Looks like that whole dollar level is good. That 22 level could be good for a retracement level. You got these, I want to say 3, but more like 2 peaks here that correspond with that $22 level. So the price action corresponds with the whole dollar. You always want to see that area of convergence for confirmation. So looking maybe like a $22 dip may be in order here. Now, with respect to how much risk we give this, that's always the tricky part. In this instance, I'm going to look to the moving averages. And it has respected quite nicely the 50 period, especially in this last instance here, around that 115 time period. So it retraced down to that. So if I get in at, say, 22.01, I'll give this one about 15 pennies to where the 50 period currently is, which is 21.85. But it's got to make its way down, Pratley, to 22 first before we can even get to talk about the stop.
Wow, my brain's fried. I thought yesterday was Friday. I thought today was Wednesday. Like, what's going on, man? My brain's fried.
You've been on one lately.
I'm losing track of time over here. But, at least we got some good trades on board. That's what matters. We got 62 cents in the money on NVIDIA. Google pulled back up all the way to flat for me. So I closed that trade. I said, I don't want to be gambling with this position anymore. I'm taking my exit right here, right now. Right here, right now. Right here, right now. I'm not sure what song you're singing.
What? How do you not know that song, bro? This is where I wanna be, or whatever.
Yeah, no clue what you're singing over there. But hopefully the chat does. Let's see.
They gotta definitely know this song.
Let's see what the chat is going to. I'm the biggest Tencent hater in the chat, no doubt. Well, you don't gotta hate Tencent, man. You don't gotta hate anybody. Just look for the trades, look for the opportunities, put the damage on the market, make that money, and then just leave the hate aside. There's no need for hate in anybody's heart. Hate's a strong word. That being said, I do hate Peloton, which we're gonna go take a look at right now. That being said, I do hate Peloton. We're going to go take a look at this position. Up 4% on the day today.
$800 off their bike. I know that's still overpriced for you.
I don't know how much it costs normally. So
I think it's like
$3,000.
Chat, fact check me, but I'm pretty sure it's like $2,500, $3,000, something like that.
Okay.
So $800 is a sizable amount. They usually do this. They really promote hard. I've noticed this in the last few years. They really come hard with their Christmas ads because, big purchase time. People get each other gifts, husbands, wives, whatever, for for
Hey,
Pelotons.
babe, here, I bought you a brand new clothes hanger. That's what Pelotons end up being 90% of the time, and at least brown families, I know that for sure.
That's funny.
My treadmill is in the basement just being a clothes hanger for the X amount of years. No one uses it. But you know, hopefully Peloton, they do fix their problems on their end. We do know that their treadmills had a little bit of an issue earlier on. We do know that their bikes are just an iPad glued to a bike overall, and maybe they revamped their system a little bit. Stop calling yourself a tech play. That's where my hate comes in. When you call yourself a tech play, just because you sell a subscription-based workout system, that's where people like me come in and start having pitchforks and fires being lit up on brooms and whatnot.
To be honest with you, I think the tech play or some of these other alternatives, like have you seen this mirror?
Like the basketball
workout machine?
Well, yeah, I've seen the mirror.
The mirror one, there's a couple of those
one.
ones. Yeah, like those ones, they have like magnetic resistance for weight, and they have like a mirror and a TV built into one. That's more of a tech play. Like you can upgrade the software, but when you're just a bike and it's like it's more of like a culture. What is it? It's like a community, right? Like they have.
It's a brand name.
Their instructors, they pay a lot. Like I know their instructors have cult followings, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes when their instructors leave, like they have a whole brand that they take with them.
Yeah.
Like some people really follow these people. So I think it's more of like that kind of community than it really is a tech company.
You can kind of see that trend coming from companies from back to back. For example, back in the day, if you were buying a phone and you talked to somebody and you asked the person, what type of phone do you have?
Right.
Or do you have this? And they go, no, I have an Apple, right? And then now if you go to someone like, well, did you hit the gym? What'd you do? I did the Peloton. Like, you did the bike. Just say how it is. You biked. You got some calories off by working out on the bike, or I did
who
this
does a
or
lot of
I
spinning?
did that. Like that's when you see those trends clicking in. You can kind of understand the idea overall for some companies. So for me, that's where the problem is with this company overall. But hey, they've been doing pretty good on Amazon apparently. That's what Amazon's saying. Don't quote me. This is what Amazon said.
No, it's interesting.
Very recently, right after they started putting their products on Amazon. Amazon comes out with the article and says, hey, these guys are actually our top sellers at the moment. And if that is true, then Peloton might be actually turning it around a little bit. Their CEO left not too long ago and handed over the keys to somebody else. And they're trying their best to revamp the company. So we'll see where it goes to. Once again, no need for the word hate. I don't really hate Peloton. I
wonder why that would be, though. I mean, I'm trying to think of a logical reason why I would sell more on Amazon than as opposed to their website.
Bigger reach to audience, maybe?
I know, but everybody knows about Peloton. If you're going to know about, you don't need Amazon to know about Peloton. But here's the thing. I thought maybe PayBright would be an alluring effect, like for people to come and break it up over 4 or 5 payments. But I'm pretty sure that Peloton finances their bikes and their treadmills anyway, so I don't know if that really is the reason. I'm not really sure why. Anyway, maybe free shipping with Prime, whereas maybe you don't get free shipping with Peloton. I don't know. So that's interesting. And the return policy, I think Prime probably has a way better return policy than maybe Peloton.
By themselves, probably. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So
and also you could do Affirm payments on Amazon.
Well, that's what I said.
Yeah.
I said PayBright.
Oh,
that's what it's called, PayBright.
That's what it is. Isn't it Affirm on Amazon?
Yeah, but PayBright is by Affirm. Oh, maybe it's only called PayBright in Canada, because that's what comes up when I go to the Apple website and it offers you to pay. It's called PayBright by Affirm. I don't know if in the States you just call it Affirm.
I think they just call it Affirm in America.
This one says PayBright by Affirm.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's basically the idea there. Anyway, still having a look at Man U though. We're not completely out of stocks at the moment. I'm looking at Man U dip 22.01. It retraced, but not by enough. Back down to 22.06, didn't quite make it down there to 21. The reason I've got a dip there is I'm looking at these two levels. I like the corresponding whole dollar peaks here. So you see peaks in and around 22, and then the whole dollar level obviously has its influence. So that's why I'm taking a jump there at 22.01. But there's only like 10 minutes left on the show. If it doesn't trigger, I won't get into this one since I'm going to the gym next, Bradley. So.
Yes, sir. I'm going to be hitting that one up too. We're going to be hopefully catching some dubs at the ball court, Greg and I. Last night was not a good day for ball for me. I played horrible. I was too gassed out, so hopefully that changes today. I was actually Googling just now about PayBright and Affirm and everything, so we'll see how I did see that PayBright is a firm in Canada, and looks like they got bought out not too long ago, and they are now the rightful owners of that company. WMG, let's go check out what WMG is doing. Popped up on my scanner just now with only 9 minutes left on the show. What is WMG heading towards? Pop up on the scanners, WMG, NASDAQ stock. Here we go. It's popping up closer to the high of day, trying to see if we can take out the high of day. The markets did curl back a little bit, but not all the way back to the previous high that they were at. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a rejection coming in the market for us to take advantage of. Looks like Tesla broke 180 to the downside just now. A new low a day coming in for TSLA, baby. Monster move for the shorts. The fact that I had a short on Tesla at 186 and I got stopped out is so sad.
Yeah, Tesla looking good right now, Bradley. That 180 break looks money. Let's flip here. Let's get away from Apple. We're done our trade on Apple. We're not going to trade that again. TSLA. Apple retracing to the high side, but Tesla continuing to make lower lows. I see 179.55 now as the most recent low of the day, down 1.78%. Wasn't this one strong earlier in the day? Geez, that's giving up the ghost. Look at this. Beautiful flat bottom breakdown here on this area. Look at these two troughs right here. One made right after the opening bell, one later in the afternoon at about noontime, and then the break of that level really sends it going. So if you had that, good on you. Clearly identifiable level. I don't want to say a low risk trade, but a very clearly articulated trade that you could say I did this because I saw this, this, and this. Those to me are the better trades, that ones that you can justify to yourself. Want to shout out Diamond Realty of Miami, a friend of the show and a regular viewer, always seeing him in the chat, says at Playmaker. Not really sure what that means. Do you know what any of that means?
Arroz con pollo, yeah, rojas, bella. 305, papi.
I know
yeah,
305 is Miami area code.
You think I know what that means? That's Spanish, bro. I never spoke Spanish in my
Bradley,
life.
are you looking at Tesla? Tesla,
Yeah.
really the bottom dropping off here. Guys, we just broke through the $50 level. Now we're getting 30 prints here on Tesla. What is going on? Is there a news catalyst? Let's go up here. Click Tesla real quick, see if anything's coming up on the new scanner. No, nothing new. If Brendo sees something, maybe, hopefully he can get that to us or the afternoon show. But Tesla really pulling down here. The market not really moving down in the same way that Tesla is, and that's something, that's a recurring theme that we've seen today. Microsoft pulled down aggressively. The market didn't really bend to its way. Same thing with Tesla now. Tesla making really aggressive new lows, but the market still 12 points above its lows, Bradley.
Is this a Tesla? That's a Tesla with a Z, right? That's the Tesla that you were talking about.
Guy?
That's
I
you
like
know
man.
MKBHD?
Yeah, he's good.
He's dope. I like
anytime
MKBHD.
I want a new phone or a new electronic,
any tech.
He covers it all.
MKBHD is your man to go to.
Yeah.
Any tech. He's a beauty. The way he covers tech is so non-biased too. He's an absolute beauty. What's that?
Arun wants to know why his face is on your screen.
Oh, over here, because I'm
Yeah.
talking about the like count. And also, you know, you got a nice beard. The chat wants to see your face. Let it be there, man. 2.1K likes coming in for the chat, baby. Let's go. We're only 400 shy from that 2.5K goal. If anyone's noticing, notice how I had to bring down the goal from 3K to 2.5K. Not the best look, guys. Not the best look, because if I'm recognizing that, then YouTube algo is recognizing that too. And YouTube algos are going to stop pumping our chat or our views, our videos to as many people as we want to reach out there. So help us out. Hit that like. We do the show absolutely free. We don't charge you a single dollar. Our Discord is also free. Tons of great conversations happening on our Discord. All of this is absolutely free for you guys. And the only thing we ever ask for you is to hit that like and to hit that subscribe. That helps us with the YouTube algorithm. Without that, you know, if the numbers don't start coming in, then we might have to start monetizing, which I'm not saying we're ever going to, but that's where it might have to go too. So let's help us out over here. Let's hit that like button, get us up to at least 2.5K likes. We're at 3,603. wait, what am I saying? 363,000 subscribers on YouTube now, and we can't wait to see that number at 500K or even at 1 mil very soon. So hit that like, hit that join, and hit that subscribe. For everyone in the chat who has a green name, they're part of the Trader TV Live family by paying $5 a month. You don't have any extra added benefits on top for the show, like extra content or anything. This is just the way that a lot of people choose to support us because they love us so much. So you can do that too. You do get some custom badges and emojis with it. Maybe somewhere down the road we do a Q&A. That's something that Sean has mentioned. So if you want to be part of all of that somewhere down the road, you could sign up for it with $5 a month super chat. All of it obviously goes right back into making the production of the show better. We also have our merch store that you could choose to go check out. Do / merch in the chat. You'll get a link directly to the store. You could purchase the Bang towel if you want. You could purchase a crew neck.
Did you get your towel yet?
No. Where you can get the hoodie. This hoodie is a hoodie that a lot of us wear. I'm trying to see if Arun has his on today. He does not, but he usually has one of these hoodies on right here. So go check out the box hoodie logo if that's the one you want, or even the smaller box hoodie logo. And if you do end up purchasing any, make sure you take a picture, post it on Instagram, post it on Twitter, so we could share it with the rest of this wonderful community that we have in chat. Real quick before we throw it back to Sharif over here, someone in the chat said, how do I join your Discord? Do ! Discord in the chat and you'll be able to sign up for our Discord over there. Bears versus Bull doing the hug me command with Nightbot. Hugs are free as well, he says. Yes, hugs are free, baby.
179.18 is the low that we got to on Tesla. So almost testing that 179 level. That's going to come into play. I didn't really look to see when the last time that level came into play was, but I don't imagine it was that long ago, given that we have seen a great deal of volatility on the stock, and I'm accurate on that regard. In that regard, excuse me. Looks like we had a low of 178 going back to yesterday morning, actually. So the better level on this one is at 178 to the bottom. Looks like there is that area of support going back to yesterday in the pre-market. So Tesla making that. What's up, Bradley?
We got a bold prediction from Nightbot. So in the chat, I threw out there C-ball, which is crystal ball. Will Apple break 140 today? And Nightbot comes out with a definitive answer and says, no, it will not break 140 today. And if you're looking at Apple right now, Apple's having a nice march back to the upside. So is the market. All three of them, the NASDAQ, S&P 500, and Apple moving back up north without even touching 145 yet. So Crystal Ball coming in and saying, Prad, you were talking about that 140, but it is not happening today. So maybe it's not happening.
Guys, the England-Wales game is just about to start. The next two series of games are on. That'll be on during the afternoon
Kane is greedy,
show.
eh? He wants to be alone by himself in the attacker, and he's leaving 3 other people behind him.
He doesn't actually get to decide that. That's the production team.
Nah. 4, 3, 2, 1. Kane all the way
First
at the
of
top.
all,
Then there's 3 other people behind him. Then there's 2 and there's 4. Kane's greedy, bro.
Pump the brakes.
You just had a broken leg. You came back from a broken leg, and you want to be the only guy who can score? Nah, it's greedy.
You're funny. Okay, I'm gonna just take your lack of knowledge about soccer as like something that's charming about you, which it is, of course. But yeah, that's these are called formations. These are judged earlier by the coach, and they make their decisions on what formation based on your opponent and based on your available player personnel. So those are like the major decisions. Anyway, each team runs their own formation, so you won't always see it the same. Some people play 4-3-3, 4-2-3-1, 4-4-2. There's all these different variations that you can play in soccer. Guys, it is 2 o'clock on the dot, meaning the midday show is over, and England, USA on. For me and Pradley, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Ian will be on for half the day, but we'll send it up to Brendo.
Hey guys, welcome in. 2 o'clock. Yeah, negative day continuing here as we bounce around at session lows, trying to hold key levels here back to the upside for the overall market. Here's a look at the SPY. Currently, we came into 394 and held once again a little bit higher, in fact, for the S&P, where the NASDAQ overall right back to the lows here. I can bring up the cues for you and see, yeah, we tested this low